Commander James D. Swanson of the United States Navy was short, plump, and crowding 40. He had jet black hair topping a pink cherubic face, and with the deep, permanent creases of laughter lines radiating from his eyes and curving round his mouth, he was a dead ringer for the cheerful, happy-go-lucky extrovert, who is the life and soul of the party where the guests park their brains along with their hats and coats. That, anyway, was how he struck me at first glance. But on the reasonable assumption that I might very likely find some other qualities in the man picked to command the latest and most powerful nuclear submarine afloat, I took a second and closer look at him. And this time, I saw what I should have seen the first time, if the dank grey fog and winter dusk settling down over the Firth of Clyde hadn't made seeing so difficult. His eyes. Whatever his eyes were, they weren't those of the glad-handing, wise-cracking bon vivant. They were the coolest, clearest grey eyes I'd ever seen. Eyes that he used as a dentist might his probe, a surgeon his lancet, or a scientist his electronic microscope. Measuring eyes. They measured first me, and then the paper he held in his hand, but gave no clue at all as to the conclusions arrived at on the basis of measurements made. "I'm sorry, Dr. Carpenter." The south of the Mason-Dixon line voice was quiet and courteous, but without any genuine regret that I could detect, as he folded the telegram back into its envelope and handed it to me. "I can accept neither this telegram as sufficient authorization nor yourself as a passenger. Nothing personal, you know that. But I have my orders." Not sufficient authorization? I pulled the telegram from its cover and pointed to the signature. "Who do you think this is? The resident window cleaner at the Admiralty?" It wasn't funny, and as I looked at him in the failing light, I thought maybe I'd overestimated the depth of the laughter lines in the face. He said precisely, "Admiral Hewson is commander of the NATO Eastern Division. On NATO exercises, I come under his command. At all other times, I am responsible only to Washington. This is one of those other times, I'm sorry. And I must point out, Dr. Carpenter, that you could have arranged for anyone in London to send this telegram. It's not even on naval message form." He didn't miss much, that was a fact. But he was being suspicious about nothing. I said, "You could call him up by the radio telephone, Commander." "So I could," he agreed. "And it would make no difference. Only accredited American nationals are allowed aboard this vessel, and the authority must come from Washington. From the Director of Underseas Warfare or Commander Atlantic Submarines?" He nodded slowly, speculatively, and I went on, "Please radio them and ask them to contact Admiral Hewson. Time is very short, Commander." I might have added that it was beginning to snow and that I was getting colder by the minute, but I refrained. He thought for a moment, nodded, turned and walked a few feet to a portable dockside telephone that was connected by a looping wire to the long, dark shape lying at our feet. He spoke briefly, keeping his voice low, and hung up. He barely had time to rejoin me when 3 duffel-coated figures came hurrying up an adjacent gangway, turned in our direction, and stopped when they reached us. The tallest of the 3 tall men, a lean, rangy character with wheat-coloured hair, and a definite look of a man who ought to have had a horse between his legs, stood slightly in advance of the other 2. Commander Swanson gestured towards him. "Lieutenant Hanson, my executive officer. He'll look after you till I get back." The commander certainly knew how to choose his words. "I don't need looking after," I said mildly. "I'm all grown up now, and I hardly ever feel lonely." "I shall be as quick as I can, Dr. Carpenter," Swanson said. He hurried off down the gangway, and I gazed thoughtfully after him. I put out of my mind any idea I might have had about the commander U.S. Atlantic Submarines picking his captains from the benches in Central Park. I had tried to effect an entrance aboard Swanson's ship, and if such an entrance was unauthorized, he didn't want me taking off till he'd found out why. Hansen and his 2 men, I guessed, would be the 3 biggest sailors on the ship. The ship. I stared down at the great black shape lying almost at my feet. This was my first sight of a nuclear engine submarine, and the Dolphin was like no submarine that I had ever seen. She was about the same length as a World War II long-range ocean-going submarine, but there all resemblance ceased. Her diameter was at least twice that of any conventional submarine. Instead of having the vaguely boat-shaped lines of her predecessors, the Dolphin was almost perfectly cylindrical in design. Instead of the usual V-shaped bows, her forend was completely hemispherical. There was no deck as such. The rounded sheer of sides and bows rose smoothly to the top of the hull, then fell as smoothly away again, leaving only a very narrow fore and aft working space, so dangerously treacherous in its slippery convexity that it was permanently railed off in harbour. About 100 feet back from the bows, the slender yet massive conning tower reared over 20 feet above the deck, for all the world like the great dorsal fin of some monstrous shark. Halfway up the sides of the conning tower, and thrust out stubbily at right angles, were the swept-back auxiliary diving planes of the submarine. I tried to see what lay farther aft, but the fog and the thickening snow swirling down from the north of Loch Long defeated me. Anyway, I was losing interest. I'd only a thin raincoat over my clothes, and I could feel my skin starting to goose-flesh under the chill fingers of that winter wind. "Nobody said anything about us having to freeze to death," I said to Hansen. "That naval canteen there. Would your principles prevent you from accepting a cup of coffee from Dr. Carpenter, that well-known espionage agent?" He grinned and said, "When the matter of coffee, friend, I have no principles, especially tonight. Someone should have warned us about these Scottish winters." He not only looked like a cowboy, he talked like one. I was an expert on cowboys, as I was sometimes too tired to rise to switch off the TV set. "Rawlings, go tell the captain that we are sheltering from the elements." While Rawlings went to the dockside phone, Hansen led the way to the nearby neon-lit canteen. He let me precede him through the door, then made for the counter while the other sailor, a red-complexioned character about the size and shape of a polar bear, nudged me gently into an angled bench seat in one corner of the room. They weren't taking too many chances with me. Hansen came and sat on the other side of me, and when Rawlings returned, he sat squarely in front of me across the table. "As neat a job of corralling as I've seen for a long time," I said approvingly. "You've got nasty, suspicious minds, haven't you?" "You wrong us," Hansen said sadly. "We're just 3 friendly, sociable guys carrying out our orders. It's Commander Swanson who has the nasty, suspicious mind. Isn't that so, Rawlings?" "Yes, indeed, Lieutenant," Rawlings said gravely. "Very security-minded, the captain is." I tried again. "Isn't this very inconvenient for you?" I asked. "I mean, I should have thought that every man would have been urgently required aboard if you're due to sail in less than 2 hours' time." "You just keep on talking, Doc," Hansen said encouragingly. But there was nothing encouraging about his cold blue Arctic eyes. "I'm a right good listener." "Looking forward to your trip up to the ice pack?" I inquired pleasantly. They operated on the same wavelength, all right. They didn't even look at one another. In perfect unison, they all hitched themselves a couple of inches closer to me, and there was nothing imperceptible about the way they did it either. Hansen waited, smiling in a pleasantly relaxed fashion, until the waitress had deposited 4 steaming mugs of coffee on the table, then said in the same encouraging tone, "Come again, friend? Nothing we like to hear better than top-classified information being bandied about in canteens. How the hell do you know where we're going?" I reached up my hand beneath my coat lapel, and it stayed there, my right wrist locked in Hansen's right hand. "We're not suspicious or anything," he said apologetically. It's just that we submariners are very nervous on account of the dangerous life we lead. Also, we've a very fine library of films aboard the Dolphin, and every time a character in one of those films reaches up under his coat, it's always for the same reason. And that's not just because he's checking to see if his wallet's still there. I took his wrist with my free hand, pulled his arm away, and pushed it down on the table. I'm not saying it was easy. The U.S. Navy clearly fed its submariners on a high-protein diet, but I managed it without bursting a blood vessel. I pulled a folded newspaper out from under my coat and laid it down. You wanted to know how the hell I knew where you were going, I said. I can read, that's why. That's a Glasgow evening paper I picked up in Renfrew Airport half an hour ago. Hansen rubbed his wrist thoughtfully, then grinned. What did you get your doctorate in, Doc? Weightlifting? About that paper. How could you have got it in Renfrew half an hour ago? I flew down here, helicopter. A whirly bird, huh? I heard one arriving a few minutes ago. But that was one of ours. It had U.S. Navy written all over it in 4-foot letters, I conceded. And the pilot spent all his time chewing gum and praying out loud for a quick return to California. Will you tell the skipper this? Hansen demanded. He didn't give me a chance to tell him anything. He's got a lot in his mind, and far too much to see to, Hansen said. He unfolded the paper and looked at the front page. He didn't have far to look to find what he wanted. The 2-inch banner headlines were spread over 7 columns. Well, would you look at this? Lieutenant Hansen made no attempt to conceal his irritation and chagrin. Here we are pussyfooting around in this godforsaken dump, sticking plaster all over our mouths, sworn to eternal secrecy about mission and destination, and then what? I pick up this blasted limey newspaper, and here are all the top-secret details plastered right across the front page. You're kidding, Lieutenant, said the man with the red face and the general aspect of a polar bear. His voice seemed to come from his boots. I am not kidding, Zabrinsky, Hansen said coldly, as you would appreciate if you had ever learned to read. Nuclear submarine to the rescue, it says. Dramatic dash to the North Pole. God help us, the North Pole. And a picture of the Dolphin and of the skipper. Good Lord, there's even a picture of me. Rawlings reached out a hairy paw and twisted the paper to have a better look at the blurred and smudged representation of the man before him. So there is. Not very flattering, is it, Lieutenant? But a speaking likeness, mind you, a speaking likeness. The photographer has caught the essentials perfectly. You are utterly ignorant of the first principles of photography, Hansen said witheringly. Listen to this lot. The following joint statement was issued simultaneously a few minutes before noon, GMT today, in both London and Washington. In view of the critical condition of the survivors of Drift Ice Station Zebra and the failure either to rescue or contact them by conventional means, the United States Navy has willingly agreed that the United States nuclear submarine Dolphin be dispatched with all speed to try to effect contact with the survivors. The Dolphin returned to its base in the Holy Loch, Scotland at dawn this morning, after carrying out extensive exercises with the NATO naval forces in the Eastern Atlantic. It is hoped that the Dolphin, Commander James D. Swanson, USN commanding, will sail at approximately 7 p.m. GMT this evening. The laconic understatement of this communiqué heralds the beginning of a desperate and dangerous rescue attempt which must be without parallel in the history of the sea or the Arctic. It is now 60 hours. Desperate, you said, Lieutenant. Rawlings frowned heavily. Dangerous, you said. The captain will be asking for volunteers? No need. I told the captain that I'd already checked with all 88 enlisted men, and that they'd volunteered to a man. You never checked with me. I must have missed you out. Now kindly climb up, your executive officer is talking. It is now 60 hours since the world was electrified to learn of the disaster which had struck Drift Ice Station Zebra, the only British meteorological station in the Arctic, when an English-speaking ham radio operator in Bodo, Norway, picked up the faint SOS from the top of the world. A further message, picked up less than 24 hours ago by the British trawler Morning Star in the Barents Sea, makes it clear that the position of the survivors of the fuel oil fire that destroyed most of Drift Ice Station Zebra in the early hours of Tuesday morning is desperate in the extreme. With their oil fuel reserves completely destroyed and their food stores all but wiped out, it is feared that those still living cannot long be expected to survive in the 20 below temperatures, 50 degrees of frost, at present being experienced in that area. It is not known whether all the prefabricated huts in which the expedition members lived have been destroyed. Drift Ice Station Zebra, which was established only in the late summer of this year, is at present in an estimated position of 84 degrees 40 minutes north, 21 degrees 30 minutes east, which is only about 300 miles from the North Pole. Its position cannot be known with certainty because of the clockwise drift of the polar ice pack. For the past 30 hours, long-range supersonic bombers of the American, British, and Russian air forces have been scouring the polar ice pack searching for Station Zebra. Because of the uncertainty about the drift station's actual position, the complete absence of daylight in the Arctic at this time of year, and the extremely bad weather conditions, they were unable to locate the station and forced to return. They didn't have to locate it, Rawlings objected. Not visually. With the instruments those bombers have nowadays, they could home in on a hummingbird 100 miles away. The radio operator in the drift station had only to keep on sending, and they could have used that as a beacon. Maybe the radio operator is dead, Hansen said heavily. Maybe his radio is packed up on him. Maybe the fuel that was destroyed was essential for running the radio. All depends what source of power he used. Diesel electric generator, I said. He had a standby battery of Neef cells. Maybe he's conserving the batteries, using them only for emergencies. And there's also a hand-cranked generator, but its range is pretty limited. How do you know that? Hansen asked quietly. About the type of power used. I must have read it somewhere. You must have read it somewhere. He looked at me without expression, then turned back to his paper. A report from Moscow, he read on, states that the atomic engine Dvina, the world's most powerful icebreaker, sailed from Murmansk some 20 hours ago and is proceeding at high speed towards the Arctic pack. Experts are not hopeful about the outcome, for at this late period of the year the ice pack has already thickened and compacted into a solid mass, which will almost certainly defy the efforts of any vessel, even those of the Dvina, to smash its way through. The use of the submarine Dolphin appears to offer the only slender hope of life for the apparently doomed survivors of Station Zebra. The odds against success must be regarded as heavy in the extreme. Not only will the Dolphin have to travel several hundred miles, continuously submerged under the polar ice cap, but the possibilities of it being able to break through the ice cap at any given place or to locate the survivors are very remote. But undoubtedly, if any ship in the world can do it, it is the Dolphin, the pride of the United States Navy's nuclear submarine fleet. Hansen broke off and read on silently for a minute. Then he said, that's about all. A story giving all the known details of the Dolphin. That and a lot of ridiculous rubbish about the enlisted man in the Dolphin's crew being the elite of the cream of the U.S. Navy. Rawlings looked wounded. Zabrinsky, the polar bear with the red face, grinned, fished out a pack of cigarettes and passed them around. Then he became serious again and said, what are those crazy guys doing up there at the top of the world anyway? Meteorological, lunkhead, Rawlings informed him. Didn't you hear the lieutenant say so? A big word, mind you, he conceded generously. But he made a pretty fair stab at it. A weather station to you, Zabrinsky. I still say they're crazy guys, Zabrinsky rumbled. Why did they do it, Lieutenant? Well, I suggest you ask Dr. Carpenter about it, Hansen said dryly. He stared through the plate glass windows at the snow whirling greyly through the gathering darkness, his eyes bleak and remote, as if he were already visualizing the doomed men drifting to their death in the frozen immensity of the polar ice cap. I think he knows a great deal more about it than I do. I know a little, I admitted. There's nothing mysterious or sinister about what I know. Meteorologists now regard the Arctic and the Antarctic as the two great weather factories of the world. The areas primarily responsible for the weather that affects the rest of the hemisphere. We already know a fair amount about Antarctic conditions, but practically nothing about the Arctic. So, we pick a suitable ice floe, fill it with huts crammed with technicians and all sorts of instruments, and let them drift around the top of the world for 6 months or so. Your own people have already set up 2 or 3 of those stations. The Russians have set up at least 10, to the best of my knowledge, most of them in the East Siberian Sea. How do they establish those camps, Doc? Rawlings asked. Different ways. Your people prefer to establish them in wintertime, when the pack freezes up enough for plane landings to be made. Someone flies out, usually from Point Barrow in Alaska, and searches around the polar pack till they find a suitable ice floe. Even when the ice is compacted and frozen together into one solid mass, an expert can tell which pieces are going to remain as good-sized floes when the thaw comes and the break-in begins. Then they fly out all huts, equipment, stores, and men by ski plane, and gradually build the place up. The Russians prefer to use a ship in summertime. They generally use the Lenin, a nuclear-engined icebreaker. It just batters its way into the summer pack, dumps everything and everybody on the ice, and takes off before the big freeze-up starts. We used the same technique for Drift Ice Station Zebra, our one and only ice station. The Russians lent us the Lenin. All countries are only too willing to cooperate on meteorological research, as everyone benefits by it, and took us pretty deep into the ice pack, north of Franz Joseph Land. Zebra has already moved a good bit from its original position, the polar ice cap, just sitting on top of the Arctic Ocean. Can't quite manage to keep up with the west-east spin of the Earth, so that it has a slow westward movement in relation to the Earth's crust. At the present moment, it's about 400 miles due north of Spitsbergen. They're still crazy, Zabrinski said. He was silent for a moment, then looked speculatively at me. You in the line Navy, Doc? You must forgive Zabrinski's manners, Dr. Carpenter, Rawlings said coldly. But he's been denied the advantages that the rest of us take for granted. I understand he was born in the Bronx. No offense, Zabrinski said equably. Royal Navy, I meant. Are you, Doc? Attached to it, you might say. Loosely, no doubt, Rawlings nodded. Why so keen on an Arctic holiday, Doc? Mighty cool up there, I can tell you. Because the men on Drift Station Zebra are going to be badly in need of medical aid. If there are any survivors, that is. We got our own medico on board, and he's no slouch with a stethoscope, or so I've heard from several who have survived his treatment. A well-spoken-of quack. Doctor, you ill-mannered lout, Zabrinski said severely. That's what I meant, Rawlings apologized. It's not often that I get the chance to talk to an educated man like myself, and it just kind of slipped out. The point is, the Dolphin's already all buttoned up on the medical side. I'm sure it is, I smiled. But any survivors we might find are going to be suffering from advanced exposure, frostbite, and probably gangrene. The treatment of those is rather a speciality of mine. Is it now? Rawlings surveyed the depths of his coffee cup. I wonder how a man gets to be a specialist in those things. Hansen stirred and withdrew his gaze from the darkly white world beyond the canteen windows. Dr. Carpenter is not on trial for his life, he said mildly. The counsel for prosecution will kindly pack it in. They packed it in. This air of easy familiarity between officer and men, the easy camaraderie, the mutually tolerant disparagement with the deceptively misleading overtones of knockabout comedy, was something very rare in my experience, but not unique. I'd seen it before, in first-line RAF bomber crews, a relationship found only among a close-knit, close-living group of superbly trained experts, each of whom is keenly aware of their complete interdependence. The casually informal and familiar attitude was a token not of the lack of discipline, but of the complete reverse. It was the token of a very high degree of self-discipline, of the regard one man held for another, not only as a highly skilled technician in his own field, but also as a human being. It was clear, too, that a list of unwritten rules governed their conduct. Offhand, and frequently completely lacking in outward respect, though Rawlings and Zabriskie were in their attitudes towards Lieutenant Hansen, there was an invisible line of propriety, over which it was inconceivable that they would ever step. For Hansen's part, he scrupulously avoided any use of his authority when making disparaging remarks at the expense of the two enlisted men. It was also clear, as now, who was boss. Rawlings and Zabriskie stopped questioning me, and had just embarked upon an enthusiastic discussion of the demerits of the Holy Loch in particular, and Scotland in general as a submarine base, when a jeep swept past the canteen windows, the snow whirling whitely, thickly through the swathe of their headlights. Rawlings jumped to his feet in mid-sentence, then subsided slowly and thoughtfully into his chair. "The plot," he announced, "thickens." "You saw who it was?" Hansen asked. "I did indeed. Andy Bandy, no less." "I didn't hear that, Rawlings," Hansen said coldly. "Vice Admiral John Garvey, United States Navy, sir." "Andy Bandy, eh?" Hansen said pensively. He grinned at me. "Admiral Garvey, officer commanding U.S. naval forces in NATO. Now this is very interesting, I submit. I wonder what he's doing here." "World War III has just broken out," Rawlings announced. "It's just about time for the Admiral's first martini of the day, and no less a crisis. He didn't by any chance fly down with you in that chopper from Renfrew this afternoon?" Hansen interrupted shrewdly. "No." "You know him by any chance?" "Never heard of him until now." "Curiouser and curiouser," Hansen murmured. A few minutes passed in desultory talk. The minds of Hansen and his two men were obviously very much on the reason for the arrival of Admiral Garvey. And then a snow-filled gust of chilled air swept into the canteen, as the door opened and a blue-coated sailor came in and crossed to our table. "The captain's compliments, Lieutenant. Would you bring Dr. Carpenter to his cabin, please?" Hansen nodded, rose to his feet and led the way outside. The snow was beginning to lie now. The darkness was coming down fast, and the wind from the north was bitingly chill. Hansen made for the nearest gangway, halted at its head as he saw seamen and dockyard workers, insubstantial and spectral figures in the swirling floodlit snow, carefully easing a slug torpedo down the forward hatch, turned and headed towards the after gangway. We clambered down, and at the foot Hansen said, "Watch your step, Doc. It's a mite slippery hereabouts." It was all that. But with the thought of the ice-cold waters of the Holy Loch waiting for me if I put a foot wrong, I made no mistake. We passed through the hooped canvas shelter covering the afterhatch, and dropped down a steep metal ladder into a warm, scrupulously clean and gleaming engine room, packed with a baffling complexity of grey-painted machinery and instrument panels, its every corner brightly illuminated with shadowless, fluorescent lighting. "Not going to blindfold me, Lieutenant?" I asked. "No need," he grinned. "If you're on the up and up, it's not necessary. If you're not on the up and up, it's still not necessary. For you can't talk about what you've seen, not to anyone that matters, if you're going to spend the next few years staring out from behind a set of prison bars." I saw his point. I followed him forward, our feet soundless on the black rubber decking, past the tops of a couple of huge machines, readily identifiable as turbo-generator sets for producing electricity. More heavy banks of instruments, a door, then a 30-foot-long, very narrow passageway. As we passed along its length, I was conscious of a heavy, vibrating hum from beneath my feet. The Dolphin's nuclear reactor had to be somewhere. This would be it, here, directly beneath us. There were circular hatches on the passageway deck, and those could only be covers for the heavily leaded glass windows, inspection ports which would provide the nearest and only approach to the nuclear furnace far below. The end of the passage, another heavily clipped door, and then we were into what was obviously the control center of the Dolphin. To the left was a partitioned-off radio room. To the right, a battery of machines and dialed panels of incomprehensible purpose. Straight ahead, a big chart table. Beyond that again, in the center, were massive mast housings, and still farther on, the periscope stand with its twin periscopes. The whole control room was twice the size of any I'd ever seen in a conventional submarine. But even so, every square inch of bulkhead space seemed to be taken up by one type or another of highly complicated-looking machines or instrument banks. Even the deckhead was almost invisible, lost to sight above thickly twisted festoons of wires, cables and pipes of a score of different kinds. The forward port side of the control room was for all the world like a replica of the flight deck of a modern multi-engined jet airliner. There were two separate yoke aircraft-type control columns facing onto banks of hooded, calibrated dials. Behind the yokes were two padded leather chairs. Each chair, I could see, fitted with safety belts to hold the helmsman in place. I wondered vaguely what type of violent maneuvers the Dolphin might be capable of when such safety belts were obviously considered essential to strap the helmsman down. Opposite the control platform, on the other side of the passageway leading forward from the control room, was a second partitioned-off room. There was no indication what this might be, and I wasn't given time to wonder. Hansen hurried down the passage, stopped at the first door on his left, and knocked. The door opened, and Commander Swanson appeared. "Ah, there you are. Sorry you have been kept waiting, Dr. Carpenter. We're sailing at 6:30, John." This to Hansen. "You can have everything buttoned up by then?" "Depends how quickly the loading of the torpedoes goes, Captain." "We are taking only 6 aboard." Hansen lifted an eyebrow and made no comment. He said, "Loading them into the tubes?" "In the racks. They have to be worked on." "No spares?" "No spares." Hansen nodded and left. Swanson led me into his cabin and closed the door behind him. Commander Swanson's cabin was bigger than a telephone booth, I'll say that for it, but not all that much bigger to shout about. A built-in bunk, a folding wash basin, a small writing bureau and chair, a folding camp stool, a locker, some calibrated repeater instrument dials above the bunk, and that was it. If you tried to perform the twist in there, you'd have fractured yourself in a dozen places without ever moving your feet from the center of the floor. "Dr. Carpenter," Swanson said, "I'd like you to meet Admiral Garvey, Commander U.S. NATO Naval Forces." Admiral Garvey put down the glass he was holding in his hand, rose from the only chair and stretched out his hand. As he stood with his feet together, the far from negligible clearance between his knees made it easy to understand the latter part of his Andy Bandy nickname. Like Hansen, he'd have been at home on the range. He was a tall, florid-faced man with white hair, white eyebrows, and a twinkle in the blue eyes below. He had that certain indefinable something about him common to all senior naval officers the world over, irrespective of race or nationality. "I'm glad to meet you, Dr. Carpenter. Sorry for the, lukewarm reception you received, but Commander Swanson was perfectly within his rights in acting as he did." "His men have looked after you?" "They permitted me to buy them a cup of coffee in the canteen." He smiled. "Opportunists all, those nuclear men. I feel that the good name of American hospitality is in danger. Whiskey, Dr. Carpenter." "I thought American naval ships were dry, sir." "So they are, my boy, so they are. Except for a little medicinal alcohol, of course. My personal supply." He produced a hip flask, about the size of a canteen, reached for a convenient tooth glass. Before venturing into the remoter fastnesses of the Highlands of Scotland, the prudent man takes the necessary precautions. "I have to make an apology to you, Dr. Carpenter." I saw your Admiral Hewson in London last night, and had intended to be here this morning, to persuade Commander Swanson here to take you aboard. But I was delayed. Persuade, sir. Persuade. He sighed. Our nuclear submarine captains, Dr. Carpenter, are a touchy and difficult bunch. From the proprietary attitude they adopt towards their submarines, you'd think that each one of them was a majority shareholder in the Electric Boat Company of Groton, where most of the boats are built. He raised his glass. Success to the commander and yourself. I hope you manage to find those poor devils, but I don't give you one chance in 1,000. I think we'll find them, sir. Or Commander Swanson will. What makes you so sure? He added slowly. Hunch? You could call it that. He laid down his glass, and his eyes were no longer twinkling. Admiral Hewson was most evasive about you, I must say. Who are you, Carpenter? What are you? Surely he told you, Admiral. Just a doctor attached to the Navy to carry out a naval doctor? Well, not exactly. A civilian, is it? I nodded, and the Admiral and Swanson exchanged looks which they were at no pains at all to conceal from me. If they were happy at the prospect of having aboard America's latest and most secret submarine a man who was not only a foreigner, but a civilian to boot, they were hiding it well. Admiral Garvey said, "Well, go on." "Oh, that's all. I carry out environmental health studies for the services. How men react to extremes of environmental conditions, such as in the Arctic or the tropics. How they react to conditions of weightlessness in simulated spaceflight, or to the extremes of pressure when having to escape from submarines. Mainly, submarines." Admiral Garvey pounced on the word. "You have been to sea in submarines, Dr. Carpenter. Really sailed in them, I mean." "I had to. We found that simulated tank escapes were no substitute for the real thing." The Admiral and Swanson looked unhappier than ever. A foreigner, bad. A foreign civilian, worse. But a foreign civilian with at least a working knowledge of submarines, terrible. I didn't have to be beaten over the head to see their point of view. I would have felt just as unhappy in their shoes. "What's your interest in Drift Ice Station Zebra, Dr. Carpenter?" Admiral Garvey asked bluntly. "The Admiralty asked me to go there, sir." So I gather, Garvey said wearily. "Admiral Hewson made that quite plain to me already." "Why you, Carpenter?" "I have some knowledge of the Arctic, sir. I'm supposed to be an expert on the medical treatment of men subjected to prolonged exposure, frostbite and gangrene. I might be able to save lives or limbs that your own doctor aboard might not." "I could have half a dozen such experts here in a few hours," Garvey said evenly. "Regular serving officers of the United States Navy at that." "That's not enough, Carpenter." This was becoming difficult. I tried again. I said, "I know Drift Station Zebra. I helped select the site. I helped establish the camp." "And you still claim you're just an ordinary doctor?" "My duties are flexible, sir." "I'll say they are." "Well then, Carpenter, if you're just a common or garden sawbones, how do you explain this?" He picked a signal from the table and handed it to me. "This has just arrived in reply to Commander Swanson's radioed query to Washington about you." I looked at the signal. It read, "Dr. Neil Carpenter's bona fides beyond question. He may be taken into your fullest, repeat, fullest confidence. He is to be extended every facility and all aid short of actually endangering the safety of your submarine and the lives of your crew." It was signed by the Director of Naval Operations. Very civil of the Director of Naval Operations, I must say. I handed back the signal. "With a character reference like this, what are you worrying about? That ought to satisfy anyone." "It doesn't satisfy me," Garvey said heavily. "The ultimate responsibility for the safety of the Dolphin is mine. This signal, more or less, gives you carte blanche to behave as you like, to ask Commander Swanson to act in ways that might be contrary to his better judgment. And I can't have that. Does it matter what you can or can't have? You have your orders. Why don't you obey them? He didn't hit me. He didn't even bat an eyelid. He wasn't activated by pique about the fact that he wasn't privy to the reason for the seeming mystery of my presence there. He was genuinely concerned about the safety of the submarine. He said, "If I think it more important that the Dolphin should remain on an active war footing rather than go herring off on a wild goose chase to the Arctic, or if I think you constitute a danger to the submarine, I can countermand the DNO's orders. I'm the C&C on the spot, and I am not satisfied." This was damnably awkward. He meant every word he said, and he didn't look the type who would give a hoot for the consequences if he believed himself to be in the right. I looked at both men, looked at them slowly and speculatively. The unmistakable gaze, I hoped, of a man who was weighing others in the balance. What I was really doing was thinking up a suitable story that would satisfy both. After I had given enough time to my weighing up and my thinking, I dropped my voice a few decibels and said, "Is that door soundproof?" "More or less," Swanson said. He'd lowered his own voice to match mine. "I won't insult either of you by swearing you to secrecy or any such rubbish," I said quietly. "I want to put on record the fact that what I'm about to tell you, I am telling you under duress, under Admiral Garvey's threat to refuse me transport if I don't comply with his wishes." "There will be no repercussions," Garvey said. "How do you know?" "Well, not that it matters now." "Well, gentlemen, the facts are these. Drift Ice Station Zebra is officially classed as an Air Ministry meteorological station. Well, it belongs to the Air Ministry, all right, but there's not more than a couple of qualified meteorologists among its entire personnel. Admiral Garvey refilled the tooth glass and passed it to me without a word, without a flicker of change in his expression. The old boy certainly knew how to play it cool. "What you will find there," I went on, "are some of the most highly skilled men in the world in the fields of radar, radio, infrared and electronic computers, operating the most advanced instruments ever used in those fields. We know now, never mind how, the countdown succession of signals the Russians use in the last minute before launching a missile. There's a huge dish aerial in Zebra that can pick up and amplify any such signals within seconds of it beginning. Then long-range radar and infrared home in on that bearing, and within 3 minutes of the rocket's liftoff, they have its height, speed, and course pinpointed to an infinitesimal degree of error. The computers do this, of course. 1 minute later, the information is in the hands of all the anti-missile stations between Alaska and Greenland. 1 minute more, and solid-fuel infrared homing anti-missile rockets are on their way. Then the enemy missiles will be intercepted and harmlessly destroyed, while still high over the Arctic regions. If you look at a map, you will see that in its present position, Drift Ice Station Zebra is sitting practically on Russia's missile doorstep. It's hundreds of miles in advance of the present DEW line, the distant early warning system. Anyway, it renders the DEW line obsolete. "I am only the office boy around these parts," Garvey said quietly. "I have never heard of any of this before." I wasn't surprised. I'd never heard any of it myself either, not until I'd just thought it up a moment ago. Commander Swanson's reactions, if and when we ever got to Drift Station Zebra, were going to be very interesting. But I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. At present, my only concern was to get there. "Outside the drift station itself," I said, "I doubt if a dozen people in the world know what goes on there. But now you know, and you can appreciate how vitally important it is to the free world that this base be maintained in being. If anything has happened to it, we want to find out just as quickly as possible what has happened, so that we can get it operating again. I still maintain that you're no ordinary doctor, Garvey smiled. Commander Swanson, how soon can you get underway? Finish loading the torpedoes, move alongside the Hunley, load some final food stores, pick up extra Arctic clothing, and that's it, sir. Just like that. You said you wanted to make a slow-time dive out in the lock to check the planes and adjust the underwater trim. Those missing torpedoes up front are going to make a difference, you know. That's before I heard Dr. Carpenter. Now I want to get up there just as fast as he does, sir. I'll see if immediate trim checks are necessary. If not, we can carry them out at sea. It's your boat, Garvey acknowledged. Where are you going to accommodate Dr. Carpenter, by the way? There's space for a cot in the execs and engineers' cabin. He smiled at me. I've already had your suitcase put in there. Did you have much trouble with the lock? I inquired. He had the grace to color slightly. It's the first time I've ever seen a combination lock on a suitcase, he admitted. It was that, more than anything else, and the fact that we couldn't open it, that made the Admiral and myself so suspicious. I've still one or two things to discuss with the Admiral, so I'll take you to your quarters now. Dinner will be at 8 tonight. I'd rather skip dinner, thanks. No one ever gets sick on the Dolphin, I can assure you. Swanson smiled. I'd appreciate the chance to sleep instead. I've had no sleep for almost 3 days, and I've been traveling non-stop for the past 50 hours. I'm just tired, that's all. Oh, that's a fair amount of traveling, Swanson smiled. He seemed almost always to be smiling, and I supposed vaguely that there would be some people foolish enough to take that smile always at its face value. Where were you 50 hours ago, Doctor? In the Antarctic. Admiral Garvey gave me a very old-fashioned look indeed, but he let it go at that. Chapter 2. When I awoke, I was still heavy with sleep, the heaviness of a man who has slept for a long time. My watch said 9:30, and I knew it must be the next morning, not the same evening. I had been asleep for 15 hours. The cabin was quite dark. I rose, fumbled for the light switch, found it, and looked around. Neither Hanson nor the engineer officer was there. They must have come in after I had gone to sleep and left before I woke. I looked around some more, and then I listened. I was suddenly conscious of the almost complete quiet, the stillness, the entire lack of any perceptible motion. I might have been in the bedroom of my own house. What had gone wrong? What hold-up had occurred? Why, in God's name, weren't we underway? I'd have sworn the previous night that Commander Swanson had been just as conscious of the urgency as I had been. I had a quick wash in the folding Pullman-type basin, passed up the need for a shave, pulled on shirt, trousers and shoes, and went outside. A few feet away, a door opened to starboard off the passage. I went along and walked in. The officer's wardroom, without a doubt, with one of them still at breakfast, slowly munching his way through a huge plateful of steak, eggs, and French fries, glancing at a magazine in a leisurely fashion, and giving every impression of a man enjoying life to the luxurious full. He was about my own age, big, inclined to fat, a common condition I was to find among the entire crew who ate so well and exercised so little, with close-cropped black hair already greying at the temples and a cheerful, intelligent face. He caught sight of me, rose, and stretched out a hand. Dr. Carpenter, it must be. Welcome to the wardroom. I'm Benson. Take a seat. Take a seat. I said something appropriate but quick, then asked, What's wrong? What's been the hold-up? Why aren't we underway? That's the trouble with the world today, Benson said mournfully. Rush, rush, rush. And where does all the hurry get them? I'll tell you. Excuse me, I must see the captain. I turned to leave, but he laid a hand on my arm. Relax, Dr. Carpenter. We are at sea. Take a seat. At sea? On the level? I don't feel a thing. You never do when you're 300 feet down. Maybe 400. I don't, he said expansively, concern myself with those trifles. I'll leave them to the mechanics. Mechanics? The captain, engineer, officer, people like those. He waved a hand in a generously vague gesture to indicate the largeness of the concept he understood by the term mechanics. You hungry? We've cleared the Clyde. Unless the Clyde extends too well beyond the north of Scotland, the answer to that is yes, we have. Come again. He grinned. At the last check, we were well into the Norwegian Sea, about the latitude of Bergen. This is still only Tuesday morning. I don't know if I look stupid. I certainly felt it. It's still only Tuesday morning, he laughed. And if you can work out from that what kind of speed we have been making in the last 15 hours, we'd all be obliged if you'd keep it to yourself. He leaned back in his seat and lifted his voice. Henry! A steward, white-jacketed, appeared from what I took to be the pantry. He was a tall, thin character with a dark complexion and the long, lugubrious face of a dyspeptic spaniel. He looked at Benson and said in a meaningful voice, "Another plate of French fries, Duck?" "You know very well that I never have more than one helping of that carbohydrated rubbish," Benson said with dignity. "Not at least for breakfast." "Henry, this is Dr. Carpenter." "Howdy," Henry said agreeably. "A breakfast, Henry," Benson said. "And remember, Dr. Carpenter is a Britisher. We don't want him leaving with a low opinion of the chow served up in the United States Navy." "If anyone aboard this ship has a low opinion of the food," Henry said darkly, "they hide it pretty well. Breakfast, the works, right away." "Well, not the works, for heaven's sake," I said. "There are some things we decadent Britishers can't face up to first thing in the morning. One of them is French fries." He nodded approvingly and left. I said, "Dr. Benson, I gather." "Resident medical officer aboard the Dolphin, no less," he admitted. "The one who's had his professional competence called into question by having a competing practitioner called in. I'm along for the ride. I assure you, not competing with anyone." "I know you're not," he said quickly, too quickly. Quickly enough so that I could see Swanson's hand in this. Could see him telling his officers to lay off quizzing Carpenter too much. I wondered again what Swanson was going to say when and if we ever arrived at the drift station, and he found out just how fluent a liar I was. Benson went on smiling. "There's no call for even one medico aboard this boat, far less two." "You're not overworked." From the leisurely way he was going about his breakfast, it seemed unlikely. "Overworked? I have sick bay call once a day, and no one ever turns up, except the morning after we arrive in port with a long cruise behind us, and then there are liable to be a few sore heads around. My main job, and what is supposed to be my speciality, is checking on radiation and atmosphere pollution of one kind or another. In the olden submarine days, the atmosphere used to get pretty foul after only a few hours submerged, but we have to stay down for months, if necessary." He grinned. "Neither job is very exacting. We issue each member of the crew with a dosimeter and periodically check a film badge for radiation dosage, which is invariably less than you'd get sitting on the beach on a moderately warm day. The atmospheric problem is even easier. Carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide are the only things we have to worry about. We have a scrubbing machine that absorbs the breathed-out carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and pumps it out into the sea. Carbon monoxide, which we could more or less eliminate if we forbade cigarette smoking, only we don't want a mutiny on our hands when we're 300 feet down, is burned to monoxide by a special heater and then scrubbed as usual. And even that hardly worries me. I've a very competent engineman who keeps those machines in tip-top condition." He sighed. "I've a surgery here that will delight your heart, Dr. Carpenter. Operating table, dentist chair, the lot. And the biggest crisis I've had yet is a cigarette burn between the fingers sustained by a cook who fell asleep during one of the lectures. Lectures? Well, I've got to do something if I'm not to go round the bend. I spend a couple of hours a day keeping up with all the latest medical literature. But what good is that if you don't get a chance to practice it? So I lecture. I read up about places we're going to visit, and everyone listens to those talks. I give lectures on general health and hygiene, and some of them listen to those. I give lectures on the perils of overeating and under-exercise, and no one listens to those. I don't listen to them myself. It was during one of those that the cook got burned. That's why our friend Henry, the steward, adopts his superior and critical attitude toward the eating habits of those who should obviously be watching their eating habits. He eats as much as any two men aboard, but owing to some metabolic defect he remains as thin as a rick. Claims it's all due to dieting. It all sounds a bit less rigorous than the life of the average GP. It is. It is. He brightened. But I've got one job, a hobby to me, that the average GP can't have. The ice machine. I've made myself an expert on that. What does Henry think about it? What? Henry? He laughed. Not that kind of ice machine. I'll show you later. Henry brought food, and I'd have liked a maître d'hôtel of some allegedly 5-star hotels in London to be there to see what a breakfast should be like. When I'd finished and told Benson that I didn't see that his lectures on the dangers of overweight were going to get him very far, he said, "Commander Swanson said you might like to see over the ship. I am at your complete disposal. Very kind of you both. But first I'd like to shave, dress, and have a word with the captain." "Shave, if you like. No one insists on it. As for dress, shirt and pants are the rig of the day here. And the captain told me to tell you that he'd let you know immediately anything came through that could possibly be of any interest to you." So I shaved, and then had Benson take me on a conducted tour of this city under the sea. The Dolphin, I had to admit, made any British submarine I'd ever seen look like a relic from the Ice Age. To begin with, the sheer size of the vessel was staggering. So big had the hull to be to accommodate the huge nuclear reactor that it had internal accommodation equivalent to that of a 3,000-ton surface ship, with 3 decks instead of the usual 1 and lower hold found in the conventional submarine. The size, combined with the clever use of pastel paints for all the accommodation spaces, working spaces, and passageways, gave an overwhelming impression of lightness, airiness, and above all, spaciousness. He took me first, inevitably, to his sick bay. It was at once the smallest and most comprehensively equipped surgery I'd ever seen. Whether a man wanted a major operation or just a tooth filled, he could have himself accommodated there. Neither clinical nor utilitarian, however, was the motif Benson had adopted for the decoration of the one bulkhead in his surgery completely free from surgical or medical equipment of any kind. A series of film stills in color, featuring every cartoon character I'd ever seen, from Popeye to Pinocchio, with, as a 2-foot square centerpiece, an immaculately cravatted Yogi Bear, industriously sawing off from the top of a wooden signpost the first word of a legend which read, "Don't feed the bears." From deck to deckhead, the bulkhead was covered with them. "It makes a change from the usual pin-ups," I observed. "I get inundated with those, too," Benson said regretfully. "Film librarian, you know. Can't use them, supposed to be bad for discipline. However, lightens the morgue-like atmosphere, what? Cheers up the sick and suffering, I like to think, and distracts their attention while I turn up page 217 in the old textbook to find out what's the matter with them." From the surgery, we passed through the wardroom and officers' quarters and dropped down a deck to the crew's living quarters. Benson took me through the gleaming tiled washrooms, the immaculate bunk room, then into the crew's mess hall. "The heart of the ship," he announced. "Not the nuclear reactor, as the uninformed maintain, but here. Just look at it. Hi-fi, Jukebox, record player, coffee machine, ice cream machine, movie theater, library, and the home of all the card shops on the ship. What chance has a nuclear reactor against this lot? The old-time submariners would turn in their grave if they could see this. Compared to the prehistoric conditions they lived in, we must seem completely spoiled and ruined. Maybe we are. But then again, maybe we're not. The old boys never had to stay submerged for months at a time. This is also where I send them to sleep with my lectures on the evils of overeating. He raised his voice for the benefit of 7 or 8 men who were sitting about the tables, drinking coffee, smoking, and reading. You can observe for yourself, Dr. Carpenter, the effects of my lectures on dieting and keeping fit. Did you ever see a bunch of more out-of-condition, fat-bellied slobs in your life? The men grinned cheerfully. They were obviously well used to this sort of thing. Benson was exaggerating, and they knew it. Each of them looked as if he knew what to do with a knife and fork when he got them in his hands, but that was about as far as it went. All had a curious similarity. Big men and small men, the same characteristic as I'd seen in Zabriskie and Rawlings, an air of calmly relaxed competence, a cheerful imperturbability that marked them out as being the men apart that they undoubtedly were. Benson conscientiously introduced me to everyone, telling me exactly what their function aboard the ship was, and in turn informing them that I was a Royal Navy doctor along for an acclimatization trip. Swanson would have told him to say this. It was near enough the truth and would stop speculation on the reason for my presence there. Benson turned into a small compartment leading off the mess hall. The air purification room. This is Engineman Harrison. How's your box of tricks, Harrison? Oh, just fine, Doc, just fine. CO reading steady on 30 parts a million. He entered some figures up in a logbook. Benson signed it with a flourish, exchanged a few more remarks, and left. Half my day's toil done with one stroke of the pen, he observed. I take it you are not interested in inspecting sacks of wheat, sides of beef, bags of potatoes, and about 100 different varieties of canned goods? Not particularly. Why? The entire forward half of the deck beneath our feet, a storage hold really, is given up mainly to that. It seems an awful lot, I know. But then 100 men can get through an awful lot of food in 3 months, which is the minimum time we must be prepared to stay at sea if the need arises. We'll pass up the inspection of the stores. The sight of all that food just makes me feel I am fighting a losing battle all the time. And we'll have a look where the food's cooked. He led the way forward into the galley, a small square room, old tiles and glittering stainless steel. A tall, burly, white-coated cook turned at our entrance and grinned at Benson. You come to sample today's lunch, Doc? I have not, Benson said coldly. Dr. Carpenter, the chief cook, and my arch-enemy, Sam Maguire. What form does the excessive calories take that you are proposing to thrust down the throats of the crew today? No thrusting required, said Maguire happily. Cream soup, sirloin of beef, no less. Roast potatoes and as much apple pie as a man can cope with. All good, nourishing food. Benson shuddered. He made to leave the galley, stopped and pointed at a heavy bronze 10-inch tube that stood about 4 feet above the deck of the galley. It had a heavy hinged lid and screwed clamps to keep the lid in position. This might interest you, Dr. Carpenter. Guess what? A pressure cooker? Looks like it, doesn't it? This is our garbage disposal unit. In the old days, when a submarine had to surface every few hours, garbage disposal was no problem. You just tipped the stuff over the side. But when you spend weeks on end cruising at 300 feet, you can't just walk up to the upper deck and tip the waste over the side. Garbage disposal becomes quite a problem. This tube goes right down to the bottom of the Dolphin. There's a heavy, watertight door at the lower end corresponding to this one, with interlocking controls which make it impossible for both doors to be open at the same time. It would be curtains for the Dolphin if they were. Sam here, or one of his henchmen, sticks the garbage into nylon mesh or polythene bags, weighs them with bricks. Bricks, you said? Bricks. Sam, how many bricks aboard this ship? Just over 1,000 at the latest count, Doc. A regular builder's yard, aren't we? Benson grinned. Those bricks are to ensure that the garbage bags sink to the bottom of the sea and not float to the surface. Even in peacetime, we don't want to give our position away to anyone. In go 3 or 4 bags, the top door is clamped shut and the bags pumped out under pressure. And then the outer door is closed again, simple. Yes, for some reason or other, this odd contraption had a curious fascination for me. Days later, I was to remember my inexplicable interest in it, and wonder whether, after all, I wasn't becoming psychic with advancing years. It's not worth all that attention, Benson said good-humouredly. Just an up-to-date version of the old rubbish chute. Come on, a long way to go yet. He led the way from the galley to a heavy steel door set in a transverse bulkhead. 8 massive clips to release, then replace after we had passed through the doorway. The forward torpedo storage room. Benson's voice was lowered, for at least half of the 16 or so bunks that lined the bulkheads. All were jammed up close to the torpedoes, and racks were occupied, and every man occupying them was sound asleep. Only 6 torpedoes, as you can see. Normally there's stowage for 12, plus another 6 constantly kept loaded in the torpedo tubes. But those 6 are all we have just now. We had a malfunction in 2 of our torpedoes of the newest and more or less untested radio control type during the NATO exercises just ended, and Admiral Garvey ordered the lot removed for inspection when we got back to Holy Lock. The Hunley, that's our depot ship, carries experts for working on those things. However, they were no sooner taken off yesterday morning than this drift station operation came our way, and Commander Swanson insisted on having at least 6 of them put back on straight away. Benson grinned. If there's one thing a submarine skipper hates, it's putting to sea without his torpedoes. He feels he might just as well stay at home. Those torpedoes are still not operational. I don't know whether they are or not. Our sleeping warriors here will do their best to find out when they come to. Why aren't they working on them now? Because before our return to the Clyde, they were working on them for nearly 60 hours non-stop, trying to find out the cause of the malfunction, and if it existed in the other torpedoes. I told the skipper that if he wanted to blow up the Dolphin as good a way as any, was to let those torpedo men keep on working. They were starting to stagger around like zombies. And a zombie is the last person you want to have working on the highly complicated innards of a torpedo. So he pulled them off. He walked the length of the gleaming torpedoes and halted before another steel door in a cross bulkhead. He opened this, and beyond, 4 feet away, was another such heavy door set in another such bulkhead. The sills were about 18 inches above deck level. You don't take many chances in building these boats, do you? I asked. It's like breaking into the Bank of England. Being a nuclear sub doesn't mean that we're not as vulnerable to underwater hazards as the older ships, Benson said. We are. Ships have been lost before because the collision bulkhead gave way. The hull of the Dolphin can withstand terrific pressures, but a relatively minor tap from a sharp-edged object can rip us wide like an electric can opener. The biggest danger is surface collision, which nearly always happens at the bows. So, to make doubly sure in the event of a bows collision, we have those double collision bulkheads. The first submarine ever to have them. Makes fore and aft movement here a bit difficult, but you've no idea how much more soundly we all sleep at night. He closed the after door behind him and opened the forward one. We found ourselves in the forward torpedo room, a narrow, cramped compartment, barely long enough to permit torpedoes to be loaded or withdrawn from their tubes. Those tubes, with their heavy hinged rear doors, were arranged close together in 2 vertical banks of 3. Overhead were the loading rails with heavy chain tackles attached. And that was all. No bunks in here, and I didn't wonder. I wouldn't have liked to be the one to sleep forward of those collision bulkheads. We began to work our way aft, and had reached the mess hall when a sailor came up and said that the captain wanted to see me. I followed him up the wide central stairway to the control room, Dr. Benson a few paces behind to show that he wasn't being too inquisitive. Commander Swanson was waiting for me by the door of the radio room. "Morning, Doctor. Slept well?" 15 hours. What do you think? And breakfasted even better. What's up, Commander? Something was up, that was for sure. For once, Commander Swanson wasn't smiling. Message coming through about Drift Station Zebra. Has to be decoded first, but that should take minutes only. Decoding or not, it seemed to me that Swanson already had a fair idea of the content of that message. "When did we surface?" I asked. A submarine loses radio contact as soon as it submerges. Not since we left the Clyde. We are close on 300 feet down right now. This is a radio message that's coming through. What else? Times have changed. We still have to surface to transmit, but we can receive down to our maximum depth. Somewhere in Connecticut is the world's largest radio transmitter using an extremely low frequency, which can contact us at this depth far more easily than any other radio station can contact a surface ship. While we're waiting, come and meet the drivers. As with Benson, it seemed to be a matter of complete indifference to him whether it was officer or enlisted man. Finally, stopped by an officer sitting just aft of the periscope stand, a youngster who looked as if he should still be in high school. "Will Rayburn," Swanson said. "Normally we pay no attention to him, but after we move under the ice, he becomes the most important man on the ship. Our navigation officer." "Are we lost, Will?" "We're just there, Captain." He pointed to a tiny pinpoint of light on the Norwegian Sea chart spread out below the glass on the plotting table. "Gyro and SINS are checking to a hair." "SINS?" I said. "You may well look surprised, Dr. Carpenter," Swanson said. "Lieutenant Rayburn here is far too young to have any SINS." He is referring to SINS, Ship's Inertial Navigational System, a device once used for guiding intercontinental missiles and now adapted for submarine use, specifically nuclear submarines. No point in my elaborating. Will's ready to talk your head off about it if he manages to corner you. He glanced at the chart position. "Are we getting along quickly enough to suit you, Doctor?" "I still don't believe it," I said. "We cleared the Holy Lock a bit earlier than I expected, before 7, Swanson admitted. I had intended to carry out some slow-time dives to adjust trim, but it wasn't necessary. Even the lack of 12 torpedoes up in the nose didn't make her as stern-heavy as I'd expected. She's so damn big that a few tons more or less here or there doesn't seem to make any difference to her. So we just came herring on up." He broke off to accept a signal sheet from a sailor and read through it slowly, taking his time about it. Then he jerked his head, walked to a quiet corner of the control center, and faced me as I came up to him. He still wasn't smiling. "I'm sorry," he said. "Major Halliwell, the commandant of the drift station, you said last night he was a very close friend of yours." I felt my mouth begin to go dry. I nodded and took the message from him. It read, "A further radio message, very broken and difficult to decipher, was received 09:45 Greenwich Mean Time from Drift Ice Station Zebra by the British trawler Morning Star, the vessel that picked up the previous broadcast. Message stated that Major Halliwell, officer commanding, and 3 others, unnamed, critically injured or dead. No indication who or how many of the 4 are dead. Others, number again unknown, suffering severely from burns and exposure. Some message about food and fuel. Atmospheric conditions and weakness in transmission made it quite undecipherable. Understood from very garbled signal that survivors in one hut, unable to move because of weather. Word ice storm clearly picked up. Apparent details of wind speed and temperature, but unable to make out. Morning Star several times attempted contact Drift Station Zebra immediately afterwards. No acknowledgement. Morning Star, at request of British Admiralty, has abandoned fishing grounds and is moving closer in to barrier to act as listening post. Message ends. I folded the paper and handed it back to Swanson. He said again, "Sorry about this, Carpenter." "Critically injured or dead," I said. "In a burnt-out station on the ice cap in winter. What's the difference?" My voice fell upon my ears as the voice of another man. A voice flat and lifeless. A voice empty of all emotion. Johnny Halliwell and 3 of his men. Johnny Halliwell. Not the kind of man you would meet often, Commander. A remarkable man. Left school at 15 when his parents died to devote himself to the support of a brother 8 years younger than himself. He slaved, he scraped. He sacrificed, he devoted many of the best years of his life to doing everything for his young brother, including putting him through a 6-year university course. Not till then did he think of himself. Not till then did he get married. He leaves a lovely wife and 3 marvelous kids. 2 nieces and a nephew, not yet 6 months old. 2 nieces. He broke off and stared at me. Good God. Your brother. Your brother. He didn't for the moment seem to find anything peculiar in the difference of surname. I nodded silently. Young Lieutenant Rayburn approached us, an odd expression of anxiety on his face, but Swanson abruptly waved him away without seeming even to glance in his direction. He shook his head slowly and was still shaking it when I said abruptly, "He's tough. He may be one of the survivors. He may live. We must get Drift Station Zebra's position. We must get it." "Maybe they haven't got it themselves," Swanson said. You could see he was grateful for something to talk about. "It is a drifting station, remember. The weather being what it is, it may have been days since they got their last fixes. And for all we know, their sextants, chronometers, and radio direction finders have been lost in the fire. They must know what their latest fix was, even although it was a week ago. They must have a fairly accurate idea of the speed and direction of their drift. They'll be able to provide approximate data. The Morning Star must be told to keep transmitting non-stop, with a continuous request for their position. If you surface now, can you contact the Morning Star?" "I doubt it. The trawler must be the best part of 1,000 miles north of us. His receiver wouldn't be big enough to pull us in, which is another way of saying that our transmitter is too small. The BBC have plenty of transmitters that are big enough. So have the Admiralty. Please ask one or the other to contact the Morning Star and ask it to make a continuous send for Zebra's position." They could do that themselves, direct. Sure they could, but they couldn't hear the reply. The Morning Star can, if there is any reply. And she's getting closer to them all the time. "We'll surface now," Swanson nodded. He turned away from the chart table we'd been standing beside and headed for the diving stand. As he passed the plotting table, he said to the navigator, "What was it you wanted, Will?" Lieutenant Rayburn turned his back on me and lowered his voice, but my hearing has always been a little abnormal. He whispered, "Did you see his face, Captain? I thought he was going to haul off and clobber you one." "I thought the same thing myself," Swanson murmured, "for a moment. But I think I just happened to be in his line of vision. That's all." I went forward to my cabin and lay down in the cot. Chapter 3. "There it is, then," said Swanson. "That's the barrier. The Dolphin, heading due north, her great cylindrical bulk at one moment completely submerged, the next showing clear as she rolled heavily through the steep, quartering seas, was making less than 3 knots through the water. The great nuclear-powered engines provided just enough thrust to the big twin 8-foot propellers to provide steerage way and no more. 30 feet below where we stood on the bridge, the finest sonar equipment in the world was ceaselessly probing the waters all around us. But even so, Swanson was taking no chances on the effects of collision with a drifting ice block. The noonday Arctic sky was so overcast that the light was no better than that of late dusk. The bridge thermometer showed the sea temperature as 28 degrees Fahrenheit, the air temperature as minus 16 degrees Fahrenheit. The gale-force wind from the northeast was snatching the tops off the rolling steel-grey waves, and subjecting the steep-walled sides of the great conning tower, sail, the crew called it, to the ceaseless battering of a bullet-driven spray that turned to solid ice even as it struck. The cold was intense. Shivering uncontrollably, wrapped in heavy duffel coat and oilskins and huddled against the illusory shelter of the canvas wind dodger, I followed the line of Swanson's pointing arm. Even above the high, thin, shrill whine of the wind and the drum fire of the flying spray against the sail, I could hear the violent chattering of his teeth. Less than 2 miles away, a long, thin, greyish-white line, at that distance apparently smooth and regular, seemed to stretch the entire width of the northern horizon. I'd seen it before, and it wasn't much to look at. But it was a sight a man never got used to. Not because of itself, but because of what it represented. The beginning of the polar ice cap that covered the top of the world. At this time of year, a solid, compacted mass of ice that stretched clear from where we lay, right across to Alaska on the other side of the world. And we had to go under that mass. We had to go under it to find men hundreds of miles away. Men who might be already dying. Men who might be already dead. Who probably were dead. Men dying or dead, whom we had to seek out by guess and by God in that great wasteland of ice, stretching out endlessly before us. For we did not know where they were. The relayed radio message we had received just 49 hours previously had been the last. Since then there had been only silence. The trawler Morning Star had been sending almost continuously in the intervening 2 days, trying to raise Drift Station Zebra, but out of that bleak desert of ice to the north had come nothing but silence. No word, no signal, no faintest whisper of sound had come out of that desolation. 18 hours previously, the Russian atomic engine Dvina had reached the barrier and had started on an all-out and desperate attempt to smash its way into the heart of the ice cap. In this early stage of winter, the ice was neither so thick nor so compacted as it would be at the time of its maximum density in March, and the very heavily armoured and powerfully engined Dvina was reputed to be able to break through ice up to a thickness of 18 feet. Given fair conditions, the Dvina was widely believed to be capable of battering its way to the North Pole. But the conditions of the rafted ice had proved abnormal to a degree, and the attempt a hopeless one. The Dvina had managed to crash its way over 40 miles into the ice cap, before being permanently stopped by a thick wall of rafter ice over 20 feet in height, and probably more than 100 deep. The Dvina, according to reports, had sustained heavy damage to its bows, and was still in the process of extricating itself with the greatest difficulty from the pack. A very gallant effort that had achieved nothing except an improvement in East-West relations to an extent undreamed of for many years. Nor had the Russian effort stopped there. Both they and the Americans had made several flights over the area with front-line, long-range bombers. Through the deep, overcast and driving ice and snow-filled winds, those planes had crisscrossed the suspected area 100 times, searching with their fantastically accurate radar. But not one single radar sighting had been reported. Various reasons had been put forward to explain the failure, especially the failure of the Strategic Air Command's B-52 bomber, whose radar was known to be easily capable of picking out a hut against contrasting background from 10,000 feet and in pitch darkness. It had been suggested that the huts were no longer there, that the radar's eye was unable to distinguish between an ice-sheathed hut and the thousands of ice hummocks which dot the polar cap in winter, and that they had been searching in the wrong area in the first place. The most probable explanation was that the radar waves had been blurred and deflected by the dense clouds of ice spicules blowing over that area. Whatever the reason, Drift Ice Station Zebra remained as silent as if no life had ever been there, as lost as if it had never existed. "There's no percentage in staying up here and getting frozen to death." Commander Swanson's voice was a harsh shout. It had to be, to make him heard. "If we are going under that ice, we might as well go now." He turned his back to the wind and stared out to the west, where a big, broad-beamed trawler was rolling heavily and sluggishly in the seas less than a quarter of a mile away. The morning star, which had closed right up to the edge of the ice pack over the last 2 days, listening, waiting, and all in vain, was about to return to Hull. Her fuel reserves were running low. "Make a signal," Swanson said to the seaman by his side. "We are about to dive and proceed under the ice. We do not expect to emerge for minimum 4 days, are prepared to remain maximum 14. He turned to me and said, "If we can't find them in that time," and left the sentence unfinished. I nodded, and he went on, "Many thanks for your splendid cooperation. Good luck and safe trip home." As the signalman's lamp started chattering out its message, he said wonderingly, "Do those fishermen trawl up in the Arctic the entire winter?" "They do. The whole winter. 15 minutes and I'm about dead. Just a bunch of decadent lammies, that's what they are." A lamp aboard the Morning Star flickered for some seconds, and Swanson said, "What reply?" "Mind your heads under that ice. Good luck and goodbye." "Everybody below," Swanson said. As the signalman began to strip the canvas dodger, I dropped down a ladder into a small compartment beneath, wriggled through a hatch, and down a second ladder to the pressure hull of the submarine. Another hatch, a third ladder, and then I was on the control deck of the Dolphin. Swanson and the signalman followed. Then, last of all, Hansen, who had to close the 2 heavy watertight doors above. Commander Swanson's diving technique would have proved a vast disappointment to those brought up on a diet of movie submarines. No frenzied activity. No tense, steely-eyed men hovering over controls. No tannoy calls of dive, dive, dive. No blaring of klaxons. Swanson reached down a steel spring microphone and said quietly, "This is the captain. We are about to move under the ice. Diving now." Hung up and said, 300 feet. The chief electronics technician leisurely checked the rows of lights, indicating all hatches, surface openings and valves closed to the sea. The disc lights were out. The slot lights burned brightly. Just as leisurely, he rechecked them, glanced at Swanson and said, "Straight line shut, sir." Swanson nodded. Air hissed loudly out of the ballast tanks, and that was it. We were on our way. It was about as wildly exciting as watching a man push a wheelbarrow. And there was something oddly reassuring about it all. 10 minutes later, Swanson came up to me. In the past 2 days, I'd come to know Commander Swanson fairly well, like him a lot, and respect him tremendously. The crew had complete and implicit faith in him. I was beginning to have the same thing. He was a kindly, genial man, with a vast knowledge of every aspect of submarining. A remarkable eye for detail, an even more remarkably acute mind, and an imperturbability that remained absolute under all conditions. Hansen, his executive officer, and clearly no respecter of persons, had said flatly that Swanson was the best submarine officer in the Navy. I hoped he was right. That was the kind of man I wanted around in conditions like those. "We're about to move under the ice now, Dr. Carpenter," he said. "How do you feel about it?" "I'd feel better if I could see where we were going." "We can see," he said. "We've the best eyes in the world aboard the Dolphin. We have got eyes that look down, around, ahead, and straight up. Our downward eye is the fathometer, or echo sounder. That tells us just how deep the water below our keel is. And as we have about 5,000 feet of water below our keel at this particular spot, we're hardly likely to bump into underwater projections, and its use right now is purely a formality. But no responsible navigation officer would ever think of switching it off. We have 2 sonar eyes for looking around and ahead, one sweeping the ship, another searching out a 15-degree path on either side of the bow. Sees everything, hears everything. You drop a spanner on a warship 20 miles away, and we know all about it. Fact. Again, it seems purely a formality. The sonar is searching for underwater ice stalactites, forced down by the pressure of rafted ice above. But in 5 trips under the ice and 2 to the pole, I've never seen underwater stalactites or ridges deeper than 200 feet, and we're at 300 feet now. But we still keep them on. "You might bump into a whale," I suggested. "We might bump into another submarine." He wasn't smiling. "And that would be the end of both of us. What with the Russian and our own nuclear submarines busy crisscrossing to and fro across the top of the world, the underside of the polar ice cap is getting more like Times Square every day." "But surely the chances—" "What are the chances of a mid-air collision to the only 2 aircraft occupying 10,000 square miles of sky? On paper, they don't exist. There have been 3 such collisions this year already. So we keep the sonar pinging. But the really important eye when you're under the ice is the one that looks up. Come and have a squint at it." He led the way to the after-starboard end of the control room, where Dr. Benson and another man were busy studying a glassed-in, eye-level machine, which outwardly consisted of a 7-inch wide-moving ribbon of paper and an inked stylus that was tracing a narrow, straight black line along it. Benson was engrossed in adjusting some of the calibrated controls. "The surface fathometer," Swanson said. "Better known as the ice machine. It's not really Dr. Benson's machine at all. We have 2 trained operators aboard. But as we see no way of separating him from it without actually court-martialing him, we take the easy way out and let him be." Benson grinned, but his eye didn't leave the line traced out by the stylus. "Same principle as the echo-sounding machine. It just bounces an echo back from the ice, when there is any. That thin black line you see means open water above. When we move under the ice, the stylus has an added vertical motion, which not only indicates the presence of ice, but also gives us its thickness." "Ingenious," I said. "It's more than that. Under the ice, it can be life or death for the Dolphin. It certainly means life or death for Drift Station Zebra. If we ever get its position, we can't get at it until we break through the ice, and this is the only machine that can tell us where the ice is thinnest." "There's no open water at this time of year?" "No leads. Polyneus, we call them. None. Mind you, the ice pack is never static, not even in winter, and surface pressure changes can very occasionally tear the ice apart and expose open water. With air temperatures such as you get in winter, you can guess how long the open water stays in a liquid condition. There's a skin of ice on it in 5 minutes, an inch in an hour, and a foot inside 2 days. If we get to one of those frozen-over Polyneus inside, say, 3 days, we've a fair chance of breaking through." "With the conning tower?" "That's it. The sail. All new nuclear subs have specially strengthened sails designed for one purpose only, breaking through Arctic ice. Even so, we have to go pretty gently, as the shock, of course, is transmitted to the pressure hull." I thought about this a bit, then said, "What happens to the pressure hull if you come up too fast?" as I understand may happen with a sudden change in salinity and sea temperature, and you find out at the last minute that you've drifted away from the indicated area of thin ice and have 10 solid feet of the stuff above you. Well, that's it, he said. Like you say, it's the last minute. Don't even think about such things, far less talk about them. I can't afford to have nightmares on this job. I looked at him closely, but he wasn't smiling anymore. He lowered his voice. I don't honestly think that there is one member of the crew of the Dolphin who doesn't get a little bit scared when we move in under the ice. I know I do. I think this is the finest ship in the world, Dr. Carpenter, but there are still 100 things that can go wrong with it. And if anything happens to the reactor, or the steam turbines, or the electrical generators, then we're already in our coffin and the lid screwed down. The ice pack above is the coffin lid. In the open sea, most of those things don't matter a damn. We just surface or go to snorkel depth and proceed on our diesels. But for diesels, you need air, and there's no air under the ice pack. So if anything happens, we either find a Polinia to surface in, 1 chance in 10,000 at this time of year, before our standby battery packs up, or, well, that's it. This is all very encouraging, I said. Isn't it? He smiled, none too soon for me. It'll never happen. Now what's the worthy Benson making all the racket about? Here it is, Benson called. The first drift block. And another? And another. Come and have a look, Doctor. I had a look. The stylus, making a faint, soft hissing sound, was no longer tracing out a continuously horizontal line, but was moving rapidly up and down across the paper, tracing out the outline of the block of ice passing astern above us. Another thin, straight line, more agitated vertical movements of the stylus, and again another block of ice had gone. Even as I watched, the number of thin horizontal lines became fewer and fewer, and shorter, until eventually they disappeared altogether. That's it, then, Swanson nodded. We'll take her deep now, real deep, and open up all the stops. When Commander Swanson had said he was going to hurry, he'd meant every word of it. In the early hours of the following morning, I was awakened from a deep sleep by a heavy hand on my shoulder. I opened my eyes, blinked against the glare of the overhead light, then saw Lieutenant Hanson. Sorry about the beauty sleep, Doc, he said cheerfully. But this is it. This is what? I said irritably. 85 degrees 35 minutes north, 21 degrees 20 minutes east. The last estimated position of drift station Zebra. At least, the last estimated position with estimated correction for polar drift. Already? I glanced at my watch, not believing it. We are there already? We have not, Hanson said modestly, been idling. The skipper suggests you come along and watch it work. I'll be right with you. When and if the Dolphin managed to break through the ice and begin to try her 1 in a million chance of contacting Drift Station Zebra, I wanted to be there. We left Hanson's cabin and had almost reached the control room when I lurched, staggered, and would have fallen, but for a quick grab at a handrail that ran along one side of the passageway. I hung on grimly as the Dolphin banked violently sideways, and round like a fighter plane in a tight turn. No submarine in my experience had ever been able to begin to behave even remotely in that fashion. I understood now the reasons for the safety belts on the diving control seats. What the hell's up? I said to Hanson. Avoiding some underwater obstruction ahead? Must be a possible Polinia. Some place where the ice is thin anyway. As soon as we spot a possible like that, we come round like a chicken chasing its own tail, just so we don't miss it. It makes us very popular with the crew, especially when they're drinking coffee or soup. We passed into the control room. Commander Swanson, flanked by the navigator and another man, was bent over the plotting table, examining something intently. Farther aft, a man at the surface velometer was reading out ice thickness figures in a quiet, unemotional voice. Commander Swanson looked up from the chart. Morning, Doctor. "John, I think we may have something here." Hansen crossed to the plot and peered at it. There didn't seem to be much to peer at. A tiny pinpoint of light shining through the glass top of the plot, and a squared sheet of chart paper, marked by a most unseamanlike series of wavering black lines, traced out by a man with a pencil following the track of the tiny moving light. There were 3 red crosses superimposed on the paper, 2 very close together. And just as Hansen was examining the paper, the crewman manning the ice machine, Dr. Benson's enthusiasm for his toy did not, it appeared, extend to the middle of the night, called out, "Mark!" Immediately the black pencil was exchanged for a red, and a 4th cross made. "Think and may are just about right, Captain," Hansen said. "It looks awfully narrow to me." "It looks the same way to me, too," Swanson admitted. "But it's the first break in the heavy ice that we've had in an hour almost. And the farther north we go, the poorer our chances. Let's give it a go. Speed?" "1 knot," Rayburn said. "I'll back 1/3, Swanson said. No sharp imperatives, not ever, in the way Swanson gave his orders. More a quiet and conversational suggestion. But there was no mistaking the speed with which one of the crewmen, strapped into the diving stand bucket seat, leaned forward to telegraph the order to the engine room. "Left, full rudder." Swanson bent over to check the plot, closely watching the tiny pinpoint of light and tracing pencil moving back towards the approximate center of the elongated quadrangle formed by the 4 red crosses. "I'll stop," he went on. "Rudder amidships." A pause, then, "All ahead 1/3. So, I'll stop." "Speed 0, Rayburn said. 120 feet, Swanson said to the diving officer. "But gently. Gently." A strong, steady hum echoed in the control center. I asked Hansen, "Blowing ballast?" He shook his head. "Just pumping the stuff out. Gives a far more precise control of rising speed, and makes it easier to keep the sub on an even keel. Bringing a stopped sub up on a dead even keel is no trick for beginners. Conventional subs never try this sort of thing." The pump stopped. There came the sound of water flooding back into the tanks as the diving officer slowed up the rate of ascent. The sound faded. "Secure footing," the diving officer said. "Steady on 120 feet. "A periscope," Swanson said to the crewman by his side. An overhead lever was engaged, and we could hear the hiss of high-pressure oil as the hydraulic piston began to lift the starboard periscope off its seating. The gleaming cylinder rose slowly against the pressure of the water outside, until finally the foot of the periscope cleared its well. Swanson opened the hinged hand grips and peered through the eyepiece. "What does he expect to see in the middle of the night at this depth?" I asked Hansen. "You never can tell. It's rarely completely dark, as you know. Maybe a moon, maybe only stars. But even starlight will show us a faint glow through the ice, if the ice is thin enough." "What's the thickness of the ice above in this rectangle?" "The $64,000 question," Hansen admitted. "And the answer is, we don't know. To keep that ice machine to a reasonable size, the graph scale has to be very small. Anything between 4 and 40 inches. 4 inches we go through like the icing on a wedding cake. 40 inches and we get a very sore head indeed." He nodded across to Swanson. "Doesn't look so good. That grip he's twisting is to tilt the periscope lens upwards, and that button is for focusing. Means he's having trouble finding anything." Swanson straightened. "Black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat," he said conversationally. "Switch on hull and sail floodlights." He stopped and looked again, for a few seconds only. "Pea soup, thick and yellow and strong. Can't see a thing. Let's have the camera, shall we?" I looked at Hansen, who nodded to a white screen that had just been unshuttered on the opposite bulkhead. "All mod cons, Doc. Closed-circuit TV. The camera is deck-mounted under toughened glass and can be remotely controlled to look up or around." "You could do with a new camera, couldn't you?" The TV screen was grey, fuzzy, featureless. "Best that money can buy," Hansen said. "It's the water. Under certain conditions of temperature and salinity, it becomes almost completely opaque when floodlit. Like driving into a heavy fog with your headlights full on." Floodlights off, Swanson said. The screen became quite blank. Floodlights on. The same drifting misty grey as before. Swanson sighed and turned to Hansen. Well, John? If I were paid for imagining things, Hansen said carefully, I could imagine I see the top of the sail in that left corner. It's pretty murky out there, Captain. A-hole for the old blind man's buff, is that it? Russian roulette, I prefer to call it. Swanson had the clear, unworried face of a man contemplating a Sunday afternoon in a deck chair. Are we holding position? I don't know. Rayburn looked up from the plot. It's difficult to be sure. Sanders? This to the man at the ice machine. Thin ice, sir. Still thin ice. Keep calling. Down periscope. He folded the handles up and turned to the diving officer. Take her up like we were carrying a crate of eggs atop the sail and didn't want to crack even a one of them. The pumps started again. I looked around the control room. Swanson accepted. Everyone was quiet and still and keyed up. Rayburn's face was beaded with sweat, and Sanders' voice was too calm and impersonal by half, as he kept repeating, thin ice, in a low monotone. You could reach out and touch the tension in the air. I said quietly to Hansen, nobody seems very happy. There's still 100 feet to go. There's 40 feet, Hansen said shortly. Readings are taken from keel level, and there's 60 feet between the keel and the top of the sail. 40 feet minus the thickness of the ice, and maybe a razor-sharp or needle-pointed stalactite sticking down, ready to skewer the dolphin through the middle. You know what that means. That it's time I started getting worried too. Hansen smiled, but he wasn't feeling like smiling. Neither was I. Not anymore. 90 feet, the diving officer said. Thin ice, Sanders intoned. Switch off the deck flood. Leave the sail flood on, Swanson said. And keep that camera moving. Sonar? All clear, the sonar operator reported. All clear, all round. A pause then. No, hold it. Hold it. Contact dead astern. How close? Swanson asked quickly. Too close to say, very close. She's jumping, the diving officer called out sharply. 80? 75? The dolphin had hit a layer of colder water or extra salinity. Heavy ice, Sanders called out urgently. Flood emergency, Swanson ordered. And this time it was an order. I felt the sudden build-up of air pressure as the diving officer vented the negative tank, and tons of seawater poured into the emergency diving tank. But it was too late. With a shuddering, jarring smash that sent us staggering, the dolphin crashed violently into the ice above. Glass tinkled, lights went out, and the submarine started falling like a stone. Blow negative to the mark, the diving officer called. High-pressure air came boiling into the negative tank. At our rate of falling, we would have been flattened by the sea pressure before the pumps could even have begun to cope with the huge extra ballast load we had taken aboard in seconds. 200 feet, 250, and we were still falling. Nobody spoke. Everybody just stood or sat in a frozen position, staring at the diving stand. It required no gift for telepathy to know the thought in every mind. It was obvious that the dolphin had been struck aft by some underwater pressure ridge, at the same instant as the sail had hit the heavy ice above. If the dolphin had been holed aft, this descent wasn't going to stop until the pressure of 1,000,000 tons of water had crushed and flattened the hull, in a flicker of time, snuffed out the life of every man inside. 300 feet, the diving officer called out. 350. And she's slowing. She's slowing. The dolphin was still falling, sluggishly passing the 400-foot mark, when Rawlings appeared in the control room, toolkit in one hand, a crate of assorted lamps in the other. It's unnatural, he said. He appeared to be addressing the shattered lamp above the plot, which he had immediately begun to repair. Contrary to the laws of nature I've always maintained, mankind was never meant to probe beneath the depths of the ocean. Mark my words, those newfangled inventions will come to a bad end. So will you if you don't keep quiet. Commander Swanson said acidly. But there was no reprimand in his face. He appreciated as well as any of us the therapeutic breath of fresh air that Rawlings had brought into that tension-laden atmosphere. Holding, he went on to the diving officer. The diving officer raised a finger and grinned. Swanson nodded, swung the coiled spring microphone in front of him. "Captain here," he said calmly. "Sorry about that bump. Report damage at once." A green light flashed in the panel of a box beside him. Swanson touched a switch and a loudspeaker in the deckhead crackled. "Maneuvering room here." The maneuvering room was in the after end of the upper-level engine room towards the stern. "It was directly above us here. We could do with a box of candles, and some of the dials and gauges are out of kilter. But we still got a roof over our heads." "Thank you, Lieutenant. Can you cope?" "Sure we can." Swanson pressed another switch. "Stern room?" "We still attached to the ship?" a cautious voice inquired. "You're still attached to the ship," Swanson assured him. "Anything to report?" "Only that there's going to be an awful lot of dirty laundry by the time we get back to Scotland. The washing machines had a kind of fit." Swanson smiled and switched off. His face was untroubled. He must have had a special sweat-absorbing mechanism on his face. I felt I could have done with a bath towel. He said to Hansen, "That was bad luck. A combination of a current where a current had no right to be, a temperature inversion where a temperature inversion had no right to be, and a pressure ridge where we least expected it. Not to mention the damned opacity of the water. What's required is a few circuits until we know this Polinia like the back of our hands. A small offset to allow for drift, and a little precautionary flooding as we approach the 90-foot mark." "Yes, sir, that's what's required. The point is, what are we going to do?" "Just that. Take her up and try again." I had my pride, so I refrained from mopping my brow. They took her up and tried again. At 200 feet, and for 15 minutes, Swanson juggled propellers and rudder, till he had the outline of the frozen Polinia above as accurately limned on the plot as he could ever expect to have it. Then he positioned the Dolphin just outside one of the boundary lines, and gave an order for a slow ascent. 120 feet, the diving officer said. 110. "Heavy ice," Sanders intoned. "Still heavy ice." Sluggishly the Dolphin continued to rise. Next time in the control room, I promised myself, I wouldn't forget that bath towel. Swanson said, "If we have overestimated the speed of the drift, there's going to be another bump, I'm afraid." He turned to Rawlings, who was still busily repairing lights. "If I were you, I'd suspend operations for the present. You may have to start all over again in a moment, and we don't carry all that number of spares aboard." 100 feet, the diving officer said. He didn't sound as unhappy as his face looked. "The water's clearing," Hansen said suddenly. "Look." The water had cleared. Not dramatically so, but enough. We could see the top corner of the sail clearly outlined on the TV screen. And then, suddenly, we could see something else again. Heavy, ugly ridged ice not a dozen feet above the sail. Water flooded into the tanks. The diving officer didn't have to be told what to do. We'd gone up like an express lift the first time we'd hit a different water layer, and once like that was enough in the life of any submarine. 90 feet, he reported. Still rising. More water flooded in, and then the sound died away. "She's holding. Just under 90 feet. Keep her there." Swanson stared at the TV screen. "We're drifting clear, and into the Polinia." "I hope." "Me too," Hansen said. "There can't be more than a couple of feet between the top of the sail and that damned ugly stuff." "There isn't much room," Swanson acknowledged. "Sanders?" "Just a moment, sir. The graph looks kind of funny." "No, we're clear." He couldn't keep the excitement out of his voice. "Thin ice!" I looked at the screen. He was right. I could see the vertical edge of a wall of ice move slowly across the screen, exposing clear water above. "Gently now, gently," Swanson said. "And keep that camera on the ice wall at the side. Then straight up, turn about." The pumps began to throb again. The ice wall less than 10 yards away, began to drift slowly down past us. 85 feet, the diving officer reported. 80. No hurry, Swanson said. We're sheltered from that drift by now. 75 feet. The pump stopped and water began to flood into the tanks. 70. The Dolphin was almost stopped now, drifting upwards as gently as thistledown. The camera switched upwards, and we could see the top corner of the sail clearly outlined with a smooth ceiling of ice floating down to meet it. More water gurgled into the tanks. The top of the sail met the ice with a barely perceptible bump, and the Dolphin came to rest. Beautifully done, Swanson said warmly to the diving officer. Let's try giving that ice a nudge. Are we slewing? Bearing constant. Swanson nodded. The pumps hummed, pouring out water, lightening ship, steadily increasing positive buoyancy. The ice stayed where it was. More time passed, more water pumped out, and still nothing happened. I said softly to Hansen, "Why doesn't he blow the main ballast? You'd get a few 100 tons of positive buoyancy in next to no time, and even if the ice is 40 inches thick, it couldn't survive all that pressure at a concentrated point." "Neither could the Dolphin," Hansen said grimly. "With a suddenly induced big positive buoyancy like that, once she broke through, she'd go up like a cork from a champagne bottle. The pressure hull might take it, I don't know. But sure as little apples, the rudder would be squashed flat as a piece of tin." "Do you want to spend what little's left of your life traveling in steadily decreasing circles under the polar ice cap?" I didn't want to spend what little was left of my life in traveling in steadily decreasing circles under the ice cap, so I kept quiet. I watched Swanson as he walked across to the diving stand and studied the banked dials in silence for some seconds. I was beginning to become a little apprehensive about what Swanson would do next. I was beginning to realize, and not slowly either, that he was a lad who didn't give up very easily. "That's enough of that lot," he said to the diving officer. "If we go through now with all this pressure behind us, we'll be airborne. This ice is even thicker than we thought. We've tried the long steady shove and it hasn't worked. A sharp tap is obviously what is needed. Flood her down, but gently to 80 feet or so. A good sharp whiff of air into the ballast tanks and we'll give our well-known imitation of a bullet a gate." Whoever had installed the 240-ton air-conditioning unit in the Dolphin should have been prosecuted. It just wasn't working anymore. The air was very hot and stuffy. What little there was of it, that was. I looked around cautiously and saw that everyone else appeared to be suffering from this same shortage of air. All except Swanson, who seemed to carry his own built-in oxygen cylinder around with him. I hoped Swanson was keeping in mind the fact that the Dolphin had cost $120 million to build. Hansen's narrowed eyes held a definite core of worry, and even the usually imperturbable Rawlings was rubbing a bristly blue chin with a hand the size and shape of a shovel. In the deep silence after Swanson had finished speaking, the scraping noise sounded unusually loud, then was lost in the noise of water flooding into the tanks. We stared at the screen. Water continued to pour into the tanks until we could see a gap appear between the top of the sail and the ice. The pumps started up, slowly, to control the speed of descent. On the screen, the cone of light thrown onto the underside of the ice by the flood lamp grew fainter and larger as we dropped, then remained stationary, neither moving nor growing in size. We had stopped. "Now," said Swanson, "before that current gets us again." There came the hissing roar of compressed air under high pressure entering the ballast tanks. The Dolphin started to move sluggishly upwards, while we watched the cone of light on the ice slowly narrow and brighten. "More air," Swanson said. We were rising faster now, closing the gap to the ice all too quickly for my liking. 15 feet, 12 feet, 10 feet. "More air," Swanson said. I braced myself, one hand on the plot, the other on an overhead grab bar. On the screen, the ice was rushing down to meet us. Suddenly the picture quivered and danced. The dolphin shuddered, jarred, and echoed hollowly along its length. More lights went out. The picture came back on the screen. The sail was still lodged below the ice. Then the dolphin trembled and lurched, and the deck pressed against our feet like an ascending elevator. The sail on the TV vanished, nothing but opaque white taking its place. The diving officer, his voice high with strain that had not yet found relief, called out, 40 feet! 40 feet! We had broken through. There you are now, Swanson said mildly. All it needed was a little perseverance. I looked at the short, plump figure, the round, good-humoured face, and wondered for the 100th time why the nerveless iron men of this world so very seldom look the part. I let my pride have a holiday. I took my handkerchief from my pocket, wiped my face, and said to Swanson, "Does this sort of thing go on all the time?" "Fortunately, perhaps no." He smiled. He turned to the diving officer. "We have got our foothold on this rock. Let's make sure we have a good belay." For a few seconds more compressed air was bled into the tanks. Then the diving officer said, "No chance of her dropping down now, Captain." "Up periscope." Again the long, gleaming silver tube hissed up from its well. Swanson didn't even bother folding down the hinged handles. He peered briefly into the eyepiece, then straightened. "Down periscope." "Pretty cold up top?" Hansen asked. Swanson nodded. "Water on the lens must have frozen solid as soon as it hit that air. Can't see a thing." He turned to the diving officer. "Steady at 40? Guaranteed, and all the buoyancy we'll ever want." "Fair enough." Swanson looked at the quartermaster, who was shrugging his way into a heavy sheepskin coat. "A little fresh air, Ellis, don't you think?" "Right away, sir." Ellis buttoned his coat and added, "It might take some time." "I don't think so," Swanson said. "You may find the bridge and hatchways jammed with broken ice, but I doubt that. My guess is that ice is so thick that it will have fractured into very large sections and fallen outside clear of the bridge." I felt my ears pop with the sudden pressure change as the hatch swung up and open and snapped back against its standing latch. Another more distant sound as the second hatch cover locked open, and then we heard Ellis on the voice tube. "All clear up top." "Raise the antennae," Swanson said. "John, have them start transmitting and keep transmitting until their fingers fall off. Here we are, and here we stay, until we raise Drift Ice Station Zebra. If there's anyone left alive there," I said. "There's that, of course," Swanson said. He couldn't look at me. "There's always that." Chapter 4. This, I thought, death's dreadful conception of a dreadful world, must have been what had chilled the hearts and souls of our far-off Nordic ancestors, when life's last tide slowly ebbed, and they had tortured their failing minds with fearful imaginings of a bleak and bitter hell of eternal cold. But it had been all right for the old boys. All they had to do was to imagine it. We had to experience the reality of it, and I had no doubt at all in my mind as to which was the easier. The latter-day Eastern conception of hell was more comfortable altogether. At least, a man could keep reasonably warm there. One thing sure, nobody could keep reasonably warm where Rawlings and I were, standing a half-hour watch on the bridge of the Dolphin and slowly freezing solid. It had been my own fault entirely that our teeth were chattering like castanets. Half an hour after the radio room had started transmitting on Drift Ice Station Zebra's wavelength, and all without the slightest whisper by way of reply or acknowledgement, I had suggested to Commander Swanson that Zebra might possibly be able to hear us without having sufficient power to send a reply, but that they might just conceivably let us have an acknowledgement some other way. I had pointed out that drift stations habitually carried rockets, the only way to guide home any lost members of the party if radio communication broke down, and radio sondes and raccoons. The sondes were radio-carrying balloons, which could rise to a height of 20 miles to gather weather information. The raccoons, radio rockets fired from balloons, could rise even higher. On a moonlit night such as this, Those balloons, if released, would be visible at least 20 miles away, if flares were attached to them at twice that distance. Swanson had seen my point, called for volunteers for the first watch, and in the circumstances, I hadn't had much option. Rawlings had offered to accompany me. It was a landscape, if such a bleak, barren and featureless desolation could be called a landscape, from another and ancient world, weird and strange and oddly frightening. There were no clouds in the sky, but there were no stars either. This I could not understand. Low on the southern horizon, a milky, misty moon shed its mysterious light over the dark lifelessness of the polar ice cap. Dark, not white. One would have expected moonlit eyes to shine and sparkle and glitter with the light of a million crystal chandeliers. But it was dark. The moon was so low in the sky that the dominating color on the ice cap came from the blackness of the long shadows cast by the fantastically ridged and hummocked ice. And where the moon did strike directly, the ice had been so scoured and abraded by the assaults of 1,000 ice storms that it had lost almost all its ability to reflect light of any kind. This ridged and hummocked ice cap had a strange quality of elusiveness, of impermanence, of evanescence. One moment there, definitively hard and harsh and repellent in its coldly contrasting blacks and whites, the next, ghost-like, blurring, coalescing, and finally vanishing, like a shimmering mirage, fading and dying in some ice-bound desert. But this was no trick of the eye or imagination. It was the result of a ground-level ice storm that rose and swirled and subsided at the dictates of an icy wind that was never less than strong, and sometimes gusted up to gale force. A wind that drove before it a swirling, rushing fog of billions of needle-pointed ice spicules. For the most part, standing as we were on the bridge 20 feet above the level of the ice, the rest of the Dolphin might never have existed as far as the eye could tell. We were above this billowing groundswell of ice particles. But occasionally the wind gusted strongly, the spicules lifted, drummed demoniacally against the already ice-sheathed starboard side of the sail, drove against the few exposed inches of our skin with all the painfully stinging impact of a sandblaster held at arm's length. But unlike a sandblaster, the pain-filled shock of those spear-tipped spicules was only momentary. Each wasp-like sting carried with it its own ice-cold anesthetic, and all surface sensation was quickly lost. Then the wind would drop. The furious rattlings on the sail would fade, and in the momentary contrast of near silence, we could hear the stealthy rustlings as of a million rats advancing as the ice spicules brushed their blind way across the iron-hard surface of the polar cap. The bridge thermometer stood at minus 21 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 53 degrees of frost. If I were a promoter interested in developing a summer holiday resort, I thought, I wouldn't pay very much attention to this place. Rawlings and I stamped our feet, flailed our arms across our chests, shivered non-stop, took what little shelter we could from the canvas windbreak, rubbed our goggles constantly to keep them clear, and never once, except when the ice spicules drove into our faces, stopped examining every quarter of the horizon. Somewhere out there, on those frozen wastes, was a lost and dying group of men, whose lives might depend upon so little a thing as the momentary misting up of one of our goggles. We stared out over those shifting ice sands until our eyes ached. But that was all we had for it, just aching eyes. We saw nothing, nothing at all. The ice cap remained empty of all signs of life. Dead. When our relief came, Rawlings and I got below with all the speed our frozen and stiffened limbs would allow. I found Commander Swanson sitting on a canvas stool outside the radio room. I stripped off outer clothes, face coverings and goggles, took a steaming mug of coffee that had appeared from nowhere, and tried not to hop around too much as the blood came pounding back into arms and legs. "How did you cut yourself like that?" Swanson asked, concern in his voice. "You've a half-inch streak of blood right across your forehead. Flying ice, it just looks bad." I felt tired and pretty low. "We're wasting our time transmitting. If the men on Drift Station Zebra were without any shelter, it's no wonder all signals ceased long ago. Without food and shelter, no one could last more than a few hours in that lot. Neither Rawlings nor I is a wilting hothouse flower, but after half an hour up there, we've both just about had it." "I don't know," Swanson said thoughtfully. "Look at Amundsen. Look at Scott and Perry. They walked all the way to the poles. A different breed of man, Captain. Either that or the sun shone for them. All I know is that half an hour is too long to be up there. 15 minutes is enough for anyone. 15 minutes it shall be." He looked at me, face carefully empty of all expression. "You haven't much hope. If they're without shelter, I've none." "You told me they had an emergency power pack of Neef cells for powering their transmitter," he murmured. "You also said those batteries will retain their charge indefinitely, years if necessary, irrespective of the weather conditions under which they are stored. They must have been using that battery a few days ago when they sent out their first SOS. It wouldn't be finished already." His point was so obvious that I didn't answer. The battery wasn't finished. The men were. "I agree with you," he went on quietly. "We are wasting our time. Maybe we should just pack up and go home. If we can't raise them, we'll never find them." "Maybe not, but you're forgetting your directive from Washington, Commander." "How do you mean?" "Remember, I am to be extended every facility and all aid short of actually endangering the safety of the submarine and the lives of the crew. At the present moment, we're doing neither. If we fail to raise them, I am prepared for a 20-mile sweep on foot round this spot in the hope of locating them. If that fails, we could move to another Polinia and repeat the search. The search area isn't all that big. There's a fair chance, but a chance, that we might locate the station eventually. I am prepared to stay up here all winter till we do find them. You don't call that endangering the lives of my men? Making extended searches of the ice cap on foot in midwinter? Nobody said anything about endangering the lives of your men." You mean you'd go it alone?" Swanson stared down at the deck and shook his head. "I don't know what to think. I don't know whether to say you're crazy or whether to say I'm beginning to understand why they, whoever they may be, picked you for the job, Dr. Carpenter." He sighed, then regarded me thoughtfully. "One moment you say there's no hope. The next that you're prepared to spend the winter here, searching. If you don't mind me saying so, Doctor, it just doesn't make sense." "Stiff-necked pride," I said. "I don't like throwing my hand in on a job before I've even started it. I don't know what the attitude of the United States Navy is on that sort of thing." He gave me another speculative glance. I could see he believed me the way a fly believes the spider on the web who has just offered him safe accommodation for the night. He smiled. He said, "The United States Navy doesn't take offense all that easily, Dr. Carpenter. I suggest you catch a couple of hours' sleep while you can. You'll need it all if you're going to start walking towards the North Pole. How about yourself? You haven't been to bed at all tonight?" "I think I'll wait a bit." He nodded towards the door of the radio room. "Just in case anything comes through." "What are they sending? Just the call sign?" "Plus request for position and a rocket if they have either. I'll let you know immediately anything comes through. Good night, Dr. Carpenter, or rather, good morning." I rose heavily and made my way to Hanson's cabin. The atmosphere around the 8 a.m. breakfast table in the wardroom was less than festive. Apart from the officer on deck and the engineer lieutenant on watch, all the Dolphins officers were there, some just risen from their bunks, some just heading for them, none of them talking in anything more than monosyllables, Even the ebullient Dr. Benson was remote and withdrawn. It seemed pointless to ask whether any contact had been established with Drift Station Zebra. It was painfully obvious that it hadn't. And that after almost 5 hours continuous sending. The sense of despondency and defeat, the unspoken knowledge that time had run out for the survivors of Drift Station Zebra, hung heavy over the wardroom. No one hurried over his meal. There was nothing to hurry for. But by and by they rose one by one and drifted off. Dr. Benson to his sick-bay call, the young torpedo officer, Lieutenant Mills, to supervise the efforts of his men who had been working 12 hours a day for the past 2 days to iron out the faults in the suspect torpedoes. A third to relieve Hansen, who had the watch, and 3 others to their bunks. That left only Swanson, Rayburn, and myself. Swanson, I knew, hadn't been to bed at all the previous night. But for all that, he had the rested, clear-eyed look of a man with 8 solid hours behind him. The steward, Henry, had just brought in a fresh pot of coffee, when we heard the sound of running steps in the passageway outside, and the quartermaster burst into the wardroom. He didn't quite manage to take the door off its hinges, but that was only because the electric boat company put good, solid hinges on the doors of their submarines. "We got it made!" he shouted, and then, perhaps recollecting that enlisted men were expected to conduct themselves with rather more decorum in the wardroom, went on, "We've raised them, Captain. We've raised them." What? Swanson could move twice as fast as his comfortable figure suggested, and he was already half out of his chair. "We are in radio contact with Drift Ice Station Zebra, sir," Ellis said formally. Commander Swanson got to the radio room first, but only because he had a head start on Rayburn and myself. 2 operators were on watch, both leaning forward towards their transmitters, one with his head bent low, the other with his cocked to one side, as if those attitudes of concentrated listening helped them to isolate and amplify the slightest sounds coming through the earphones clamped to their heads. One of them was scribbling away mechanically on a signal pad. DSY, he was writing down. DSY, repeated over and over again. DSY. The answering call sign of Drift Station Zebra. He stopped writing as he caught sight of Swanson out of the corner of one eye. "We got him, Captain. No question. Signal very weak, intermittent, but never mind the signal." It was Rayburn who made this interruption without any by-your-leave from Swanson. He tried and failed to keep the rising note of excitement out of his voice, and he looked more than ever like a youngster playing hooky from high school. "The bearing, have you got their bearing? That's all that matters." The other operator swiveled in his seat, and I recognized my erstwhile guard, Zabrinsky. He fixed Rayburn with a sad and reproachful eye. "Course we got their bearing, Lieutenant. First thing we did. 045, give or take a whisker. Northeast, that is." "Thank you, Zabrinsky," Swanson said dryly. 045 is northeast. The navigating officer and I wouldn't have known." "Position?" Zabrinsky shrugged and turned to his watchmate, a man with a red face, leather neck, and a shining polished dome where his hair ought to have been. "What's the word, Curly?" "Nothing. Just nothing." Curly looked at Swanson. 20 times I've asked for his position. No good. All he does is send out his call sign. I don't think he's hearing us at all. He doesn't even know we're listening. He just keeps sending his call sign over and over again. Maybe he hasn't switched his aerial into receive." "It isn't possible," Swanson said. "It is with this guy," Zabrinsky said. "At first, Curly and I thought that it was the signal that was weak. Then we thought it was the operator who was weak or sick. But we were wrong. He's just a ham-handed amateur." "You can't tell?" Swanson asked. "You can always tell. You can—" He broke off, stiffened, and touched his watchmate's arm. Curly nodded. "I got it," he said matter-of-factly. "Position unknown, the man says." Nobody said anything. Not just then. It didn't seem important that he couldn't give us his position. All that mattered was that we were in direct contact. Rayburn turned and ran forward across the control room. I could hear him speaking rapidly on the bridge telephone. Swanson turned to me. "Those balloons you spoke of earlier, the ones on Zebra, Are they free or captive? Both. How do the captive ones work? A free-running winch, nylon cord marked off in hundreds and thousands of feet. We'll ask them to send a captive balloon up to 5,000 feet, Swanson decided, with flares. If they're within 30 or 40 miles, we ought to see it. And if we get its elevation and make an allowance for the effect of wind on it, we should get a fair estimate of distance. What is it, Brown? This to the man Zabrinsky called Curly. They're sending again, Curly said. Very broken, fades a lot. God's sake, hurry. Just like that, twice over. God's sake, hurry. Send this, Swanson said. He dictated a brief message about the balloons. And send it real slow. Curly nodded and began to transmit. Rayburn came running back into the radio room. The moon's not down yet, he said quickly to Swanson. Still a degree or two above the horizon. I'm taking a sextant up top and taking a moon sight. Ask them to do the same. That'll give us the latitude difference, and if we know they're 045ers, we can pin them down to a mile. It's worth trying, Swanson said. He dictated another message to Brown. Brown transmitted the second message immediately after the first. We waited for the answer. For all of 10 minutes we waited. I looked at the men in the radio room. They all had the same remote, withdrawn look of men who are there only physically, men whose minds are many miles away. They were all at the same place, and I was too, wherever Drift Ice Station Zebra was. Brown started writing again, not for long. His voice this time was still matter-of-fact, but with overtones of emptiness. He said, "All balloons burnt. No moon." No moon? Rayburn couldn't hide the bitterness, the sharpness of his disappointment. Damn! Must be pretty heavy overcast up there. Or a bad storm. No, I said. You don't get local weather variations like that on the ice cap. The conditions will be the same over 50,000 square miles. The moon is down. For them, the moon is down. Their latest estimated position must have been pure guesswork. And bad guesswork at that. They must be at least 100 miles farther north and east than we had thought. Ask them if they have any rockets, Swanson said to Brown. You can try, I said. It'll be a waste of time. If they are as far off as I think, their rockets would never get above our horizon. Even if they did, we wouldn't see them. It's always a chance, isn't it? Swanson asked. Beginning to lose contact, sir, Brown reported. There's something there about food, but it faded right out. Tell them if they have any rockets to fire them at once, Swanson said. Quickly now, before you lose contact. 4 times in all, Brown sent the message before he managed to pick up a reply. Then he said, Message reads, 2 minutes. Either this guy is pretty far through or his transmitter batteries are. That's all. 2 minutes, he said. Swanson nodded wordlessly and left the room. I followed. We picked up coats and binoculars and clambered up to the bridge. After the warmth and comfort of the control room, the cold seemed glacial, the flying ice spicules more lancet-like than ever. Swanson uncapped the gyro repeater compass, gave us the line of 045, told the 2 men who had been keeping watch what to look for and where. A minute passed. 2 minutes. 5. My eyes began to ache from staring into the ice-filled dark. The exposed part of my face had gone completely numb, and I knew that when I removed those binoculars, I was going to take a fair bit of skin with them. A phone bell rang. Swanson lowered his glasses, leaving 2 peeled and bloody rings round his eyes. He seemed unaware of it. The pain wouldn't come until later, and picked up the receiver. He listened briefly and hung up. Radio room, he said. Let's get below, all of us. The rockets were fired 3 minutes ago. We went below. Swanson caught sight of his face reflected in the glass gauge and shook his head. They must have shelter, he said quietly. They must. Some hut left, or they would have been gone long ago. He went into the radio room. Still in contact? Yeah, Sabrinsky spoke. Off and on. It's a funny thing. When a dicey contact like this starts to fade, it usually gets lost and stays lost. But this guy keeps coming back. It's funny. Maybe he hasn't even got batteries left, I said. Maybe all they have is a hand-cranked generator. Maybe there's no one left with the strength to crank it for more than a few moments at a time. Maybe, Sabrinsky agreed. Tell the captain the last message, Curly. Can't late many tours, Brown said. That's how the message came through. Can't late many tours. I think it should have read, can't last many hours. Well, I don't see what else it could have been. Swanson looked at me briefly and glanced away again. I hadn't told anyone else that the commandant of the base was my brother, and I knew he hadn't told anyone either. He said to Brown, give them a time check. Ask them to send their call signs 5 minutes every hour on the hour. Tell them we'll contact them again within 6 hours at the most, maybe only 4. Sabrinsky, how accurate was that bearing? Dead accurate, Captain. I've had plenty of rechecks. 0:45 exactly. Swanson moved out into the control center. Drift Station Zebra. Can't see the moon. If we take Dr. Carpenter's word for it that weather conditions are pretty much the same all over, that's because the moon is below their horizon. With the elevation we have of the moon, and knowing their bearing, what's Zebra's minimum distance from us? 100 miles, as Dr. Carpenter said, Rabin confirmed after a short calculation. At least that. So, we leave here and take a course 040. Not enough to take us very far from their general direction, but it will give us enough offset to take a good cross-bearing eventually. We will go exactly 100 miles and try for another Polinia. Call the executive officer secure for diving. He smiled at me. With 2 cross-bearings and an accurately measured baseline, we can pin them down to 100 yards. How do you intend to measure 100 miles under the ice? Accurately, I mean. Our inertial navigation computer does it for me. It's very accurate. You wouldn't believe just how accurate. I can dive the Dolphin off the eastern coast of the United States and surface again in the eastern Mediterranean within 500 yards of where I expect to be. Over 100 miles, I don't expect to be 20 yards out. Radio aerials were lowered, hatches screwed down, and within 5 minutes the Dolphin had dropped down from her hole in the ice and was on her way. The 2 helmsmen at the diving stand sat idly smoking, doing nothing. The steering controls were in automatic interlock with the inertial navigation system, which steered the ship with a degree of accuracy and sensitivity impossible to human hands. For the first time I could feel a heavy jarring vibration rumbling throughout the length of the ship. Can't last many hours, the message had said. The Dolphin was under full power. I didn't leave the control room that morning. I spent most of the time peering over the shoulder of Dr. Benson, who had passed his usual 5 minutes in the sick bay waiting for the patients who never turned up, and then had hurried to his seat by the ice machine. The readings on that machine meant living or dying to the Zebra survivors. We had to find another Polinia to surface in to get a cross-bearing on Zebra's position. No Polinia, no cross-bearing. No cross-bearing, no hope. I wondered for the 100th time how many of the survivors of the fire were still alive. From the quiet desperation of the few garbled messages that Brown and Zabrinsky had managed to pick up, I couldn't see that there would be many. The pattern traced out by the hissing stylus on the chart was hardly an encouraging sight. Most of the time it showed the ice overhead to be of a thickness of 10 feet or more. Several times the stylus dipped to show thicknesses of 30 to 40 feet, and once it dipped down almost clear of the paper, showing a tremendous inverted ridge of at least 150 feet in depth. I tried to imagine what kind of fantastic pressures created by piled-up log jams of rafted ice on the surface must have been necessary to force ice down to such a depth. But I just didn't have the imagination to cope with that sort of thing. Only twice in the first 80 miles did the stylus trace out the thin black line that meant thin ice overhead. The first of those Polinias might have accommodated a small rowing boat, but he would certainly never have looked at the Dolphin. The other had hardly been any bigger. Shortly before noon, the hull vibration died away as Swanson gave the order for a cutback to a slow cruising speed. He said to Benson, "How does it look?" "Terrible. Heavy ice all the way." "Well, we can't expect a Polinia to fall into our laps straight away," Swanson said reasonably. "We're almost there. We'll make a grid search. 5 miles east, 5 miles west, a quarter mile farther to the north each time." The search began. An hour passed. 2, then 3. Rayburn and his assistant hardly ever raised their heads from the plotting table, where they were meticulously tracing every movement the Dolphin was making in its criss-cross search under the sea. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The normal background buzz of conversation, the occasional small talk from various groups in the control center, died away completely. Benson's occasional heavy ice, still heavy ice, growing steadily quieter and more dispirited. It served only to emphasize and deepen the heavy brooding silence that had fallen. Only a case-hardened undertaker could have felt perfectly at home in that atmosphere. At the moment, undertakers were the last people I wanted to think about. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. People weren't looking at each other anymore, far less talking. Heavy ice, still heavy ice. Defeat, despair hung heavy in the air. Heavy ice, still heavy ice. Even Swanson had stopped smiling. I wondered if he had in his mind's eye what I now constantly had in mine. The picture of a haggard, emaciated, bearded man with his face all but destroyed with frostbite. A frozen, starving, dying man draining away the last few ounces of his exhausted strength as he cranked the handle of his generator and tapped out his call sign with lifeless fingers. His head bowed as he strained to listen above the howl of the ice storm for the promise of aid that never came. Or maybe there was no one tapping out a call sign anymore. They were no ordinary men who had been sent to man Drift Ice Station Zebra. But there comes a time when even the toughest, the bravest, the most enduring will abandon all hope and lie down to die. Perhaps he had already lain down to die. Heavy ice. Still heavy ice. At 5:30, Commander Swanson walked across to the ice machine and peered over Benson's shoulder. He said, "What is the average thickness of that stuff above?" 12 to 15 feet, Benson said. His voice was low, tired. "Nearer 15, I would say." Swanson picked up a phone. "Lieutenant Mills, Captain here. What is the state of readiness of those torpedoes you're working on?" 4. "Ready to go? Good. Stand by to load. I'm giving this search another 30 minutes. Then it's up to you." "Yes, that is correct. We shall attempt to blow a hole through the ice." He replaced the phone. Hansen said thoughtfully, 15 feet of ice is a hell of a lot of ice. And that ice will have a tamping effect and will direct 90% of the explosive force down the way. You think we can blow a hole through 15 feet of ice, Captain?" "I have no idea," Swanson admitted. "How can anyone know until we try it?" "Nobody ever tried to do this before?" I asked. "No, not in the U.S. Navy anyway. The Russians may have tried it, I wouldn't know. They don't," he added dryly, "keep us very well informed on these matters." "Aren't the underwater shockwaves liable to damage the Dolphin?" I asked. I didn't care for the idea at all, and that was a fact. "If they do, the electric boat company can expect a pretty strong letter of complaint. We shall explode the warhead electronically about 1,000 yards after it leaves the ship. It has to travel 800 yards anyway before a safety device unlocks and permits the warhead to be armed. We shall be bows on to the detonation, and with a hull designed to withstand the pressures this one is, the shock effects should be negligible." "Very heavy ice," Benson intoned. 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, very, very heavy ice." "Just too bad if your torpedo ended up under a pile like the stuff above us just now," I said. "I doubt if it would even chip off the bottom layer." "We'll take care that doesn't happen. We'll just find a suitably large layer of ice of normal thickness, kind of back off 1,000 yards, then let go." "Thin ice!" Benson's voice wasn't a shout. It was a bellow. "Thin ice! No, by God! Clear water! Clear water! Lovely, clear, clear water!" My immediate reaction was that either the ice machine or Benson's brain had blown a fuse. But the officer at the diving panel had no such doubts, for I had to grab and hang on hard as the Dolphin heeled over violently to port and came curving round, engines slowing in a tight circle to bring her back to the spot where Benson had called out. Swanson watched the plot, spoke quietly, and the big bronze propellers reversed and bit into the water to bring the Dolphin to a stop. "How's it looking now, Doc?" Swanson called out. "Clear. Clear water," Benson said reverently. "I got a good picture of it. It's pretty narrow, but wide enough to hold us. It's long, with a sharp left-hand dogleg, for it followed us round through the first 45 degrees of our curve." 150 feet, Swanson said. The pumps hummed. The Dolphin drifted gently upwards like an airship rising from the ground. Briefly, water flooded back into the tanks. The Dolphin hung motionless. "A periscope," Swanson said. The periscope hissed up slowly into the raised position. Swanson glanced briefly through the eyepiece, then beckoned me. "Take a look," he beamed. "As lovely a sight as you'll ever see." I took a look. If you'd made a picture of what could be seen above and framed it, you couldn't have sold the result even if you added Picasso's name to it. But I could see what he meant. Solid black masses on either side with a scarcely lighter strip of dark jungle green running between them on a line with the fore and aft direction of the ship. An open lead in the polar pack. 3 minutes later, we were lying on the surface of the Arctic Ocean, just under 250 miles from the pole. The rafted, twisted ice pack reared up into contorted ridges almost 50 feet in height, towering 20 feet above the top of the sail, so close you could almost reach out and touch the nearest ridge. 3 or 4 of those broken and fantastically hummocked ice hills we could see stretching off to the west, and then the light of the flood lamp failed and we could see no more. Beyond that, there was only blackness. To the east, we could see nothing at all. To have stared out to the east with opened eyes would have been to be blinded for life in a very few seconds. Even goggles became clouded and scarred after the briefest exposure. Close in to the Dolphin's side you could, with bent head and hooded eyes, catch for a fleeting part of a second a glimpse of black water already freezing over. But it was more imagined than seen. The wind, shrieking and wailing across the bridge and through raised antennae, showed it consistently over 60 miles an hour on the bridge anemometer. The ice storm was no longer the gusting, swirling fog of that morning, but a driving wall of stiletto-tipped spears, near lethal in its ferocity. High-speed ice-spicule lances that would have skewered their way through the thickest cardboard, or shattered in a second a glass held in your hand. Over and above the ululating threnody of the wind, we could hear an almost constant grinding, crashing, and deep-throated booming, as millions of tons of wrecked and tortured ice, under the influence of the gale and some mighty pressure center, heaven knew how many hundreds of miles away, reared and twisted and tore and cracked. One moment, forming another rafted ridge as a layer of ice perhaps 10 feet thick screeched and roared and clambered onto the shoulders of another, and then another. The next, rending apart in indescribably violent cacophony, to open up a new lead, black, wind-torn water that started to skim over with ice almost as soon as it was formed. Are we both mad? Let's get below. Swanson cupped his hands to my ear and had to shout, but even so I could hardly hear him above that hellish bedlam of sound. We clambered down into the comparatively sudden stillness of the control room. Swanson untied his parka hood and pulled off scarf and goggles that had completely masked his face. He looked at me and shook his head wonderingly. And some people talk about the white silence of the Arctic, My God, a boilermaker's shop is like a library reading room compared to that lot. He shook his head again. We stuck our noses out a few times above the ice pack last year, but we never saw anything like this, or heard it. Winter time, too. Cold, sure, damn cold and windy, but never so bad that we couldn't take a brief stroll on the ice. And I used to wonder about those stories of explorers being stuck in their tents for days on end, unable to move. But I know now why Captain Scott died. It is pretty nasty, I admitted. How safe are we here, Commander? That's anybody's guess, Swanson shrugged. The wind's got us jammed hard against the west wall of this Polinia, and there's maybe 50 yards of open water to starboard. For the moment, we're safe. But you can hear and see that pack is on the move, and not slowly either. The lead we're in was torn open less than an hour ago. How long? Depends on the configuration of the ice. But those Polinias can close up damned quickly at times. And while the hull of the Dolphin can take a fair old pressure, it can't take 1,000,000 tons of ice leaning against it. Maybe we can stay here for hours, maybe only for minutes, whichever it is. As soon as that east wall comes within 10 feet of the starboard side, we're dropping down out of it. You know what happens when a ship gets caught in the ice? I know. They get squeezed flat, are carried round the top of the world for a few years, then one day are released and dropped to the bottom. 2 miles, straight down. The United States government wouldn't like it, Commander. The prospects of further promotion for Commander Swanson would be poor, Swanson admitted. I think... Hey! The shout came from the radio room. Hey, come here! I rather think Zabriskie must be wanting me, Swanson murmured. He moved off with his usual deceptive speed, and I followed him into the radio room. Zabriskie was sitting half-turned in his chair, an ear-to-ear beam on his face, the earphones extended in his left hand. Swanson took them, listened briefly, then nodded. DSY, he said softly. DSY, Dr. Carpenter. We have them. You got the bearing? Good. He turned to the doorway, saw the quartermaster. Ellis, ask the navigating officer to come along as soon as possible. We'll pick 'em all up yet, Captain, Zabriskie said jovially. The smile on the big man's face, I could see now, didn't extend as far as his eyes. They must be a pretty tough bunch of boys out there. Very tough, Zabriskie, Swanson said absently. His eyes were remote, and I knew he was listening to the metallic cannonading of the ice spicules. 1 billion tiny pneumatic chisels drumming away continuously against the outer hull of the submarine. A sound loud enough to make low speech impossible. Very tough. Are you in two-way contact? Zabriskie shook his head and turned away. He'd stopped smiling. Rayburn came in, was handed a sheet of paper, and left for his plotting table. We went with him. After a minute or two, he looked up and said, If anyone fancies a Sunday afternoon's walk, this is it. So close? Swanson asked. So very close. 5 miles due east, give or take, half a mile. Pretty fair old bloodhounds, aren't we? We're just lucky, Swanson said shortly. He walked back to the radio room. You talking to them yet? We lost them altogether. Completely? We only had 'em a minute, Captain, just that. Then they faded. Got weaker and weaker. I think Doc Carpenter is right. They're using a hand-crank generator. He paused, then said idly, I have a 6-year-old daughter who could crank one of those machines for 5 minutes without turning a hair. Swanson looked at me, then turned away without a word. I followed him to the unoccupied diving stand. From the bridge access hatch we could hear the howl of the storm, the grinding ice with its boom and scream that spanned the entire register of hearing. Swanson said, Zabriskie put it very well. I wonder how long this damnable storm is going to last. Too long. I have a medical kit in my cabin, a 50-ounce flask of medicinal alcohol and cold weather clothes. Could you supply me with a 30-pound pack of emergency rations? High-protein, high-calorie concentrates. Benson will know what I mean. Do you mean what I think you mean? Swanson said slowly. Or am I just going round the bend? What's this about going round the bend? Hansen had just come through the doorway, leading to the forward passageway, and the grin on his face was clear enough indication that, though he'd caught Swanson's last words, he'd caught neither the intonation nor the expression on Swanson's face. Very serious state of affairs going round the bend. I'll have to assume command and put me in irons, Captain. Something about it in regulations, I dare say. Dr. Carpenter is proposing to sling a bag of provisions on his back and proceed to drift station Zebra on foot. You picked them up again? Just for the moment, Hansen had forgotten me. You really got them? And a cross-bearing? Just this minute. We've hit it almost on the nose. 5 miles, young Rayburn says. My God, 5 miles. Only 5 miles. Then the elation vanished from voice and face, as if an internal switch had been touched. In weather like this, it might as well be 500. Even old Amundsen couldn't have moved 10 yards through this stuff. Dr. Carpenter evidently thinks he can improve on Amundsen's standards, Swanson said dryly. He's talking about walking there. Hansen looked at me for a long and considering moment, then turned back to Swanson. I think maybe it's Doc Carpenter we should be clapping in the old irons. I think maybe it is, Swanson said. Look, I said, there are men out there on Drift Station Zebra. Maybe not many, not now, but there are some. One anyway. Men a long way past being sick. Dying men. To a dying man it takes only the very smallest thing to spell out the difference between life and death. I am a doctor. I know. The smallest thing. An ounce of alcohol. A few ounces of food. A hot drink. Some medicine. Then they live. Without those little things they will surely die. They're entitled to what smallest aid they can get. And I'm entitled to take whatever risks I care to see they get it. I'm not asking anyone else to go. All I'm asking is that you implement the terms of your orders from Washington, to give me all possible assistance without endangering the Dolphin or its crew. Threatening to stop me is not my idea of giving assistance, and I am not asking you to endanger your submarine or the lives of your men. Swanson gazed at the floor. I wondered what he was thinking of. The best way to stop me. His orders from Washington. Or the fact that he was the only man who knew that the commandant on Zebra was my brother. He said nothing. You must stop him, Captain, Hansen said urgently. Any other man you saw putting a pistol to his head or a razor to his throat, you'd stop that man. This is the same. He's out of his mind. He's wanting to commit suicide. He tapped the bulkhead beside him. Good God, Doc. Why do you think we have the sonar operators in here on duty even when we're stopped? So that they can tell us when the ice wall on the far side of the Polinia starts to close in on us. That's why. And that's because it's impossible for any man to last 30 seconds on the bridge, or see an inch against the ice storm up there. Just take a quick 20-second trip up there, up on the bridge, and you'll change your mind fast enough, I guarantee. We've just come down from the bridge, Swanson said matter-of-factly. And he still wants to go? It's like I say, he's crazy. We could drop down now, Swanson said. We have the position. Perhaps we can find a Polinia within a mile, half a mile of Zebra. That would be a different proposition altogether. Perhaps you could find a needle in a haystack, I said. It took you 6 hours to find this one. And even at that we were lucky. And don't talk about torpedoes. The ice in this area is rafted anything up to 100 feet in depth, pretty much all over. You'd be as well trying to blast your way through with a 2-2. Might be 12 hours, might be days before we could break through again. I can get there in 2-3 hours. If you don't freeze to death the first 100 yards, Hansen said. If you don't fall down a ridge and break your leg. If you don't get blinded in a few minutes. If you don't fall into a newly opened Polinia that you can't see, where you'll either drown or if you manage to get out freeze solid in 30 seconds. And even if you do survive all those things, I'd be grateful if you'd explain to me exactly how you propose to find your way blind to a place 5 miles away. You can't carry a damn great gyro weighing about half a ton on your back, and a magnetic compass is useless in these latitudes. The magnetic North Pole is a good bit south of where we are now, and a long way to the west. Even if you did get some sort of bearing from it, in the darkness and the ice storm, you could still miss the camp, or what is left of it, by only 100 yards and never know it. And even if, by one chance in a million, you do manage to find your way there, how on earth do you ever expect to find your way back again? Leave a paper trail? A 5-mile ball of twine? Crazy is hardly the word for it. I may break a leg, drown, or freeze, I conceded. I'll take my chance on that. Finding my way there and back is no great trick. You have a radio bearing on Zebra and know exactly where it lies. You can take a radio bearing on any transmitter. All I have to do is to tote a receiver transmitter radio along with me, keep in touch with you, and you can keep me on the same bearing as Zebra. It's easy. It would be, Hansen said, except for one little thing. We don't have any such radio. I have a 20-mile walkie-talkie in my case, I said. Coincidence, coincidence, Hansen murmured. Just happened to bring it along, no doubt. I'll bet you have all sorts of funny things in that case of yours, haven't you, Doc? What Dr. Carpenter has in his case is really no business of ours, Swanson said in mild reproof. He hadn't thought so earlier. What does concern us is his intention to do away with himself. You really can't expect us to consent to this ridiculous proposal, Dr. Carpenter. No one's asking you to consent to anything, I said. Your consent is not required. All I am asking you to do is to stand to one side, and to arrange for that food provision pack for me. If you won't, I'll have to manage without. I left and went to my cabin. Hansen's cabin, rather. But even although it wasn't my cabin, that didn't stop me from turning the key in the lock as soon as I had passed through the door. Working on the likely supposition that if Hansen did come along soon, he wasn't going to be very pleased to find the door of his own cabin locked against him, I wasted no time. I spun the combination lock on the case and opened the lid. At least 3/4 of the available space was taken up by Arctic survival clothing, the very best that money could buy. It hadn't been my money that had bought it. I stripped off the outer clothes I was wearing, pulled on long, open mesh underwear, woolen shirt and cord breeches, then a triple-knit wool parka lined with pure silk. The parka wasn't quite standard. It had a curiously shaped suede-lined pocket below and slightly to the front of the left armpit, and a differently shaped suede-lined pocket on the right-hand side. I dug swiftly to the bottom of my case and brought up 3 separate items. The first of these, a 9mm Mannlicher Schurnar automatic, fitted into the left-hand pocket as securely and snugly as if the pocket had been specially designed for it, which indeed it had. The other items, spare magazine clips, fitted as neatly into the right-hand pocket. The rest of the dressing didn't take long. 2 pairs of heavy-knit woolen socks, felt undershoes, and then the furs. Caribou for the outer parka and trousers, wolverine for the hood, sealskin for the boots, and reindeer for the gloves, which were pulled on over other layers of silk gloves and woolen mittens. Maybe a polar bear would have had a slight edge over me when it came to being equipped to survive an Arctic blizzard, but there wouldn't have been much in it. I hung snow mask and goggles round my neck, stuck a rubberized waterproof torch into the inside pocket of the fur parka, unearthed my walkie-talkie, and closed the case. I set the combination again. There was no need to set the combination anymore, not now that I had the Mannlicher Schurnar under my arm. But it would give Swanson something to do while I was away. I shoved my medicine case and a steel flask of alcohol in a rucksack and unlocked the door. Swanson was exactly where I'd left him in the control room. So was Hansen. So were 2 others who had not been there when I had left, Rawlings and Zabrinsky. Hansen, Rawlings, and Zabrinsky, the 3 biggest men in the ship. The last time I'd seen them together was when Swanson had whistled them up from the Dolphin in the Holy Lock to see to it that I didn't do anything he didn't want me to do. Maybe Commander Swanson had a one-track mind. Hansen, Rawlings, and Zabriskie. They looked bigger than ever. I said to Swanson, "Do I get those iron rations or not?" "One last formal statement," Swanson said. His first thoughts as I came waddling into the control center must have been that a grizzly bear was loose inside his submarine, but he hadn't batted an eyelid. "For the record, your intentions are suicidal. Your chances are non-existent. I cannot give my consent." "All right, your statement is on record, witnesses and all. The iron rations." "I cannot give my consent because of a fresh and dangerous development. One of our electronic technicians was carrying out a routine calibration test on the ice machine just now, and an overload coil didn't function. Electric motor burnt out. No spares, it will have to be rewired. You realize what that means. If we're forced to drop down, I can't find my way back to the top again. Then it's curtains for everybody. Everybody left above the ice, that is." I didn't blame him for trying, but I was vaguely disappointed in him. He'd had time to think up a better one than that. I said, "The iron rations, Commander. Do I get them?" "You mean to go through with this, after what I've said?" "Oh, for God's sake, I'll do without the food." "My executive officer, Torpedo Man Rawlings and Radio Man Zabriskie," Swanson said formally, "don't like this. I can't help what they like or don't like. They feel they can't let you go through with it," he persisted. They were more than big, they were huge. I could get past them the way a lamb gets past a starving lion. I had a gun, all right, but with that one-piece parka I was wearing, I'd practically have to undress myself to get at it. And Hansen, in that holy lock canteen, had shown just how quickly he could react when he saw anyone making a suspicious move. And even if I did get my gun out, what then? Men like Hansen, like Rawlings and Zabriskie, didn't scare. I couldn't bluff them with a gun. And I couldn't use the gun. Not against men who were just doing their duty. "They won't let you go through with it," Swanson went on. "Unless, that is, you will permit them to accompany you, which they have volunteered to do." "Volunteered?" Rawlings sniffed. You, and you." "I don't want them," I said. "Gracious, isn't he?" Rawlings asked of no one in particular. "You might at least have said thanks, Doc." "You are putting the lives of your men in danger, Commander Swanson. You know what your orders said." "Yes. I also know that in Arctic travels, as in mountaineering and exploring, a party has always double the chances of the individual. I also know that if it became known that we had permitted a civilian doctor to set off on his own for Drift Station Zebra, while we were all too scared to stir from our nice warm sub, the name of the United States Navy would become pretty muddy. What do your men think of your making them risk their lives to save the good name of the submarine service?" "You heard the captain," Rawlings said. "We're volunteers. Look at Zabriskie there. Anyone can see that he is a man cast in a heroic mold." "Have you thought of what happens," I said, "if the ice closes in when we're away and the captain has to take the ship down?" "Don't even talk of it," Zabriskie urged. "I'm not all that heroic." I gave up. I'd no option but to give up. Besides, like Zabriskie, I wasn't all that heroic, and I suddenly realized that I would be very glad indeed to have those 3 men along with me. Chapter 5. Lieutenant Hansen was the first man to give up. Or perhaps give up is wrong. The meaning of the words was quite unknown and the thought totally alien to Hansen. It would be more accurate to say that he was the first of us to show any glimmerings of common sense. He caught my arm, brought his head close to mine, pulled down his snow mask and shouted, "No farther, Doc. We must stop." "The next ridge," I yelled back. I didn't know whether he'd heard me or not. As soon as he'd spoken, he pulled his mask back into position again, to protect the momently exposed skin against the horizontally driving ice storm. But he seemed to understand, for he eased his grip on the rope round my waist and let me move ahead again. For the past 2.5 hours, Hansen, Rawlings, and I had each taken his turn at being the lead man on the end of the rope, while the other 3 held on to it some 10 yards behind. The idea being, not that the lead man should guide the others, but that the others should save the life of the lead man should the need arise. And the need already had arisen, just once. Hansen, slipping and scrambling on all fours across a fractured and upward-sloping raft of ice, had reached gropingly forward with his arms into the blindness of the night and the storm, and found nothing there. He had fallen 8 vertical feet before the rope had brought him up with a vicious jerk that had been almost as painful for Rawlings and myself, who had taken the brunt of the shock, as it had been for Hansen. For nearly 2 minutes he dangled above the wind-torn black water of a freshly opened lead, before we'd managed to drag him back to safety. It had been a close thing, far too close a thing. For in far sub-zero temperatures, with a gale-force wind blowing, even a few seconds submersion in water makes the certainty of death absolute. The process of dissolution as swift as it is irreversible. In those conditions, the clothes of a man pulled from the water become a frozen and impenetrable suit of armor inside seconds, an armor that can neither be removed nor chipped away. Petrified inside this ice shroud, a man just simply and quickly freezes to death. In the unlikely event, that is, of his heart having withstood the thermal shock of the body surface being exposed to an almost instantaneous 100-degree drop in temperature. So now I stepped forward very cautiously, very warily indeed, feeling the ice ahead of me with a probe we devised after Hansen's near accident. A chopped-off 5-foot length of rope, which we dipped into the water of the lead, then exposed to the air until it had become as rigid as a bar of steel. At times I walked. At times I stumbled. At times, when a brief lull in the gale-force wind, as sudden as it was unexpected, would catch me off balance, I'd just fall forward and continue on hands and knees, for it was quite as easy that way. It was during one of those periods when I was shuffling blindly forward on all fours that I realized that the wind had, for the time being, lost nearly all of its violence, and that I was no longer being bombarded by that horizontally driving hail of flying ice spicules. Moments later, my probe made contact with some solid obstacle in my path. The vertical wall of a rafted ice ridge. I climbed thankfully into its shelter, raised my goggles, and pulled out and switched on my torch as the others came blindly up to where I lay. Blindly. With arms outstretched, they pawed at the air before them like sightless men, which for the past 2.5 hours was exactly what they had been. For all the service our goggles had given us, we might as well have stuck our heads in gunny sacks before leaving the Dolphin. I looked at Hansen, the first of the 3 to come up. Goggles, snow mask, hood, clothing. The entire front part of his body from top to toe was deeply and solidly encrusted in a thick and glittering layer of compacted ice, except for some narrow cracks caused by joint movements of legs and arms. As he drew close to me, I could hear him splintering and crackling a good 5 feet away. Long ice feathers streamed back from his head, shoulders, and elbows. As an extraterrestrial monster from one of the chillier planets, such as Pluto, he'd have been a sensation in any horror movie. I suppose I looked much the same. We huddled close together in the shelter of the wall. Only 4 feet above our heads the ice storm swept by in a glittering grey-white river. Rawlings, sitting on my left, pushed up his goggles, looked down at his ice-sheathed furs, and started to beat himself with his fists across the chest to break up the covering. I reached out a hand and caught his arm. "Leave it alone," I said. "Leave it alone?" Rawlings' voice was muffled by his snow mask, but not so muffled that I couldn't hear the chattering of his teeth. "This damn suit of armor weighs a ton. I'm out of training for this kind of weightlifting, Doc. Leave it alone. If it weren't for that ice, you'd have frozen to death by this time. It's insulating you from that wind and the ice storm." Let's see the rest of your face and your hands. I checked him and the two others for frostbite, while Hansen checked me. We were still lucky. Blue and mottled and shaking with the cold, but no frostbite. The furs of the other three might not have been quite as fancy as mine, but they were very adequate indeed. Nuclear subs always got the best of everything, and Arctic clothing was no exception. But although they weren't freezing to death, I could see from their faces and hear from their breathing that they were pretty far gone in exhaustion. Thrusting into the power of that ice storm was like wading upstream against the current of a river of molasses. That was energy-sapping enough, but the fact that we had to spend most of our time clambering over, slipping on, sliding and falling across fractured ice, or making detours round impassable ridges, while being weighed down with 40-pound packs on our back, and heaven only knew how many additional pounds of ice coating our furs in front, had turned our trudge across that contorted, treacherous ice into a dark and frozen nightmare. The point of no return, I think, Hansen said. His breathing, like Rawlings, was very quick, very shallow, almost gasping. We can't take much more of this, Doc. You ought to listen to Dr. Benson's lectures a bit more, I said reprovingly. All this ice cream and apple pie and lolling around in your bunks is no training for this sort of thing. Yeah? He peered at me. And how do you feel? A mite tired, I admitted. Nothing much to speak of. Nothing much to speak of. My legs felt as if they were falling off, that was all. But the goad of pride was always a useful one to have to hand. I slipped off my rucksack and brought out the medicinal alcohol. I suggest 15 minutes break. Any more and we'll just start stiffening up completely. Meantime, a little drop of what we fancy will help keep the old blood corpuscles trudging around. I thought medical opinion was against alcohol in low temperatures, Hansen said doubtfully. Something about opening the pores. Name me any form of human activity, I said, and I'll find you a group of doctors against it. Spoil sports. Besides, this isn't alcohol. It's very fine Scotch whiskey. You should have said so in the first place. Pass it over. I'm not too much for Rawlings and Zabriskie. They're not used to the stuff. Any word, Zabriskie? Zabriskie, with the walkie-talkie's aerial up and one earphone tucked in below the hood of his parka, was talking into the microphone through cupped hands. As the radio expert, Zabriskie had been the obvious man to handle the walkie-talkie, and I'd given it to him before leaving the submarine. This was also the reason why Zabriskie wasn't at any time given the position of lead man in our trudge across the ice pack. A heavy fall, or immersion in water, would have finished the radio he was carrying slung on his back. And if the radio were finished, then so would we be. For without the radio, not only had we no hope of finding Drift Station Zebra, we wouldn't have a chance in 1,000 of ever finding our way back to the Dolphin again. Zabriskie was built on the size and scale of a medium-sized gorilla, and was about as durable. But we couldn't have treated him more tenderly had he been made of Dresden china. It's difficult, Zabriskie said. Radio's okay, but this ice storm causes such damn distortion and squeak. No! Wait a minute, though. Wait a minute. He bent his head over the microphone, shielding it from the sound of the storm, and spoke again through cupped hands. Zabriskie here, Zabriskie. Yeah, we're all kind of tuckered out, but Doc here seems to think we'll make it. Hang on, I'll ask him. He turned to me. How far do you reckon we've come, they want to know? 4 miles, I shrugged. 3.5, 4.5. You guess it. Zabriskie spoke again, looked interrogatively at Hansen and myself, saw our head shakes, and signed off. He said, The navigating officer says we're 4-5 degrees north of where we should be, and that we'll have to cut south if we don't want to miss Zebra by a few 100 yards. It could have been worse. Over an hour had passed since we'd received the last bearing position from the Dolphin, and, between radio calls, Our only means of navigating had been by judging the strength and direction of the wind in our faces. When a man's face is completely covered and largely numb, it's not a very sensitive instrument for gauging wind direction. And for all we knew, the wind might be either backing or veering. It could have been a lot worse, and I said so to Hansen. It could be worse, he agreed heavily. We could be travelling in circles or we could be dead. Barring that, I don't see how it could be worse. He gulped down the whiskey, coughed, handed the flask top back to me. Things look brighter now. You honestly think we can make it? A little luck, that's all. You think maybe our packs are too heavy, that we should abandon some of it here? The last thing I wanted to do was to abandon any of the supplies we had brought along with us. 80 pounds of food, a stove, 30 pounds of compressed fuel tablets, 100 ounces of alcohol, a tent, and a very comprehensive medical kit. But if it was to be abandoned, I wanted the suggestion to be left to them, and I wasn't sure they wouldn't make it. We're abandoning nothing, Hansen said. Either the rest or the whiskey had done him good. His voice was stronger, his teeth hardly chattering at all. Let the thought die stillborn, Zabriskie said. When first I'd seen him in Scotland, he had reminded me of a polar bear, and now, out here on the ice cap, huge and crouched in his ice-whitened furs, the resemblance was redoubled. He had the physique of a bear, too, and seemed completely tireless. He was in far better shape than any of us. This weight on my bowed shoulders is like a bad leg, an old friend that gives me pain, but I wouldn't be without it. You? I asked Rawlings. I am conserving my energy, Rawlings announced. I expect to have to carry Zabriskie later on. We pulled the starred, abraded, and now thoroughly useless snow goggles over our eyes again, hoisted ourselves stiffly to our feet, and moved off to the south to find the end of and round the high ridge that here blocked our path. It was by far the longest and most continuous ridge we'd encountered yet, but we didn't mind. We required to make a good offing to get us back on course, and not only were we doing just that, but we were doing it in comparative shelter, and saving our strength by so doing. After perhaps 400 yards, the ice wall ended so abruptly, leading to so sudden and unexpected an exposure to the whistling fury of the ice storm, that I was bowled completely off my feet. An express train couldn't have done it any better. I hung onto the rope with one hand, clawed and scrambled my way back onto my feet with the help of the other, shouted a warning to the others, and then we were fairly into the wind again, holding it directly in our faces and leaning far forward to keep our balance. We covered the next mile in less than half an hour. The going was easier now, much easier than it had been, although we still had to make small detours round rafted, compacted, and broken ice. On the debit side, we were all of us, Zabriskie excepted, pretty far gone in exhaustion, stumbling and falling far more often than was warranted by the terrain and the strength of the ice scale. For myself, my leaden, dragging legs felt as if they were on fire. Each step now sent a shooting pain, stabbing from ankle clear to the top of the thigh. For all that, I think I could have kept going longer than any of them, even Zabriskie, for I had the motivation, the driving force that would have kept me going hours after my legs would have told me that it was impossible to carry on one step farther. Major John Hallowell, my elder, my only brother. Alive or dead? Was he alive or was he dead? This one man in the world to whom I owed everything I had or had become. Was he dying? At that very moment when I was thinking of him, was he dying? His wife, Mary, and his 3 children, who spoilt and ruined their bachelor uncle as I spoilt and ruined them. Whatever way it lay, they would have to know, and only I could tell them. Alive or dead. My legs weren't mine. The stabbing fire that tortured them belonged to some other man, not to me. I had to know. I had to know. And if I had to find out by covering whatever miles lay between me and Drift Ice Station Zebra on my hands and knees, then I would do just that. I would find out. And over and above the tearing anxiety as to what had happened to my brother, there was yet another powerful motivation. A motivation that the world would regard as of infinitely more importance than the life or death of the commandant of the station. As infinitely more important than the living or dying of the score of men who manned that desolate polar outpost. Or so the world would say. The demented drumming of the spicules on my mask and ice-sheathed furs suddenly eased. The gale wind fell away, and I found myself standing in the grateful shelter of an ice ridge, even higher than the last one we'd used for shelter. I waited for the others to come up, asked Zabrinsky to make a position check with the Dolphin, and doled out some more of the medicinal alcohol. More of it than on the last occasion. We were in more need of it. Both Hansen and Rawlings were in a very distressed condition, their breath whistling in and out of their lungs in the rapid, rasping, shallow panting of a long-distance runner in the last tortured moments of his final exhaustion. I became gradually aware that the speed of my own breathing matched theirs almost exactly. It required a concentrated effort of willpower to hold my breath even for the few seconds necessary to gulp down my drink. I wondered vaguely if perhaps Hansen hadn't had the right of it. Maybe the alcohol wasn't good for us, but it certainly tasted as if it were. Zabrinsky was already talking through cupped hands into the microphone. After a minute or so, he pulled the earphones out from under his parka and buttoned up the walkie-talkie set. He said, "We're either good or lucky or both. The Dolphin says we're exactly on the course we ought to be on." He drained the glass I handed him and sighed in satisfaction. "Well, that's the good part of the news. Here comes the bad part. The sides of the Polinia the Dolphin is lying in are beginning to close together. They're closing pretty fast. The captain estimates he'll have to get out of it in 2 hours, 2 at the most." He paused, then finished slowly. "And the ice machine is still on the blink." "The ice machine," I said stupidly. Well, anyway, I felt stupid. I don't know how I sounded. "Is the ice—" "It sure is, brother," Zabrinsky said. He sounded tired. "But you didn't believe the skipper, did you, Dr. Carpenter? You were too clever for that." "Oh, that's a help," Hansen said heavily. "That makes everything just perfectly splendid. The Dolphin drops down, the ice closes up, and there we are. The Dolphin below, us on top, and the whole of the polar ice cap between us. They'll almost certainly never manage to find us again, even if they do fix the ice machine. Shall we just lie down and die now? Or shall we first stagger around in circles for a couple of hours and then lie down and die?" "It's tragic," Rawlings said gloomily. "Not the personal aspect of it. I mean the loss to the United States Navy. I think I may fairly say, Lieutenant, that we are, or were, 3 promising young men. Well, you and me, anyway. I think Zabrinsky there had reached the limit of his potentialities. He reached them a long time ago." Rawlings got all this out between chattering teeth and still painful gasps of air. Rawlings, I reflected, was very much the sort of person I would like to have by my side when things began to get awkward, and it looked as if things were going to become very awkward indeed. He and Zabrinsky had, as I found out, established themselves as the homespun, if slightly heavy-handed humorists on the Dolphin. For reasons known only to themselves, both men habitually concealed intelligences of a high order and advanced education under a cloak of genial buffoonery. 2 hours yet, I said. With this wind at our back, we can be back in the sub in well under an hour. We'd be practically blown back there. "And the men on Drift Station Zebra?" Zabrinsky asked. "We'd have done our best. Just one of those things." "We are profoundly shocked, Dr. Carpenter," Rawlings said. The tone of genial buffoonery was less noticeable than usual. "Deeply dismayed," Zabriskie added, "by the very idea." The words were light, but the lack of warmth in their voice had nothing to do with the bitter wind. "The only dismaying thing around here is the level of intelligence of certain simple-minded sailors," Hansen said with some asperity. He went on, and I wondered at the conviction in his voice. "Sure, Dr. Carpenter thinks we should go back. That doesn't include him. Dr. Carpenter wouldn't turn back now for all the gold in Fort Knox." He pushed himself wearily to his feet. "Can't be much more than half a mile to go now. Let's get it over with." In the backwash of light from my torch, I saw Rawlings and Zabriskie glance at each other, saw them shrug their shoulders at the same moment. Then they too were on their feet, and we were on our way again. 3 minutes later, Zabriskie broke his ankle. It happened in an absurdly simple fashion, but for all its simplicity, it was a wonder that nothing of the same sort had happened to any of us in the previous 3 hours. After starting off again, instead of losing our bearing by working to the south or north until we had rounded the end of the ice ridge blocking our path, we elected to go over it. The ridge was all of 10 feet high, but by boosting and pulling each other, we reached the top without much difficulty. I felt my way forward cautiously, using the ice probe. The torch was useless in that ice storm and my goggles completely opaque. After 20 feet crawling across the gently downward sloping surface, I reached the far side of the ridge and stretched down with the probe. 5 feet, I called to the others as they came up. "It's only 5 feet. I swung over the edge, dropped down, and waited for the others to follow. Hansen came first, then Rawlings, both sliding down easily beside me. What happened to Zabriskie was impossible to see. He either misjudged his distance from the edge, or a sudden easing of the wind made him lose his footing. Whatever the cause, I heard him call out, the words whipped away and lost by the wind as he jumped down beside us. He seemed to land squarely and lightly enough on his feet, then cried out sharply and fell heavily to the ground. I turned my back to the ice storm, raised the useless snow goggles and pulled out my torch. Zabriskie was half sitting, half lying on the ice, propped up on his right elbow, and cursing steadily and fluently, and, as far as I could tell because of the muffling effect of his snow mask, without once repeating himself. His right heel was jammed in a 4-inch crack in the ice, one of the thousands of such fractures and fissures that crisscrossed the pressure areas of the pack. His right leg was bent over at an angle to the outside, an angle normally impossible for any leg to assume. I didn't need to have a medical diploma hung around my neck to tell me that the ankle was gone, either that or the lowermost part of the tibia, for the ankle was so heavily encased in a stout boot with lace binding that most of the strain must have fallen on the shin bone. I hoped it wasn't a compound fracture, but it was an unreasonable hope. At that acute angle, the snapped bone could hardly have failed to pierce the skin. Compound or not, it made no immediate difference. I had no intention of examining it. A few minutes' exposure of the lower part of his leg in those temperatures was as good a way as any of ensuring that Zabriskie went through the rest of his life with 1 foot missing. We lifted his massive bulk, eased the useless foot out of the crack in the ice, and lowered him gently into a sitting position. I unslung the medical kit from my bag, knelt beside him and asked, "Does it hurt badly?" "No, it's numb. I hardly feel a thing." He swore disgustedly. "What a crazy thing to do. A little crack like that, how stupid can a man get?" "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," Rawlings said acidly. He shook his head. I prophesied this. I said it would end up with me carrying this gorilla here." I laid splints to the injured leg and taped them as tightly as possible over the boot and the furs, trying not to think of the depth of trouble we were in now. 2 major blows in one. Not only had we lost the indispensable services of the strongest man in our party, We now had an extra 220 pounds at least of weight, of dead weight, to carry along with us. Not to mention his 40-pound pack. Zabriskie might almost have read my thoughts. "You'll have to leave me here, Lieutenant," he said to Hansen. His teeth were rattling with shock and cold. "We must be almost there by now. You can pick me up on the way back." "Don't talk rubbish," Hansen said shortly. "You know damn well we'd never find you again." "Exactly," Rawlings said. His teeth were like Zabriskie's, stuttering away irregularly like an asthmatic machine gun. He knelt on the ice to support the injured man's bulk. "No medals for morons. It says so in the ship's articles." "But you'll never get to Zebra," Zabriskie protested, "if you have to carry me." "You heard what I said," Hansen interrupted. "We're not leaving you." "The lieutenant is perfectly correct," Rawlings agreed. "You aren't the hero type, Zabriskie. You haven't got the face for it, for one thing. Now climb up while I get some of this gear off your back." I finished tightening the splints and pulled mittens and fur gloves back on my silk-clad but already frozen hands. We shared out Zabriskie's load among the three of us, pulled goggles and snow masks back into position, hoisted Zabriskie to his one sound leg, turned into the wind, and went on our way again. It would be truer to say that we staggered on our way again. But now, at last, and when we most needed it, luck was with us. The ice cap stretched away beneath our feet, level and smooth as the surface of a frozen river. No ridges, no hummocks, no crevasses, not even the tiny cracks, one of which had crippled Zabriskie. Just billiard-flat, unbroken ice, and not even slippery, for its surface had been scoured and abraded by the flying ice storm. Each of us took turns at being lead man, the other two supporting Zabriskie, who hopped along in uncomplaining silence on one foot. After maybe 300 yards of this smooth ice, Hansen, who was in the lead at the moment, stopped so suddenly and unexpectedly that we bumped into him. "We're there," he yelled above the wind. "We've made it, we're there. Can't you smell it?" "Smell what?" "Burnt fuel oil, burnt rubber. Don't you get it?" I pulled down my snow mask, cupped my hands to my face and sniffed cautiously. One sniff was enough. I hitched up my mask again, pulled Zabriskie's arm more tightly across my shoulder, and followed on after Hansen. The smooth ice ended in another few feet. The ice sloped up sharply to a level plateau, and it took the three of us all of what pitifully little strength remained to drag Zabriskie up after us. The acrid smell of burning seemed to grow more powerful with every step we took. I moved forward, away from the others, my back to the storm, goggles down, and sweeping the ice with semicircular movements of my torch. The smell was strong enough now to make my nostrils wrinkle under the mask. It seemed to be coming from directly ahead. I turned round into the wind, protectively cupped hand over my eyes, and as I did, my torch struck something hard and solid and metallic. I lifted my torch, and vaguely through the driving ice I could just make out the ghostly, hooped steel skeleton, ice-coated on the windward side, fire-charred on the leeward side, of what had once been a Nissen-shaped hut. We had found Drift Ice Station Zebra. I waited for the others to come up, guided them past the gaunt and burnt-out structure, then told them to turn backs to wind and lift their goggles. For maybe 10 seconds we surveyed the ruin in the light of my torch. No one said anything. Then we turned round into the wind again. Drift Station Zebra had consisted of 8 separate huts, 4 in each of 2 parallel rows, 30 feet between the 2 rows, 20 feet between each 2 huts in the rows. This to minimize the hazard of fire spreading from hut to hut. But the hazard hadn't been minimized enough. And no one could be blamed for that. No one, except in the wildest flights of nightmarish imagination, could have envisaged what must indeed have happened. exploding tanks, and thousands of gallons of blazing oil being driven through the night by a gale-force wind. And by a double, inescapable irony, fire, without which human life on the polar ice cap cannot survive, is there, the most dreaded enemy of all. For although the entire ice cap consists of water, frozen water, there is nothing that can melt that water and so put out the fire, except fire itself. I wondered vaguely what had happened to the giant chemical fire extinguishers housed in every hut. 8 huts, 4 in each row. The first 2 on either side were completely gutted. No trace remained of the walls, which had been of 2 layers of weather-proofed bonded ply that had enclosed the insulation of shredded glass fibre and kapok. On all of them, even the aluminium-sheeted roofs had disappeared. In one of the huts, we could see charged and blackened generator machinery, ice-coated on the windward side, bent and twisted and melted almost out of recognition. One could only wonder at the furnace ferocity of the heat responsible. The 5th hut, the third on the right-hand side, was a gutted replica of the other 4, the framing even more savagely twisted by the heat. We were just turning away from this, supporting Zabrinski, and too sick at heart even to speak to each other, when Rawlings called out something unintelligible. I leaned closer to him and pulled back my parka hood. "A light!" he shouted. "A light! Look, Doc! Across there!" And a light there was. A long, narrow, strangely white vertical strip of light from the hut opposite the charred wreck by which we stood. Leaning sideways into the storm, we dragged Zabrinski across the intervening gap. For the first time my torch showed something that was more than a bare framework of steel. This was a hut. A blackened, scorched and twisted hut, with a roughly nailed-on sheet of plywood where its solitary window had been, but nevertheless a hut. The light was coming from a door standing just ajar at the sheltered end. I laid my hand on the door, the one unscorched thing I'd seen so far in Drift Station Zebra. The hinges creaked like a rusty gate in a cemetery at midnight, and the door gave beneath my hand. We passed inside. Suspended from a hook in the center of the ceiling, a hissing Coleman lamp threw its garish light, amplified by the glittering aluminium ceiling, over every corner and detail of that 18 by 10 hut. A thick but transparent layer of ice sheathed the aluminium roof, except for a 3-foot circle directly above the lamp. And the ice spread from the ceiling down the plywood walls all the way to the floor. The wooden floor, too, was covered with ice, except where the bodies of the men lay. There may have been ice under them as well. I couldn't tell. My first thought, conviction rather, and one that struck at me with a heart-sapping sense of defeat, with a chill that even the polar storm outside had been unable to achieve, was that we had arrived too late. I had seen many dead men in my life. I knew what dead men looked like. And now I was looking at just that many more. Shapeless, huddled, lifeless forms lying under a shapeless mass of blankets, mackinaws, duffels, and furs. I wouldn't have bet a cent on my chances of finding one heartbeat among the lot of them. Lying packed closely together in a rough semicircle at the end of the room remote from the door, they were utterly still, as unmoving as men would be if they had been lying that way for a frozen eternity. Apart from the hissing of the pressure lamp, there was no sound inside the hut, other than the metallic drumfire of the ice spicules against the ice-sheathed eastern wall of the hut. Zabrinski was eased down into a sitting position against a wall. Rawlings unslung the heavy load he was carrying on his back, unwrapped the stove, pulled off his mittens and started fumbling around for the fuel tablets. Hansen pulled the door to behind him, slipped the buckles of his rucksack, and wearily let his load of tinned food drop to the floor of the shack. For some reason, the voice of the storm outside and the hissing of the Coleman inside served only to heighten the deathless stillness in the hut, and the unexpected metallic clatter of the falling cans made me jump. It made one of the dead men jump too. The man nearest to me by the left-hand wall suddenly moved, rolled over, and sat up. Bloodshot, faded eyes staring out unbelievingly from a frost-bitten, haggard, and cruelly burnt face, the burns patchily covered by a long, dark stubble of beard. For long seconds he looked at us unblinkingly. Then, some obscure feeling of pride making him ignore the offer of my outstretched arm, he pushed himself shakily and with obvious pain to his feet. Then the cracked and peeling lips broke into a grin. "You been a bleeding long time getting here?" The voice was hoarse and weak and cockney as the Bow Bells themselves. "My name's Kinnaird, radio operator." "Whiskey?" I asked. He grinned again, tried to lick his cracked lips, and nodded. The stiff tot of whiskey went down his throat like a man in a barrel going over Niagara Falls, one moment there, the next gone forever. He bent over, coughing harshly until the tears came to his eyes. But when he straightened, life was coming back into those same lackluster eyes, and colour touching the pale, emaciated cheeks. "If you go through life saying hello in this fashion, mate," he observed, "then you'll never lack for friends." He bent and shook the shoulder of the man beside whom he had been lying. "Come on, jolly old boy, where's your bleeding men as we got company?" It took quite a few shakes to get jolly old boy awake, but when he did come to, he was completely conscious and on his feet with remarkable speed in the one case and with remarkable nimbleness in the other. He was a short, chubby character with china blue eyes, and although he was as much in need of a shave as Kinnaird, there was still colour in his face, and the round, good-humoured face was far from emaciated. But frostbite had made a bad mess of both mouth and nose. The china blue eyes, flecked with red and momentarily wide in surprise, crinkled into a grin of welcome. Jolly old boy, I guess, would always adjust fast to circumstances. "Oh, visitors, eh?" His deep voice held a rich Irish brogue. "And damned glad we are to see you too. We'll do the honours, Jeff." "We haven't introduced ourselves," I said. "I am Dr. Carpenter, and this regular meeting of the BMA, old boy," Jolly said. I was to find out later that he used the phrase old boy in every second or third sentence, a mannerism which went strangely with his Irish accent. "Doctor, Jolly?" "The same. Resident medical officer, old boy." "I see. This is Lieutenant Hanson of the United States Navy submarine Dolphin." "A submarine?" Jolly and Kinnaird stared at each other, then at us. "You said submarine, old top." "Explanations can wait. Torpedo man Rawlings, radio man Zabrinski." I glanced down at the huddled men on the floor, some of them already stirring at the sound of voices, one or two propping themselves up on their elbows. "How are they?" "2 or 3 pretty bad burn cases," Jolly said. 2 or 3 pretty far gone with cold and exhaustion, but not so far gone that food and warmth wouldn't have them right as rain in a few days. I made them all huddle together like this for mutual warmth. I counted them. Including Jolly and Kinnaird, there were 12 all told. I said, "Where are the others?" "The others?" Kinnaird looked at me in momentary surprise. Then his face went bleak and cold. He pointed a thumb over his shoulder. "In the next hut, mate." "Why?" "Why?" He rubbed a weary forearm across his bloodshot eyes. "Because we don't fancy sleeping with a room full of corpses, that's why." "Because you don't—" I broke off and stared down at the men at my feet. 7 of them were awake now, 3 of them propped on elbows, 4 still lying down. All 7 registering various degrees of dazed bewilderment. The 3 who were still asleep, or unconscious, had their faces covered by blankets. I said slowly, "There were 19 of you." 19 of us, Kinnaird echoed emptily. "The others, well, they never had a chance." I said nothing. I looked carefully at the faces of the conscious men, hoping to find among them the one face I wanted to see, hoping perhaps that I had not immediately recognized it because frostbite or hunger or burns had made it temporarily unrecognizable. I looked very carefully indeed, and I knew that I had never seen any of those faces before. I moved over to the first of the three still sleeping figures and lifted the blanket covering the face of a stranger. I let the blanket drop. Jolly said in puzzlement, "What's wrong? What do you want?" I didn't answer him. I picked my way round recumbent men, all staring uncomprehendingly at me, and lifted the blanket from the face of the second sleeping man. Again, I let the blanket drop, and I could feel my mouth go dry, the slow, heavy pounding of my heart. I crossed to the third man, then stood there hesitating, knowing I must find out, dreading what I must find. Then I stooped quickly and lifted the blanket. A man with a heavily bandaged face. A man with a broken nose and a thick blonde beard. A man I had never seen in my life before. Gently I spread the blanket back over his face and straightened up. Rawlings, I saw, already had the solid fuel stove going. "That should bring the temperature up close to freezing," I said to Dr. Jolly. "We've plenty of fuel. We've also brought food, alcohol, a complete medical kit. If you and Kinnaird want to start in on those things now, I'll give you a hand in a minute." "Lieutenant, that was a Polinia, that smooth stretch we crossed just before we got here. A frozen lead." "Couldn't be anything else." Hansen was looking at me peculiarly, a wondering expression on his face. "These people are obviously in no fit state to travel a couple of 100 yards, far less 4 or 5 miles. Besides, the skipper said he was going to be squeezed down pretty soon. So, we whistle up the Dolphin and have them surface at the back door?" "Can he find that Polinia? Without the ice machine, I mean?" "Nothing simpler. I'll take Zabrinsky's radio, move a measured 200 yards to the north, send a bearing signal, move 200 yards to the south and do the same thing. They'll have our range to a yard. Take a couple of 100 yards off that, and the Dolphin will find itself smack in the middle of that Polinia. But still under it. I wonder how thick that ice is." "You had an open lead to the west of the camp some time ago, Dr. Jolly. How long ago?" "A month, maybe 5 weeks, I can't be sure." "How thick?" I asked Hansen. 5 feet, maybe 6. Couldn't possibly break through it. But the captain's always on a hankering to have a go with his torpedoes." He turned to Zabrinsky. "Still fit to operate that radio of yours?" I left them to it. I'd hardly been aware of what I'd been saying anyway. I felt sick and old and empty and sad and deathly tired. I had my answer now. I'd come 12,000 miles to find it. I'd have gone 1,000,000 to avoid it. But the inescapable fact was there, and now nothing could ever change it. Mary, my sister-in-law, and her 3 wonderful children. She would never see her husband again. They would never see their father again. My brother was dead, and no one was ever going to see him again. Except me. I was going to see him now. I went out, closing the door behind me, moved round the corner of the hut, and lowered my head against the storm. 10 seconds later, I reached the door of the last hut in the line. I used the torch to locate the handle, twisted it, pushed and passed inside. Once it had been a laboratory. Now it was a charnel house, a house of the dead. The laboratory equipment had all been pushed roughly to one side, and the cleared floor space covered with the bodies of dead men. I knew they were dead men, but only because Kinnaird had told me so. Hideously charred and blackened and grotesquely misshapen as they were, those carbonized and contorted lumps of matter could have been any form of life, or indeed no form of life at all. The stench of incinerated flesh and burnt diesel fuel was dreadful. I wondered which of the men in the other hut had had the courage, the iron resolution to bring those grisly burdens, the shockingly disfigured remains of their former comrades into this hut. They must have had strong stomachs. Death must have been swift. Swift for all of them. Theirs had not been the death of men trapped by fire. It had been the death of men who had themselves been on fire, caught, drenched, saturated by a gale-born sea of burning oil. They must have spent the last few seconds of life as incandescently blazing human torches before dying in insane, screaming agony. They must have died as terribly as men can ever die. Something about one of the bodies close to me caught my attention. I stooped and focused the torch beam on what had once been a right hand, now no more than a blackened claw with the bone showing through. So powerful had been the heat that it had warped but not melted the curiously shaped gold ring on the third finger. I recognized that ring. I had been with my sister-in-law when she had bought it. I was conscious of no grief, no pain, no revulsion. Perhaps, I thought dully, those would come later when the initial shock had worn off. But I didn't think so. This wasn't the man I remembered so well, the brother to whom I owed everything, a debt that could never now be repaid. This charred mass of matter before me was a stranger, so utterly different from the man who lived on in my memory, so changed beyond all possibility of recognition that my numbed mind in my exhausted body could just not begin to bridge the gap. As I stood there staring down, something ever so slightly offbeat about the way the body lay caught my professional attention. I stooped low, very low, and remained bent over for what seemed a long time. I straightened slowly, and as I did I heard the door behind me open. I whirled round and saw that it was Lieutenant Hanson. He pulled down his snow mask, lifted up his goggles, looked at me, and then at the man at my feet. I could see shock draining expression and colour from his face. Then he looked up at me. "So you lost out, Doc." I could hardly hear the husky whisper above the voice of the storm. "God, I'm sorry." "What do you mean?" "Your brother?" He nodded at the man at my feet. "Commander Swanson told you?" "Yeah, just before we left. That's why we came." His gaze moved in horrified fascination over the floor of the hut, and his face was grey, like old parchment. "A minute, Doc. Just a minute." He turned and hurried through the doorway. When he came back, he looked better, but not much. He said, "Commander Swanson said that was why he had let you go." "Who else knows?" "Skipper and myself, no one else." "Keep it that way, will you? As a favor to me." "If you say so, Doc." There was curiosity in his face now, and puzzlement. But horror was still the dominant expression. "My God, have you ever seen anything like it?" "Let's get back to the others," I said. "We're doing nobody any good by staying here." He nodded without speaking. Together we made our way back to the other hut. Apart from Dr. Jolly and Kinnaird, 3 other men were on their feet now. Captain Folsom, an extraordinarily tall, thin man, with savagely burnt face and hands, who was second in command of the base. Hewson, a dark-eyed, taciturn character, a tractor driver and engineer who had been responsible for the diesel generators, and a cheerful Yorkshireman, Naseby, the camp cook. Jolly, who had opened my medical kit and was applying fresh bandages to the arms of one of the men still lying down, introduced them, then turned back to his job. He didn't seem to need my help, not for the moment anyway. I heard Hanson say to Zabriskie, "In contact with the Dolphin?" "Well, no." Zabriskie stopped sending his call sign and shifted slightly to ease his broken ankle. "I don't quite know how to put this, Lieutenant. But the fact is that this little old set here seems to have blown a fuse." "Well now," Hanson said heavily, "that is clever of you, Zabriskie. You mean we can't raise them?" "I can hear them. They can't hear me." He shrugged apologetically. "Me and my clumsy feet, I guess. It wasn't just only my ankle that went when I took that tumble out there." Well, can't you repair the damn thing? I don't think so, Lieutenant. Damn it, you're supposed to be a radio man. That's so, Zabriskie acknowledged reasonably. But I'm not a magician. And with a couple of numbed and frozen hands, no tools, an old typeset without a printed circuit, and the code sides in Japanese. Well, even Marconi would have called it a day. Can it be repaired? Hansen insisted. It's a transistor set, no valves to smash. I expect it could be repaired. But it might take hours, Lieutenant. I'd even have to fake up a set of tools first. Well, fake them. Anything you like, only get that thing working. Zabriskie said nothing. He held out the headphones to Hansen. Hansen looked at Zabriskie, then at the phones, took them without a word and listened briefly. Then he shrugged, handed back the phones and said, Well, I guess there is no hurry to repair that radio. Yeah, Zabriskie said. Awkward, you might say, Lieutenant. What's awkward? I asked. Looks as if we're going to be next on the list for a rescue party, Hansen said heavily. They're sending a more or less continuous signal. Ice closing rapidly. Return at once. I was against this madness from the very beginning, Rawlings intoned from the floor. He stared down at the already melting lumps of frozen tin soup and stirred it moodily with a fork. A gallant attempt, men, but foredoomed to failure. Keep your filthy fingers out of that soup and kindly climb up, Hansen said coldly. He turned suddenly to Kinnaird. How about your radio set? Of course, that's it. We have fit men here to crank your generator and... Oh, I'm sorry. Kinnaird smiled the way a ghost might smile. It's not a hand-powered generator. That was destroyed. It's a battery set. The batteries are finished. Completely finished. A battery set, you said? Zabriskie looked at him in mild surprise. Then what caused all the power fluctuations when you were transmitting? We kept changing over the nickel-cadmium cells to try to make the most of what little power was left in them. We'd only 15 left altogether. Most of them were lost in the fire. That caused the power fluctuations. But even nave cells don't last forever. They're finished, mate. The combined power left in those cells would light a pencil torch. Zabriskie didn't say anything. No one said anything. The ice spicules drummed incessantly against the east wall. The coalman hissed. The solid fuel stove purred softly. But the sole effect of those three sounds was to make the silence inside seem that little bit more absolute. No one looked at his neighbours. Everyone stared down at the floor with the fixed and steadfast gaze of an entomologist hunting for traces of woodworm. Any newspaper printing a picture taken at that instant wouldn't have found it any too easy to convince its readers that the men on Drift Ice Station Zebra had been rescued just 10 minutes previously, and rescued from certain death at that. The readers would have pointed out that one might have expected a little more jubilation in the atmosphere, a touch, perhaps, of light-hearted relief, and they wouldn't have been far wrong at that. There wasn't very much gaiety around. After the silence had gone on just that little too long, I said to Hansen, Well, that's it then. We don't have to hire any electronic computer to work this one out. Someone's got to get back to the Dolphin, and get back there now. I'm nominating myself. No, Hansen said violently, and then more quietly, Sorry, friend, but the skipper's orders didn't include giving permission to anyone to commit suicide. You're staying here. So I stay here, I nodded. This wasn't the time to tell him I didn't need his permission for anything. Far less was it the time to start flourishing the Mannlicher Schurnar. So we all stay here, and then we all die here. Quietly, without any fighting, without any fuss, we just lie down and die here. I suppose you reckon that comes under the heading of inspiring leadership. Amundsen would have loved that. It wasn't fair, but then I wasn't feeling fair-minded at that moment. Nobody's going anyplace, Hansen said. I'm not my brother's keeper, Doc. But for all that, I'll be damned if I let you kill yourself. You're not fit. None of us is fit to make the return trip to the Dolphin. Not after what we've just been through. That's one thing. The next thing is that without a transmitter from which the Dolphin can pick up our directional bearings, we could never hope to find the Dolphin again. The third thing is that the closing ice will probably have forced the Dolphin to drop down before anyone could get halfway there. And the last thing is that if we failed to find the Dolphin, either because we missed her or because she was gone, we could never make our way back to Zebra again. We wouldn't have the strength, and we would have nothing to guide us back anyway. The odds offered aren't all that attractive, I admitted. What odds are you offering on the ice machine being repaired? Hansen shook his head, said nothing. Rawlings started stirring his soup again, carefully not looking up. He didn't want to meet the anxious eyes, the desperate eyes in that circle of haggard and frost-bitten faces any more than I did. But he looked up as Captain Folsom pushed himself away from the support of a wall and took a couple of unsteady steps towards us. It didn't require any stethoscope to see that Folsom was in a pretty bad way. "I'm afraid that we don't understand," he said. His voice was slurred and indistinct. The puffed and twisted lips had been immobilized by the savage charring of his face. I wondered bleakly how many months of pain would elapse, how many visits to the surgeon's table before Folsom could show that face to the world again. In the very remote event, that was, of our ever getting him to hospital. "Would you please explain? What is the difficulty?" "Simply this," I said. "The Dolphin has an ice fathometer, a device for measuring the thickness of the overhead ice. Normally, even if Commander Swanson, the captain of the Dolphin, didn't hear from us, we could expect him on our doorstep in a matter of hours. He has the position of this drift station pinned down pretty closely. All he would have to do is to drop down, come under us here, start a grid search with his ice fathometer, and it'd be only minutes before he would locate the relatively thin ice out in that lead there. But things aren't normal. The ice machine has broken down, and if it stays that way, he'll never find that lead. That's why I want to go back there, now, before Swanson's forced to dive by the closing ice." "I don't see it, old boy," Jolly said. "How's that going to help? Can you fix this ice, what you may call it?" "I don't have to. Commander Swanson knows his distance from this camp, give or take 100 yards. All I have to do is to tell him to cover the distance less quarter of a mile, and loose off a torpedo." "That ought—" "A torpedo?" Jolly asked. "A torpedo? To break through the ice from beneath?" "That's it. It's never been tried before. I suppose there's no reason why it shouldn't work if the ice is thin enough. And it won't be all that thick in the lead out there. I don't really know." "They'll be sending planes, you know, Doc," Zabrinski said quietly. "We started transmitting the news as soon as we broke through, and everybody will know by now that Zebra has been found. At least, they'll know exactly where it is. They'll have the big bombers up here in a few hours." "Doing what?" I asked. "Sculling around uselessly in the darkness up above? Even if they do have the exact position, they still won't be able to see what's left of this station because of the darkness and the ice storm. Perhaps they can with radar. It's unlikely, but even if they do, what then? Drop supplies? Maybe. But they won't dare drop supplies directly on us for fear of killing us. They'd have to drop them some distance off, and even a quarter mile would be too far away for any chance we'd ever have of finding stuff in those conditions. As for landing, even if weather conditions were perfect, no plane big enough to have the range to fly here could ever hope to land on the ice cap, you know that." "What's your middle name, Doc?" Rawlings asked dolefully. "Jeremiah?" "The greatest good of the greatest number," I said. "The old yardstick. But there's never been a better one. If we just hole up here without making any attempt to help ourselves, and the ice machine remains useless, then we're all dead. All 16 of us. If I make it there safely, then we're all alive. Even if I don't, the ice machine may be fixed, and there would only be one person lost then. I started pulling on my mittens. 1 is less than 16. We might as well make it 2, Hansen sighed and began to pull on his own gloves. I was hardly surprised. When he'd last spoken, he talked at first of you having no chance, and finished by saying that we had none, and it hadn't required any psychiatrist to follow his quick shift in mental orientation. Whatever men like Hansen were hand-picked for, it wasn't for any predilection for shifting the load to others' shoulders when the going became sticky. I didn't waste time arguing with him. Rawlings got to his feet. 1 skilled volunteer for the soup stirring, he requested. Those 2 wouldn't get as far as the door there without my holding their hands. I shall probably get a medal for this. What's the highest decoration awarded in peacetime, Lieutenant? There are no medals given for soup stirring, Rawlings, Hansen said, which is what you are going to keep on doing. You're staying right here. Rawlings shook his head. Prepare yourself to deal with your first mutiny, Lieutenant. I'm coming with you. I can't lose. If we get to the Dolphin, you'll be too damned glad and happy to have made it to dream of reporting me. Apart from being a fair-minded man who will have to admit that our safe arrival back at the ship will be entirely due to Torpedo Man Rawlings. He grinned. And if we don't make it, well, you can't very well report it, can you, Lieutenant? Hansen walked across to him. He said quietly, You know that there's more than an even chance that we won't reach the Dolphin. That would leave 12 pretty sick men here, not to mention Zabrinsky with a broken ankle, and with no one to look after them. They must have one fit man to look after them. You couldn't be that selfish now, could you, Rawlings? Look after them, will you? As a favor to me? Rawlings looked at him for long seconds, then squatted down and started stirring the soup again. As a favor to me, you mean, he said bitterly. Okay, I'll stay, as a favor to me. Also to prevent Zabrinsky tripping over his legs again and breaking another ankle. He stirred the soup viciously. Well, what are you waiting for? The skipper may be making up his mind to dive any minute. He had a point. We brushed off protests and attempts to stop us made by Captain Folsom and Dr. Jolly, and were ready to leave in 30 seconds. Hansen was through the door first. I turned and looked at the sick and emaciated and injured survivors of Drift Station Zebra. Folsom, Jolly, Kinnaird, Hewson, Naseby, and 7 others. 12 men altogether. They couldn't all be in cahoots together, so it had to be a single man, maybe 2, acting in concert. I wondered who those men might be. Those men I would have to kill. That person or persons who had murdered my brother and 6 other men on Drift Ice Station Zebra. I pulled the door to behind me and followed Hansen out into the dreadful night. Chapter 6. We had been tired, more than tired, even before we had set out. We had been leaden-legged, bone-weary, no more than a short handspan from total exhaustion. But for all that, we flitted through the howling darkness of that night like 2 great white ghosts across the dimly seen whiteness of a nightmare lunar landscape. We were no longer bowed under the weight of heavy packs. Our backs were to that gale-force wind, so that for every laborious plodding step we had made on our way to Zebra, we now covered 5, with so little a fraction of our earlier toil that at first it seemed all but effortless. We had no trouble in seeing where we were going, no fear of falling into an open lead, or of crippling ourselves against some unexpected obstacle. For, with our useless goggles removed and powerful torch beams dancing erratically ahead of us, we jog-trotted along. Visibility was seldom less than 5 yards, more often near to 10. Those were the physical aids that helped us on our way. But even more sharply powerful as a spur to our aching legs was that keen and ever-growing fear that dominated our minds to the exclusion of all else. The fear that Commander Swanson had already been compelled to drop down, and that we would be left to die in that shrieking wasteland. With our lacking both shelter and food, the old man with the scythe would not be keeping us waiting too long. We ran, but we did not run too fast, for to have done that would have been to have the old man tapping us on the shoulder in a very short order indeed. In far sub-zero temperatures, there is one thing that the Eskimo avoids as he would the plague: overexertion. In those latitudes, more deadly even than the plague itself. Too much physical effort while wearing heavy furs inevitably results in sweat, and when the effort ceases, as eventually cease it must, the sweat freezes on the skin. The only way to destroy that film of ice is by further exertion, producing even more sweat. The beginnings of a vicious and steadily narrowing circle that can have only one end. So though we ran, it was only at a gentle jog-trot, hardly more than a fast walk. We took every possible precaution against overheating. After half an hour, perhaps a little more, I called for a brief halt in the shelter of a steep ice wall. Twice in the past 2 minutes, Hansen had stumbled and fallen where there hadn't appeared to be any reason to stumble and fall, and I had noticed that my own legs were more unsteady than the terrain warranted. "How are you making out?" I asked. "A pretty bush duck." He sounded it too, his breathing quick and rasping and shallow. "But don't write me off yet. How far do you reckon we've come?" 3 miles, near enough." I patted the ice wall behind us. "When we've had a couple of minutes, I think we should try climbing this. Looks like a pretty tallish hummock to me." "To try to get into the clear above the ice storm?" I nodded my head, and he shook his. "Won't do any good, Doc. This ice storm must be at least 20 feet thick, and even if you do get above it, the Dolphin will still be below it. She's only got the top of her sail clear above the ice." "I've been thinking," I said. "We've been so lost in our own woes and sorrows that we have forgotten about Commander Swanson. I think we have been guilty of underestimating him pretty badly." "It's likely enough. Right now I'm having a full-time job worrying about Lieutenant Hansen. What's on your mind?" "It's just this. The chances are better than 50-50 that Swanson believes we are on the way back to the Dolphin. After all, he has been ordering us to return for quite some time. And if he thinks we didn't get the order because something has happened to us or to the radio, he'll still figure that we will be returning." "Not necessarily. Radio or not, we might still be pushing on for Drift Station Zebra." "No, definitely not. He'll be expecting us to be smart enough to figure it the way he would, and smart enough to see that that is the way he would figure it. He would know that if our radio broke down before we got to Zebra, that it would be suicidal for us to try and find it without radio bearing, but that it wouldn't be suicidal for us to try to make it back to the Dolphin. For he would be hoping that we would have sufficient savvy to guess that he would put a lamp in the window to guide the lost sheep home." "My God, Doc, I believe you've got it." "Of course he would, of course he would. Lordy, lordy, what am I using for brains?" He straightened and turned to face the ice wall. Pushing and pulling, we made it together to the top. The summit of the rafted ice hummock was less than 20 feet above the level of the ice pack, and not quite high enough. We were still below the surface of that gale-driven river of ice spicules. Occasionally, for a brief moment of time, The wind force would ease fractionally and let us have a brief glimpse of the clear sky above, but only occasionally, and for a fraction of a second. And if there was anything to be seen in that time, we couldn't see it. "There'll be other hummocks," I shouted in Hansen's ear. "Higher hummocks." He nodded, without answering. I couldn't see the expression on his face, but I didn't have to see it. The same thought was in both our minds. We could see nothing, because there was nothing to see. Commander Swanson hadn't put a lamp in the window, for the window was gone, the Dolphin forced to dive to avoid being crushed by the ice. 5 times in the next 20 minutes we climbed hummocks, and 5 times we climbed down, each time more dejected, more defeated. By now I was pretty far gone, moving in a pain-filled nightmare. Hansen was in even worse case, lurching and staggering around like a drunken man. As a doctor, I knew well of the hidden and unsuspected resources that exhausted man can call on in times of desperate emergency. But I knew, too, that those resources are not limitless, and that we were pretty close to the end. And when that end came, we would just lie down in the lee of an ice wall and wait for the old man to come along. He wouldn't keep us waiting long. Our 6th hummock all but defeated us. It wasn't that it was hard to climb. It was well ridged with foot and handholds in plenty. But the sheer physical effort of climbing came very close to defeating us. And then I dimly began to realize that part of the effort was due to the fact that this was by far the highest hummock we had found yet. Some colossal pressures had concentrated on this one spot, rafting and log-jamming the ice pack until it had risen a clear 30 feet above the general level. The giant underwater ridge beneath must have stretched down close on 200 feet towards the black floor of the Arctic. 8 feet below the summit, our heads were in the clear. On the summit itself, holding on to each other for mutual support against the gale, we could look down on the ice storm whirling by just beneath our feet. A fantastic sight. A great grey-white sea of undulating turbulence. A giant rushing river that stretched from horizon to horizon. Like so much else in the high Arctic, the scene had an eerie and terrifying strangeness about it. A mindless desolation that belonged not to Earth, but to some alien and long-dead planet. We scanned the horizon to the west until our eyes ached. Nothing. Nothing at all. Just that endless desolation. From due north to due south, through 180 degrees, we searched the surface of that great river, and still we saw nothing. 3 minutes passed. Still nothing. I began to feel the ice running in my blood. On the remote off chance that we might already have bypassed the Dolphin to the north or south, I turned and peered towards the east. It wasn't easy, for that far sub-zero gale of wind brought tears to the eyes in an instant of time. But at least it wasn't impossible. We no longer had to contend with the needle-pointed lances of the ice spicules. I made another slow 180-degree sweep of the eastern horizon, and again and again. Then I caught Hansen's arm. "Look there," I said. "To the northeast. Maybe 1/4 of a mile away, maybe half a mile. Can you see anything?" For several seconds Hansen squinted along the direction of my outstretched hand, then shook his head. "I see nothing. What do you think you see?" "I don't know. I'm not sure. I can imagine I see a very faint touch of luminescence on the surface of the ice storm there. Maybe just a fraction of a shade whiter than the rest." For a full half-minute, Hansen stared out through cupped hands. Finally he said, "It's no good, I don't see it. But then my eyes have been acting up on me for the past half hour. But I can't even imagine I see anything." I turned away to give my streaming eyes a rest from that icy wind, and then looked again. "Damn it," I said. "I can't be sure that there is anything there. But I can't be sure that there isn't either. What do you fancy it would be?" Hanson's voice was dispirited with overtones of hopelessness. "A light? A searchlight, shining vertically upwards. A searchlight that's not able to penetrate that ice storm." "You're kidding yourself, Doc," Hanson said wearily. "The wish father to the thought. Besides, that would mean that we had already passed the Dolphin. It's not possible. It's not impossible. Ever since we started climbing those damned ice hummocks, I've lost track of time and space. It could be." "Do you still see it?" The voice was empty, uninterested. He didn't believe me, and he was just making words. "Maybe my eyes are acting up too," I admitted. "But damn it, I'm still not sure that I'm not right." "Come on, Doc, let's go." "Go where?" "I don't know." His teeth chattered so uncontrollably in that intense cold that I could scarcely follow his words. "I guess it doesn't matter very much where—" With breathtaking abruptness, almost in the center of my imagined patch of luminescence, and not more than 400 yards away, a swiftly climbing rocket burst through the rushing river of ice spicules and climbed high into the clear sky, trailing behind it a fiery tail of glowing red sparks. 500 feet it climbed, perhaps 600, then burst into a brilliantly incandescent shower of crimson stars, stars that fell lazily back to earth again, streaming away to the west on the wings of the gale and dying as they went, till the sky was colder and emptier than ever before. "You still say it doesn't matter very much where we go?" I asked Hanson. "Or maybe you didn't see that little lot." "What I just saw," he said reverently, "was the prettiest old sight that Ma Hanson's little boy ever did see, or ever will see." He thumped me on the back, so hard that I had to grab him to keep my balance. "We got it made, Doc," he shouted. "We got it made. Suddenly I have the strength of 10. Home, sweet home, here we come." 10 minutes later, we were home. "God, this is wonderful," Hanson sighed. He stared in happy bemusement, from the captain, to me, to the glass in his hand, to the water, dripping from the melting ice on his furs onto the corticine decking of the captain's tiny cabin. The warmth, the light, the comfort, and home, sweet home. I never thought I'd see any of it again. When that rocket went up, Skipper, I was just looking around to pick a place to lay me down and die. And don't think I'm joking, for I'm not. "And Dr. Carpenter?" Swanson smiled. "Defective mental equipment somewhere," Hanson said. "He doesn't seem to know how to set about giving up. I think he's just mule-headed. You get them like that." Hanson's slightly offbeat, slightly irrational talk had nothing to do with the overwhelming relief and relaxation that comes after moments of great stress and tension. Hanson was too tough for that. I knew that, and I knew that Swanson knew it also. We'd been back for almost 20 minutes now. We'd told our story. The pressure was off. A happy ending for all seemed in sight, and normalcy was again almost the order of the day. But when the strain is off and conditions are back to normal, a man has time to start thinking about things again. I knew only too well what was in Hanson's mind's eye. That charred and huddled shapelessness that had once been my brother. He didn't want me to talk about him, and for that I didn't blame him. He didn't want me even to think about him, although he must have known that that was impossible. The kindest men nearly always are like that, hard and tough and cynical on the outside, men who have been too kind and showed it. However it was, Swanson smiled, You can consider yourselves two of the luckiest men alive. That rocket you saw was the third last we had. It's been a regular 4th of July for the past hour or so. And you reckon Rawlins, Zabrinsky, and the survivors on Zebra are safe for the present? Nothing to worry about for the next couple of days, Hansen nodded. They'll be okay. Cold, mind you, and a good half of them desperately in need of hospital treatment. But they'll survive. Fine. Well, this is how it is. This lead here stopped closing in about half an hour ago. But it doesn't matter now. We can drop down any time and still hold our position. What does matter is that we have located the fault in the ice machine. It's a damnably tricky and complicated job, and I expect it will take several hours yet to fix. But I think we'll wait until it is fixed before we try anything. I am not too keen on this idea of making a dead reckoning approach to this lead near Zebra, then loosing off a shot in the dark. And since there's no desperate hurry, I'd rather wait till we got the ice fathometer operating again. Make an accurate survey of this lead, then fire a torpedo up through the middle. If the ice is only 4 or 5 feet thick there, we shouldn't have much trouble blowing a hole through. That would be best, Hansen agreed. He finished off his medicinal alcohol, an excellent bourbon, rose stiffly to his feet and stretched. Well, back to the old treadmill again. Now, how many torpedoes in working order? 4 at the last count. I may as well go help young Mills load them up now, if that's okay by you, Skip. It is not okay by me, Swanson said mildly. And if you'll take a quick gander at that mirror there, you'll understand why. You're not fit to load a slug into an air gun, far less a torpedo into its tube. You haven't just been on a Sunday afternoon stroll, you know. A few hours sleep, John. Then we'll see. Hansen didn't argue. I couldn't imagine anyone arguing with Commander Swanson. He made for the door. Coming, Doc? In a moment. Sleep well. Yeah. Thanks. He touched me lightly on the shoulder and smiled through bloodshot and exhausted eyes. Thanks for everything. Good night, all. When he was gone, Swanson said, "It was pretty wicked out there tonight. I wouldn't recommend it for no ladies' home Sunday afternoon outing." Lieutenant Hansen seems to imagine he's under some kind of debt to you, he went on, inconsequentially. Imagination, as you say. They don't come any better than Hansen. You're damned lucky to have him as an exec. I know that. He hesitated, then said quietly, I promise you I won't mention this again, but, well, I'm most damnably sorry, Doctor. I looked at him and nodded slowly. I knew he meant it. I knew he had to say it. But there's not much you can say in turn to anything like that. I said, 6 others died with him, Commander. He hesitated again. Do we take the dead back to Britain with us? Could I have another drop of that excellent bourbon, Commander? Been a heavy run on your medicinal alcohol in the past few hours, I'm afraid. I waited till he had filled my glass, then went on. We don't take them back with us. They're not dead men. They're just unrecognizable and unidentifiable lumps of charred matter. Let them stay here. His relief was unmistakable, and he was aware of it, for he went on hurriedly for something to say. All this equipment for locating and tracking the Russian missiles. Destroyed? I didn't check. He'd find out for himself soon enough that there had been no such equipment. How he'd react to that discovery, in light of the cock and bull story I'd spun to himself and Admiral Garvey in the Holy Lock, I couldn't even begin to guess. At the moment, I didn't even care. It didn't seem important. Nothing seemed important, not anymore. All at once, I felt tired. Not sleepy, just deathfully tired. So I pushed myself stiffly to my feet, said good night, and left. Hansen was in his bunk when I got back to his cabin, his furs lying where he had dropped them. I checked that he was no longer awake, slipped off my own furs, hung them up, and replaced the Mannlicher Schurnar in my case. I lay down in my cot to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. Exhausted though I was, I had never felt less like sleep in my life. I was too restless and unsettled for sleep. Too many problems coming all at once were causing a first-class logjam in my mind. I got up, pulled on shirt and denim pants, and made my way to the control room. I spent the better part of what remained of the night there, pacing up and down, watching two technicians repairing the vastly complicated innards of the ice machine, reading the messages of congratulation which were still coming in, talking desultorily to the officer on deck, and drinking endless cups of coffee. It passed the night for me, and although I hadn't closed an eye, I felt fresh and almost relaxed by the time morning came. At the wardroom breakfast table that morning, everyone seemed quietly cheerful. They knew that they had done a good job. The whole world was telling them they had done a magnificent job, and you could see that they all regarded that job as being as good as over. No one appeared to doubt Swanson's ability to blow a hole through the ice. If it hadn't been for the presence of the ghost at the feast, myself, they would have been positively jovial. "We'll pass up the extra cups of coffee this morning, gentlemen," Swanson said. "Drift Station Zebra is still waiting for us, and even though I'm assured everyone there will survive, they must be feeling damn cold and miserable for all that. The ice machine has been in operation for almost an hour now. At least, we hope it has. We'll drop down right away and test it, and after we've loaded the torpedoes, two should do it, I fancy, we'll blow our way up to this lead at Zebra." 20 minutes later, the Dolphin was back where she belonged, 150 feet below the surface of the sea, or the ice cap. After 10 minutes maneuvering, with a close check being kept on the plotting table to maintain our position relative to Drift Station Zebra, it was clear that the ice machine was behaving perfectly normally again, tracing out the inverted ridges and valleys in the ice with its usual magical accuracy. Commander Swanson nodded his satisfaction. "That's it, then." He nodded to Hansen and Mills, the torpedo officer. "You can go ahead now. Maybe you'd like to accompany them, Dr. Carpenter? Or is loading torpedoes old hat to you?" "Never seen it," I said truthfully. "Thanks, I'd like to go along." Swanson was as considerate towards men as he was towards his beloved Dolphin, which was why every man in the ship swore by him. He knew, or suspected, that, apart from the shock I felt at my brother's death, I was worried stiff about other things. He would have heard, although he hadn't mentioned it to me and hadn't even asked me how I had slept, that I'd spent the night prowling aimlessly and restlessly about the control room. He knew I would be grateful for any distraction, for anything that would relieve my mind, however temporarily, of whatever it was that was troubling it. I wondered just how much that extraordinarily keen brain knew or guessed. But that was an unprofitable line of thought, so I put it out of my mind and went along with Hansen and Mills. Mills was another like Rayburn, the navigation officer. He looked to me more like a college undergraduate than the highly competent officer he was. But I supposed it was just another sign that I was growing old. Hansen crossed to a panel by the diving console and studied a group of lights. The night's sleep had done Hansen a great deal of good, and apart from the abraded skin on his forehead and round the cheekbones where the ice spicules of last night had done their work, he was again his normal, cheerfully cynical, relaxed self, fresh and rested and fit. He waved his hand at the panel. "The torpedo safety lights, Dr. Carpenter. Each green light represents a closed torpedo tube door. 6 doors that open to the sea, blow caps we call them. 6 rear doors for loading the torpedoes. Only 12 lights, but we study them very, very carefully, just to make sure that all the lights are green. For if any of them were red, any of the top 6, that is, which represents the sea doors. Well, that wouldn't be so good, would it? He looked at Mills. All green? All green, Mills echoed. We moved forward along the wardroom passage and dropped down the wide companionway into the crew's mess. From there, we moved into the forward torpedo storage room. Last time I'd been there, on the morning after our departure from the tide, 9 or 10 men had been sleeping in their bunks. Now, all the bunks were empty. 5 men were waiting for us. 4 ratings and a Petty Officer Bowen, whom Hansen, no stickler for protocol, addressed as Charlie. You will see now, Hansen observed to me, why officers are more highly paid than enlisted men, and deservedly so. While Charlie and his gallant men skulk here behind 2 sets of collision bulkheads, we must go and test the safety of the tubes. Regulations. Still, a cool head and an iron nerve. We do it gladly for our men. Bowen grinned and unclipped the first collision bulkhead door. We stepped over the 18-inch sill, leaving the 5 men behind, and waited until the door had been clipped up again before opening the forward collision bulkhead door and stepping over the second sill into the cramped torpedo room. This time the door was swung wide open and hooked back on a heavy standing catch. All laid down in the Book of Rules, Hansen said. The only time the 2 doors can be opened at the same time is when we're actually loading the torpedoes. He checked the position of metal handles at the rear of the tubes, reached up, swung down a steel spring microphone and flicked a switch. Ready to test tubes. All manual levers shut. All lights showing green? All lights still green. The answering voice from the overhead squawk box was hollow, metallic, queerly impersonal. You already checked, I said mildly. So we check again. Same old Book of Rules. He grinned. Besides, my grandpa died at 97, and I aim to beat his record. Take no chances, and you run no risk. What are they to be, George? 3 and 4. I could see the brass plaques on the circular rear doors of the tubes. 2, 4, and 6 on the port side, 1, 3, and 5 on the starboard. Lieutenant Mills was proposing to use the central tubes on each side. Mills unhooked a rubber torch from the bulkhead and approached number 3 first. Hansen said, Still no chances. First of all, George opens the test cock in the rear door, which will show if there's any water at all in the tubes. There shouldn't be, but sometimes a little gets past the bow caps. If the test cock shows nothing, then he opens the door and shines his torch up to examine the bow cap and see that there is no obstruction in the tube. How is it, George? Okay, number 3. 3 times Mill lifted the test cock handle and no trace of water appeared. Opening the door now. He hauled on the big lever at the rear, pulled it clear and swung back the heavy circular door. He shone his torch up the gleaming inside length of the tube, then straightened. Clean as a whistle and dry as a bone. That's not the way he was taught to report it, Hansen said sorrowfully. I don't know what the young officers are coming to these days. Right, George, number 4. Mills grinned, secured the rear door on number 3 and crossed to number 4. He lifted the test cock handle and said, Uh-oh. What is it? Hansen asked. Water, Mills said tersely. Is there much? Let's see. Just a trickle. Is that bad? I asked. It happens, Hansen said briefly. He joggled the handle up and down, and another spoonful of water appeared. You can get a slightly imperfect bow cap, and if you go deep enough to build up sufficient outside pressure, you can get a trickle of water coming in. Probably what has happened in this case. If the bow cap was open, friend, at this depth, the water would come out of that spout like a bullet. But no chances. No chances. He reached for the microphone again. Number 4 bow cap still green. We have a little water here. Still green. Hansen looked down at Mills. How's it coming? Not so much now. Control center, Hansen said into the microphone. Check the trim chit just to make sure. There was a pause. Then the box crackled again. Captain here. All tubes showing empty. Signed by Lieutenant Hansen and the foreman engineer. Thank you, sir. Hansen switched off and grinned. Lieutenant Hansen's word is good enough for me any day. How's it now? It stopped. Open her up. Mills tugged the heavy lever. It moved an inch or two, then stuck. I'm coming stiff, he commented. You torpedo men never heard of anything called lubricating oil? Hansen demanded. Wait, George, wait. Mills applied more weight. The lever moved another couple of inches. Mills scowled, shifted his feet to get maximum purchase and heaved just as Hansen shouted, No, stop, for God's sake, stop! He was too late. He was a lifetime too late. The lever snapped clear. The heavy circular rear door smashed open as violently as if it had been struck by some gigantic battering ram, and a roaring torrent of water burst into the forward torpedo room. The sheer size, the enormous power and frightening speed of that almost horizontally travelling column of water was staggering. It was like a giant hosepipe, like one of the outlet pipes of the Boulder Dam. It caught up Lieutenant Mills, already badly injured by the flailing sweep of that heavy door, and swept him back across the torpedo room to smash heavily against the after bulkhead. For a moment he half stood there, pinned by the power of that huge jet, then slid down limply to the deck. Blow all main ballast, Hansen shouted into the microphone. He was hanging on to a rear torpedo door to keep from being carried away, and even above that thunderous roar of the waters his voice carried clearly. Emergency! Blow all main ballast! Number 4 tube open to the sea! Blow all main ballast! He released his grip, staggered across the deck trying to keep his balance in the madly swirling, already foot-deep waters. Get out of here, for God's sake! He should have saved his energy and breath. I was already on my way out of there. I had Mills under the arms, and was trying to drag him over the high sill of the forward collision bulkhead, and I was making no headway at all. The proper trim of a submarine is a delicate thing at the best of times, and even after these few seconds, the nose of the Dolphin, heavy with the tons of water that had already poured in, was beginning to cant sharply downwards. Trying to drag Mills and at the same time keep my balance on that sloping deck with knee-high water boiling around me was more than I could do. But suddenly Hansen had Mills by the feet, and I stumbled off balance, tripped over the high sill and fell backwards into the confined space between the two collision bulkheads, dragging Mills after me. Hansen was still on the other side of the bulkhead. I could hear him cursing steadily, monotonously, and as if he meant it as he struggled to unhook the heavy door from its standing catch. Because of the steep downward pitch of the Dolphin's deck, he had to lean all his weight against the massive steel door to free the catch, and with his insecure footing among the swirling waters on that sloping, slippery deck, he was obviously having the devil's own time trying to release it. I let Mills lie, jumped over the sill, flung my shoulder against the door, and with the suddenly added pressure, the latch clicked free. The heavy door at once swung half shut, carrying us along with it, and knocking us both off our feet into the battering ram path of that torrent, still gushing from number 4 tube. Coughing and spluttering, we scrambled upright again, crossed the sill, and hanging on to a clip handle apiece, tried to drag the door shut. Twice we tried, and twice we failed. The water boiled in through the tube, and its level was now almost slipping the top of the sill. With every second that passed, the downward angle of the Dolphin increased, and with every extra degree of steepness the task of pulling that door uphill against the steadily increasing gravity became more and more difficult. The water began to spill over the sill onto our feet. Hansen grinned at me. At least I thought for a moment he was grinning, but the white teeth were clamped tightly together, and there was no amusement at all in his eyes. He shouted above the roar of the water, "It's now or never!" A well-taken point. It was indeed now or never. At a signal from Hansen, we flung our combined weights onto those clip handles, each with one hand to a clip while the other braced against the bulkhead to give maximum purchase. We got the door to within 4 inches. It swung open. We tried again. Still 4 inches, and I knew that all our strength had gone into that one. "Can you hold it for a moment?" I shouted. He nodded. I shifted both hands to the lower corner clip, dropped to the deck, braced my feet against the sill, and straightened both legs in one convulsive jerk. The door crashed shut. Hansen jammed his clip home. I did the same with mine, and we were safe. For the moment, we were safe. I left Hansen to secure the remaining clips and started knocking the clips of the after-collision bulkhead door. I'd only got as far as the first one when the others started falling off by themselves. Petty Officer Bowen and his men on the other side of that door needed no telling that we wanted out of there just as fast as possible. The door was pulled open, and my eardrums popped with the abrupt fall in air pressure. I could hear the steady echoing roar of air blasting into the ballast tanks under high pressure. I hoisted Mills by the shoulders. Strong, competent hands lifted him out and over the sill, and a couple of seconds later, Hansen and I were beside him. "In God's name," Petty Officer Bowen said to Hansen. "What's gone wrong?" "Number 4 tube open to the sea." "Jesus!" "Clip up that door," Hansen ordered. "But good." He left at a dead run, clawing his way up the sharply sloping deck of the torpedo storage room. I took a look at Lieutenant Mills. One short look was all I needed, and followed after Hansen. Only I didn't run. Running wasn't going to help anybody now. The roar of compressed air filled the ship. The ballast tanks were rapidly emptying. But still the Dolphin continued on its deadly dive, arrowing down for the dark depths of the Arctic. Not even the massive compressed air banks of the Submarine could hope to cope so soon with the effects of the scores of tons of seawater that had already flooded into the forward torpedo room. I wondered bleakly if they would ever be able to cope at all. As I walked along the wardroom passage, using the handrail to haul myself up that crazily canted deck, I could feel the entire submarine shudder beneath my feet. No doubt about what that was. Swanson had the great turbines turning over at maximum revolutions, the big bronze propellers threshing madly in reverse, trying to bite deep into the water to slow up the diving submarine. You can smell fear. You can smell it, and you can see it. And I could do both as I hauled my way into the control center of the Dolphin that morning. Not one man as much as flickered an eye in my direction as I passed by the sonar room. They had no eyes for me. They had no eyes for anybody. Tense, strained, immobile, with hunted faces, they had eyes for only one thing: the plummeting needle on the depth gauge. The needle was passing the 600 feet mark. 600 feet. No conventional submarine I'd ever been on could have operated at this depth, could have survived at this depth. 650. I thought of the fantastic outside pressure that represented, and I felt far from happy. Someone else was feeling far from happy also, the young seaman manning the inboard diving seat. His fists were clenched till the knuckles showed. A muscle was jumping in his cheek, a nerve twitching in his neck, and he had the look on his face of a man who sees the bony finger of death beckoning. 700 feet. 750. 800. I'd never heard of a submarine that had reached that depth and lived. Neither, apparently, had Commander Swanson. "We have just set up a new mark, men," he said. His voice was calm and relaxed, and although he was far too intelligent a man not to be afraid, no trace of it showed in tone or manner. "Lowest recorded dive ever, as far as I am aware. Speed of descent? No change. It will change soon. The torpedo room must be about full now, apart from the pocket of air compressed under high pressure." He gazed at the dial and tapped his teeth thoughtfully with a thumbnail. This, for Swanson, was probably the equivalent of going into hysterics. Blow the diesel tanks. Blow the freshwater tanks. Imperturbable though he sounded, Swanson was close to desperation, for this was the counsel of despair. Thousands of miles from home and supplies, yet jettisoning all the diesel and drinking water, the lack of either of which could make all the difference between life and death. But at that moment, it didn't matter. All that mattered was lightening the ship. "Main ballast tank's empty," the diving officer reported. His voice was hoarse and strained. Swanson nodded, said nothing. The volume of the sound of the compressed air had dropped at least 75%, and the suddenly comparative silence was sinister, terrifying, as if it meant that the Dolphin was giving up the fight. Now we had only the slender reserves of the fresh water and diesel to save us. And the rate at which the Dolphin was still diving, I didn't see how it could. Hansen was standing beside me. I noticed blood dripping from his left hand to the deck, and when I looked more closely, I could see that 2 of his fingers were broken. It must have happened in the torpedo room. At the moment, it didn't seem important. It certainly didn't seem important to Hansen. He was entirely oblivious of it. The pressure gauge fell, farther and still farther. I knew now that nothing could save the Dolphin. A bell rang. Swanson swung down a microphone and pressed a button. "Engine room here," a metallic voice came through. "We must slow down. Main bearings beginning to smoke. She'll seize up any moment. Maintain revolutions." Swanson swung back the microphone. The youngster at the diving console, the one with the jumping cheek muscles and the nervous twitch, started to mumble, "Oh dear God, oh dear God," over and over again, softly at first, then the voice climbing up the scale to hysteria. Swanson moved 2 paces and touched him on the shoulder. "Do you mind, laddie? I can hardly hear myself think." The mumbling stopped, and the boy sat quite still, his face carved from grey granite, the nerve in his neck going like a trip hammer. "How much more of this will she take?" I asked casually. At least I meant it to sound casual, but it came out like the croak of an asthmatic bullfrog. "I'm afraid we are moving into the realms of the unknown," Swanson admitted calmly. 1,000 feet plus. If that dial is right, we pass the theoretical implosion point, where the hull should have collapsed 50 feet ago. At the present moment, she is being subjected to well over 1,000,000 tons of pressure. Swanson's repose, his glacial calm, was staggering. They must have scoured the whole of America to find a man like that. If ever there was the right man in the right place at the right time, it was Commander Swanson in the control room of a runaway submarine, diving to depths hundreds of feet below what any submarine had ever experienced before. "She's slowing," Hansen whispered. "She's slowing." Swanson nodded. She wasn't slowing half fast enough for me. It was impossible that the pressure hull could hold out any longer. I wondered vaguely what the end would be like, then put the thought from my mind. I would never know anything about it anyway. At that depth, the pressure must have been about 20 tons to the square foot. We'd be squashed as flat as flounders before our senses could even begin to record what was happening to us. The engine room call-up bell rang again. The voice this time was imploring, desperate. "We must ease up, Captain. Switchgear is turning red hot. We can see it glowing." "Wait till it is white hot, then you can complain about it," Swanson said curtly. If the engines were going to break down, they were going to break down. But until they did, he'd tear the life out of them in an attempt to save the Dolphin. Another bell rang. "Control room?" The voice was harsh, high-pitched. "Crew's mess deck here. Water is beginning to come in." For the first time, every eye in the control room turned away from the depth gauge and fixed itself on that loudspeaker. The hull was giving at last under the fantastic pressure, the crushing weight. One little hole, one tiny thread-like crack as a starting point, and the pressure hull would rip and tear and flatten like a toy under a steam hammer. A quick glance at the strained, shocked faces showed this same thought in every mind. "Where?" Swanson demanded. "Starboard bulkhead." "How much?" "A pint or two, just trickling down the bulkhead. And it's getting worse. It's getting worse all the time. For God's sake, Captain, what are we going to do?" "What are you going to do?" Swanson echoed. "Mop the damn stuff up, of course. You don't want to live in a dirty ship, do you?" He hung up. She stopped. She stopped. 4 words and a prayer. I'd been wrong about every eye being on the loudspeaker. One pair of eyes had never left the depth gauge, the pair belonging to the youngster at the console. "She stopped," the diving officer confirmed. His voice had a shake in it. No one spoke. The blood continued to drip unheeded from Hanson's crushed fingers. I thought that I detected for the first time a faint sheen of sweat on Swanson's brow, but I couldn't be sure. The deck still shuddered beneath our feet as the giant engines strove to lift the Dolphin out of those deadly depths. The compressed air still hissed into the diesel and fresh water tanks. I could no longer see the depth gauge. The diving officer had drawn himself up so close to it that he obscured most of it from me. 90 seconds passed. 90 seconds that didn't seem any longer than a leap year. 90 interminable seconds while we waited for the sea to burst into our hull and take us for its own. Then the diving officer said, 10 feet. Up. "Are you sure?" Swanson asked. "A year's pay." "We are not out of the wood yet," Swanson said mildly. "The hull can still go. It should have gone a damn long time ago. Another 100 feet, that means a couple of tons less pressure to the square foot, and I think we'll have a chance. At least a 50-50 chance. And after that, the chances will improve with every foot we ascend. And as we ascend, the highly compressed air in the torpedo room will expand, driving out water and so lightening ship." "Still rising," the diving officer said. "Still rising. Speed of ascent unchanged." Swanson walked across to the diving stand and studied the slow movement of the depth gauge dial. "How much fresh water left?" 30%. "Secure blowing fresh water ballast. Engines all back 2/3. The roar of compressed air fell away, and the deck vibration eased almost to nothing as the engine revolutions fell from emergency power to 2/3 full power. "Speed of ascent unchanged," the diving officer reported. 100 feet up. "Secure blowing diesel." The roar of compressed air stopped completely. "All back 1/3. Still rising. Still rising." Swanson took a silk handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his face and neck. "I was a little worried there," he said to no one in particular, "and I don't care who knows it." He reached for a microphone, and I could hear his voice booming faintly throughout the ship. "Captain here. All right, you can all start breathing again. Everything is under control. We are on our way up. As a point of interest, we are still over 300 feet deeper than the lowest previous submarine dive ever recorded." I felt as if I had just been through the rollers of a giant mangle. We all looked as if we'd just been through the rollers of a giant mangle. A voice said, "I've never smoked in my life, but I'm starting now. Someone give me a cigarette." Hanson said, "When we get back to the States, do you know what I'm going to do?" "Yes," Swanson said. "You're going to scrape together your last cent, go up to Groton, and throw the biggest, the most expensive party ever for the men who built this boat." "You're too late, Lieutenant. I thought of it first." He checked abruptly and said sharply, "What's happened to your hand?" Hanson lifted his left hand and stared at it in surprise. I never even knew I'd been scratched. Must have happened with that damn door in the torpedo room. There's a medical supply box there, Doc. Would you fix this?" "You did a damn fine job there, John," Swanson said warmly. "Getting that door closed, I mean. Couldn't have been easy." "It wasn't. All pats on the back to our friend here," Hanson said. "He got it closed, not me. And if we hadn't got it closed, "Oh, if I'd let you load the torpedoes when you came back last night," Swanson said grimly, "when we were sitting on the surface and the hatches wide open. We'd have been 8,000 feet down now and very, very dead." Hansen suddenly snatched his hand away. "My God," he said remorsefully, "I'd forgotten. Never mind this damned hand of mine, George Mills, the torpedo officer. He caught a pretty bad smack. You'd better see him first. Or Doc Benson." I took his hand back. "No hurry for either of us. Your fingers first. Mills isn't feeling a thing." "Good Lord!" Astonishment showed in Hansen's face. Maybe shock at my callousness. "When he recovers consciousness, he'll never recover consciousness again," I said. "Lieutenant Mills is dead." "What?" Swanson's fingers bit deeply, painfully into my arm. "Dead, did you say?" "That column of water from number 4 tube came in like an express train," I said tiredly. "Flung him right back against the after bulkhead and smashed in the occiput, the back of his head, like an eggshell. Death must have been instantaneous." "Young George Mills," Swanson whispered. His face had gone very pale. "Poor young beggar. His first trip on the Dolphin, and now just like that killed." "Murdered," I said. "What?" "If Commander Swanson didn't watch out with his fingers, he'd have my upper arm all black and blue." "What was that you said?" "Murdered," I said. "Murdered, I meant." Swanson stared at me for a long moment, his face empty of expression, but the eyes strained and tired, and suddenly somehow old. He wheeled, walked across to the diving officer, spoke a few words to him, and returned. "Come on," he said abruptly. "You can fix up the lieutenant's hand in my cabin." Chapter 7. "You realize the seriousness of what you're saying?" Swanson asked. "You are making a grave accusation." "Come off it," I said rudely. "This is not a court of law, and I am not accusing anyone. All I say is that murder has been done. Whoever left that bow cap door open is directly responsible for the death of Lieutenant Mills." "What do you mean, left the door open? Who says anyone left the door open? It could have been due to natural causes, and even if, I can't see it, that door had been left open. You can't accuse a man of murder because of carelessness or forgetfulness or because—" "Commander Swanson," I said, "I'll go on record as saying that you are probably the best naval officer I've ever met. But being best at that doesn't mean that you're best at everything. There are noticeable gaps in your education, Commander, especially in the appreciation of finer points of skullduggery. You require an especially low and devious type of mind for that, and I'm afraid that you just haven't got it. Doors left open by natural causes, you say? What natural causes?" "We've hit the ice a few hefty smacks," Swanson said slowly. "That could have jarred it open. Or when we poked through the ice last night, a piece of ice, a stalactite, say, could have—" "Your tubes are recessed, aren't they? Mighty oddly shaped stalactite that would go down, then bend in at a right angle to reach the door. And even then it would only shut it more tightly." "The doors are tested every time we're in harbor," Commander Swanson persisted quietly. "They're also open when we open tubes to carry out surface trimming tests in dock. Any dockyard has pieces of waste, rope, and other rubbish floating around that could easily have jammed a door open. The safety lights showed the door shut. They could have been open just a crack, not enough to disengage the safety contact." "Open a crack? Why do you think Mills is dead?" "If you've ever seen the jet of water that hits the turbine blades in a hydroelectric plant, then you'll know how that water came in. A crack? My God! How are those doors operated?" "Two ways. Remote control, hydraulic, just press a button. Then there are manually operated levers in the torpedo room itself. I turned to Hansen. He was sitting on the bunk beside me, his face pale as I splintered his broken fingers. I said, "Those hand-operated levers, were they in the shut position?" "You heard me say so in there. Of course they were. First thing we always check." "Somebody doesn't like you," I said to Swanson. "Or somebody doesn't like the dolphin. Or somebody knew that the dolphin was going searching for the zebra survivors, and they didn't like that either. So they sabotaged the ship. You will remember you were rather surprised that you didn't have to correct the dolphin's trim. It had been your intention to carry out a slow-timed dive to check the underwater trim because you thought that would have been affected by the fact that you had no torpedoes in the forward tubes. But, surprise, surprise, she didn't need any correction." "I'm listening," Swanson said quietly. He was with me now. He was with me all the way. He cocked an eyebrow as we heard water flooding back into the tanks. The repeater gauge showed 200 feet. Swanson must have ordered his diving officer to level off at that depth. The dolphin was still canted nose downwards at an angle of about 25 degrees. She didn't need any correcting, because some of her tubes were already full of water. For all I know, maybe number 3 tube, the one we tested and found okay, is the only one that is not full of water. Our clever little pal left the doors open, disconnected the hand-operated levers so that they appeared to be in the shut position when they were actually open, and crossed over a few wires in a junction box so that the open position showed green, while the closed showed red. A man who knew what he was about could have done it in a few minutes. 2 men who knew what they were about could have done it in no time at all. I'll lay anything you like that when you're eventually in a position to check, you'll find the levers disconnected, the wires crossed, and the inlets of the test cocks blocked with sealing wax, quick-drying paint, or even chewing gum, so that when the test cocks were open, nothing would show, and you would assume the tubes to be empty. There was a trickle from the test cocking number 4 tube, Hansen objected. Low-grade chewing gum. Murderous swine, Swanson said calmly. His restraint was far more effective than the most thunderous denunciations could ever have been. He could have murdered us all. But for the grace of God and the Groton Boatyard shipwrights, he would have murdered us all. He didn't mean to, I said. He didn't mean to kill anyone. You had intended to carry out a slow-time dive to check trim in the Holy Lock before you left that evening. You told me so yourself. Did you announce it to the crew? Post it up in daily orders or something like that? Both. So, our pal knew. He also knew that you carried out those checks when the boat is still awash, or just under the surface. When you checked the tubes to see if they were okay, water would come in, too much water to permit the rear doors to be shut again, but not under such high pressure that you wouldn't have time, and to spare, to close the forward collision bulkhead door and make a leisurely retreat in good order. What would have happened? Not much. At the worst, you would have settled down slowly to the bottom and stayed there, not deep enough to worry the dolphin. In a submarine of even 10 years ago, it might have been fatal for all because of the limited air supply. Not today, when your air purifying machines can let you stay down for months at a time. You just float up your emergency indicator buoy and telephone, tell your story, sit around and drink coffee till a naval diver comes down and replaces the bow cap, pump out the torpedo room, and surface again. Our unknown pal, or pals, didn't mean to kill anyone. But they did mean to delay you, and they would have delayed you. We know now that you could have got to the surface under your own steam, but even so your top brass would have insisted that you go into dock for a day or two to check that everything was okay. Why should anyone want to delay us? Swanson asked. I thought he had an unnecessarily speculative look in his eyes, but it was hard to be sure. Commander Swanson's face showed exactly what Commander Swanson wanted it to show, and no more. My God, do you think I know the answer to that one? I said irritably. No, I don't think so. He could have been more emphatic about it. Tell me, Dr. Carpenter, do you suspect some member of the Dolphin's crew to be responsible? Do you really need an answer to that one? I suppose not, he sighed. Going to the bottom of the Arctic Ocean is not a very attractive way of committing suicide. And if any member of the crew had jinxed things, he'd damn soon have unjinxed them as soon as he realized that we weren't going to carry out trim checks in shallow water. Which leaves only the civilian dockyard workers in Scotland. And every one of them has been checked and rechecked and given a top-grade security clearance. Which means nothing. There are plushy Moscow hotels and British and American prisons full of people who had top-grade security clearances. What are you going to do now, Commander? About the Dolphin, I mean. I've been thinking about it. In the normal course of events, the thing to do would be to close the bow cap of number 4 and pump out the torpedo room, then go in and close the rear door of number 4. But the bow cap door won't close. Within a second of John's telling us that number 4 was open to the sea, the diving officer hit the hydraulic button, the one that closes it by remote control. You saw for yourself that nothing happened. It must be jammed. You bet your life it's jammed, I said grimly. A sledgehammer might do some good, but pressing buttons won't. I could go back to that lead we've just left, surface again, and send a diver under the ice to investigate and see what he can do. But I'm not going to ask any man to risk his life doing that. I could retreat to the open sea, surface, and fix it there. But not only would it be a damn slow and uncomfortable trip with a Dolphin counted at this angle, it might take us days before we got back here again. And some of Drift Station Zebra men are pretty far through. It might be too late. Well then, I said, you have the man to hand, Commander. I told you when I first met you that environmental health studies were my speciality, especially in the field of pressure extremes when escaping from submarines. I've done an awful lot of simulated sub-escapes, Commander. I do know a fair amount about pressures, how to cope with them, and how I react to them myself. How do you react to them, Dr. Carpenter? A high tolerance. They don't worry me much. And what do you have in mind? You know damn well what I have in mind, I said impatiently. Drill a hole in the door of the after-collision bulkhead. Screw in a high-pressure hose. Open the door. Shove someone in the narrow space between the two collision bulkheads and turn up the hose until the pressure between the collision bulkheads equals that in the torpedo room. You have the clips eased off the forward collision door. When the pressures are equalized, it opens at a touch. You walk inside, close number 4 rear door, and walk away again. That's what you had in mind, wasn't it? More or less, he admitted, except that you are no part of it. Every man on this ship has made simulated escapes. They all know the effects of pressure, and most of them are a great deal younger than you. Suit yourself, I said. But age has little to do with the ability to stand stresses. You didn't pick a teenager as the first American to orbit the Earth, did you? As for simulated escapes, making a free ascent up a 100-foot tank is a different matter altogether from going inside an iron box, waiting for the slow build-up of pressure, working under that pressure, then waiting for the slow process of decompression. I've seen young men, big, tough, very, very fit young men, break up completely under those circumstances, and almost go crazy trying to get out. The combination of physiological and psychological factors involved is pretty fierce. I think, Swanson said slowly, that I'd sooner have you, what do the English say, batten on a sticky wicket than almost any man I know. But there's a point you've overlooked. What would the Admiral commanding Atlantic Submarine say to me if he knew I'd let a civilian go instead of one of my own men? If you don't let me go, I know what he'll say. He'll say we must reduce Commander Swanson to Lieutenant, J.G., because he had on board the Dolphin an acknowledged expert in this speciality, and refused out of stiff-necked pride to use him, thereby endangering the lives of his crew and the safety of his ship. Swanson smiled a pretty bleak smile. But with the desperately narrow escape we had just had, the predicament we were still in, and the fact that his torpedo officer was lying dead not so many feet away, I hardly expected him to break into gales of laughter. He looked at Hanson. "What do you say, John?" "I've seen more incompetent characters than Dr. Carpenter," Hanson said. "Also, he gets about as nervous and panic-stricken as a bag of Portland cement." "He has qualifications you do not look to find in the average medical man," Swanson agreed. "I shall be glad to accept your offer. One of my men will go with you. That way, the dictates of common sense and honor are both satisfied." It wasn't all that pleasant. Not by quite a way. But it wasn't all that terribly bad, either. It went off exactly as it could have been predicted it would go off. Swanson cautiously eased the Dolphin up until her stern was just a few feet beneath the ice. This reduced the pressure in the torpedo room to a minimum, but even at that, the bows were still about 100 feet down. A hole was drilled in the after-collision bulkhead door, and an armored high-pressure hose screwed into position. Dressed in porous rubber suits and equipped with an aqualung apiece, a young torpedo man by the name of Murphy and I went inside and stood in the gap between the two collision bulkheads. High-powered air hissed into the confined space. Slowly, the pressure rose. 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds to the square inch. I could feel the pressure on lungs and ears, the pain behind the eyes, the slight wooziness that comes from the poisonous effect of breathing pure oxygen under such pressure. But I was used to it. I knew it wasn't going to kill me. I wondered if young Murphy knew that. This was the stage where the combined physical and mental effects became too much for most people. But if Murphy was scared, or panicky, or suffering from bodily distress, he hid it well. Swanson would have picked his best man. And to be the best man in a company like that, Murphy had to be something special. We eased off the clips on the forward collision bulkhead door, knocked them off cautiously as the pressures equalized. The water in the torpedo room was about 2 feet above the level of the sill, and as the door came ajar, the water boiled whitely through into the collision space, while compressed air hissed out from behind us to equalize the lowering pressure of the air in the torpedo room. For about 10 seconds, we had to hang on grimly to hold the door and maintain our balance, while water and air fought and jostled in a seething maelstrom to find their own natural levels. The door opened wide. The water level now extended from about 30 inches up on the collision bulkhead to the forward deckhead of the torpedo room. We crossed the sill, switched on our waterproof torches, and ducked under. The temperature of that water was about 28 degrees Fahrenheit, 4 below freezing. Those porous rubber suits were specially designed to cope with icy waters, but even so I gasped with the shock of it, as well as one can gasp when breathing pure oxygen under heavy pressure. We didn't linger. For the longer we remained there, the longer we would have to spend decompressing afterwards. We half walked, half swum towards the fore end of the compartment, located the rear door on number 4 tube and closed it. But not before I had a quick look at the inside of the pressure cock. The door itself seemed undamaged. The body of the unfortunate Lieutenant Mills had absorbed its swinging impact and prevented it from being wrenched off its hinges. It didn't seem distorted in any way and fitted snugly into place. We forced its retaining lever back into place and left. Back in the collision compartment, we gave the prearranged taps on the door. Almost at once we heard the subdued hum of a motor as the high-speed extraction pumps in the torpedo room got to work, forcing the water out through the hull. Slowly, the water level dropped, and as it dropped, the air pressure as slowly decreased. Degree by degree, the Dolphin began to come back on even keel. When the water was finally below the level of the forward sill, We gave another signal, and the remaining overpressure air was slowly bled out through the hose. A few minutes later, as I was stripping off the rubber suit, Swanson asked, "Any trouble?" "None. You picked a good man in Murphy. The best." "Many thanks, Doctor." He lowered his voice. "You wouldn't by any chance—" "You know damned well I would," I said. "I did. Not sealing wax, not chewing gum, not paint. Glue, Commander Swanson. That's how they block the test cock inlet. The old-fashioned animal hide stuff that comes out of a tube. I'd deal for the job." "I see," he said, and walked away. The Dolphin shuddered along its entire length as the torpedo hissed out of its tube. Number 3 tube. The only one in the submarine Swanson could safely rely upon. "Count it down," Swanson said to Hansen. "Tell me when we should hit. Tell me when we should hear it hit." Hansen looked at the stopwatch in his bandaged hand and nodded. The seconds passed slowly. I could see Hansen's lips move silently. Then he said, "We should be hitting now." And 2 or 3 seconds later, "We should be hearing now." Whoever had been responsible for the settings and time calculations on that torpedo had known what he was about. Just on Hansen's second now, we felt as much as heard the clanging vibration along the Dolphin's hull as the shockwaves from the exploding warhead reached us. The deck shook briefly beneath our feet, but the impact was nowhere near as powerful as I had expected. I was relieved. I didn't have to be a clairvoyant to know that everyone was relieved. No submarine had ever before been in the vicinity of a torpedo detonating under the ice pack. No one had known to what extent the tamping effect of overhead ice might have increased the pressure and destructive effect of the lateral shockwaves. "Nicely," Swanson murmured. "Very nicely done indeed. Both ahead 1/3. I hope that bang had considerably more effect on the ice than it had on our ship," he said to Benson at the ice machine. "Let us know as soon as we reach that lead, will you?" He moved to the plotting table. Rayburn looked up and said, 500 yards gone. 500 to go." "All stop," Swanson said. The slight vibration of the engines died away. "We'll just mosey along very carefully indeed. That explosion may have sent blocks of ice weighing a few tons apiece pretty far down into the sea. I don't want to be doing any speed at all if we meet any of them on the way up." 300 yards to go," Rayburn said. All clear, all round," the sonar room reported. "Still thick ice," Benson intoned. "Ah, that's it. We're under the lead. Thin ice. Well, 5 or 6 feet. 200 yards, Rayburn said. "It checks." We drifted slowly onwards. At Swanson's orders, the propellers kicked over once or twice, then stopped again. 50 yards, Rayburn said. "Near enough." "Ice reading?" "No change, 5 feet about." "Speed?" 1 knot. "Position?" 1,000 yards exactly, passing directly under target area." "And nothing on the ice machine, nothing at all?" "Not a thing." Benson shrugged and looked at Swanson. The captain walked across and watched the inked stylus draw its swiftly etched vertical lines on the paper. "Peculiar, to say the least of it," Swanson murmured. 700 pounds of very high-grade amateur in that lot. Must be uncommonly tough ice in those parts. Again, to say the least of it. We'll go up to 90 feet and make a few passes under the area. Floodlights on. TV on." So we went up to 90 feet and made a few passes, and nothing came of it. The water was completely opaque. The floods and camera useless. The ice machine stubbornly registered 4 to 6 feet. It was impossible to be more accurate all the time. "Well, that seems to be it," Hansen said. "We back off and have another go." "Well, I don't know," Swanson said pensively. "What say we just try to shoulder our way up?" "Shoulder our way up?" Hansen wasn't with him. Neither was I. What kind of shoulder is going to heave 5 feet of ice to one side? I'm not sure. The thing is, we've been working from unproved assumption, and that's always a dangerous basis. We have been assuming that if the torpedo didn't blow the ice to smithereens, it would at least blow a hole in it. Maybe it doesn't happen that way at all. Maybe there's just a big upward pressure of water distributed over a fair area that heaves the ice up and breaks it into pretty big chunks that just settle back into the water again in their original position, in the pattern of a dried-up mud hole with tiny cracks all round the isolated sections. But with cracks all round, narrow cracks, but there, cracks so narrow that the ice machine couldn't begin to register them, even at the slow speed we were doing. He turned to Rayburn. What's our position? Still in the center of the target area, sir. Take her up until we touch the ice, Swanson said. He didn't have to add any cautions about gentleness. The diving officer took her up like floating thistledown, until we felt a gentle bump. Hold her there, Swanson said. He peered at the TV screen, but the water was so opaque that all definition vanished halfway up the sail. He nodded to the diving officer. Kick her up. Hard. Compressed air roared into the ballast tanks. Seconds passed without anything happening. Then all at once, the Dolphin shuddered, as something very heavy and very solid seemed to strike the hull. A moment's pause, another solid shock. Then we could see the edge of a giant segment of ice sliding down the face of the TV screen. Well now, I believe I might have had a point there, Swanson remarked. We seem to have hit a crack between 2 chunks of ice, almost exactly in the middle. Depth, 45, 15 feet showing, and I don't think we can expect to lift the hundreds of tons of ice lying over the rest of the hull. Plenty of positive buoyancy, all we'll ever want. Then we'll call it a day at that. Right, quartermaster, will you go up top and tell us what the weather is like? I didn't wait to hear what the weather was like. I was interested enough in it, but I was even more interested in ensuring that Hansen didn't come along to his cabin in time to find me putting on the Mannlicher Schornauer along with my furs. But this time, I stuck it not in its special holster, but in the outside pocket of my caribou trousers. I thought it might come in handier there. It was exactly noon when I clambered over the edge of the bridge and used a dangling rope to slide down a great rafted chunk of ice that slanted up almost to the top of the sail. The sky had about as much light in it as a late twilight in winter, when the sky is heavy with grey cloud. The air was as bitter as ever, but the weather had improved for all that. The wind was down now, backed round to the northeast, seldom gusting at more than 20 miles an hour. The ice spicules rising no more than 2 or 3 feet above the ice cap. Nothing to tear your eyes out. To be able to see where you were going on that damned ice cap made a very pleasant change. There were 11 of us all together. Commander Swanson himself, Dr. Benson, 8 enlisted men and myself. 4 of the men were carrying stretchers with them. Even 700 pounds of the highest grade conventional explosive on the market hadn't managed to do very much damage to the ice in that lead. Over an area of 70 yards square or thereabouts, the ice had fractured into large fragments, curiously uniform in size and roughly hexagonal in shape, but fallen back so neatly into position that you couldn't have put a hand down most of the cracks between the adjacent fragments of ice. Many of the cracks, indeed, were already beginning to bind together. A poor enough performance for a torpedo warhead, until you remembered that though most of its destructive power must have been directed downwards, it still had managed to lift and fracture a chunk of the ice cap weighing maybe 5,000 tons. Looked at in that way, it didn't seem such a puny effort after all. Maybe we'd been pretty lucky to achieve what we had. We walked across to the eastern edge of the lead, scrambled up onto the ice pack proper, and turned round to get our bearings, to line up on the unwavering white finger of the searchlight that reached straight up into the gloom of the sky. No chance of getting lost this time. While the wind stayed quiet and the spicules stayed down, You could see that lamp in the window 10 miles away. We didn't even need to take any bearings. A few steps away and up from the edge of the lead, and we could see it at once. Drift Station Zebra. 3 huts, one of them badly charred, 5 blackened skeletons of what had once been huts. Desolation. "So, that's it," Swanson said in my ear. "Or what's left of it. I've come a long way to see this." "You nearly went a damn sight longer and never saw it," I said. "To the floor of the Arctic, I mean. Pretty, isn't it?" Swanson shook his head slowly and moved on. There were only 100 yards to go. I led the way to the nearest intact hut, opened the door and passed inside. The hut was about 30 degrees warmer than the last time I had been there, but still bitterly cold. Only Zabriskie and Rawlings were awake. The hut smelt of burnt fuel, disinfectant, iodine, morphine, and a peculiar aroma arising from a particularly repulsive-looking hash that Rawlings was industriously churning around in a Dixie over the low stove. "Ah, there you are," Rawlings said conversationally. He might have been hailing a neighbour who'd phoned a minute previously to see if he could come across to borrow the lawnmower, rather than greeting men he'd been fairly certain he'd never see again. "The time is perfect. Just about to ring the dinner bell, Captain. Care for some Maryland chicken, I think?" "Not just at the moment, thank you," Swanson said politely. "Sorry about the ankle, Zabriskie. How is it?" "Just fine, Captain, just fine. It's in a plaster cast." He thrust out a foot stiffly. "The doc here, Dr. Jolly, fixed me up real nice." "Had much trouble last night?" This was for me. "Dr. Carpenter had a great deal of trouble last night," Swanson said. "And we've had a considerable amount since. But later. Bring that stretcher in here. You first, Zabriskie. As for you, Rawlings, you can stop making like a Scoffier. The Dolphin's less than a couple of 100 yards from here. We'll have you all aboard in half an hour." I heard a shuffling noise behind me. Dr. Jolly was on his feet, helping Captain Folsom to his. Folsom looked even weaker than he had done yesterday. His face, bandaged though it was, certainly looked worse. "Captain Folsom," I introduced him. "Dr. Jolly. This is Commander Swanson, captain of the Dolphin. Dr. Benson." "Dr. Benson, you said, old boy?" Jolly lifted an eyebrow. "My word, the pill-rolling competition's getting a little fierce in these parts. And Commander. By Jove, but we're glad to see you fellows." The combination of the rich Irish brogue and the English slang of the 20s fell more oddly than ever on my ear. He reminded me of educated Sinhalese I'd met, with their precise, lilting, standard Southern English interlarded with the catchphrases of 40 years ago. Topping, old bean, simply too ripping for words. "I can understand that," Swanson smiled. He looked around the huddled, unmoving men on the floor. Men who might have been living or dead, but for the immediate and smoky condensation from their shallow breathing, and his smile faded. He said to Captain Folsom, "I cannot tell you how sorry I am. This has been a dreadful thing." Folsom stirred and said something, but we couldn't make out what it was. Although his shockingly burnt face had been bandaged since I'd seen him last, it didn't seem to have done him any good. He was talking inside his mouth all right, but the ravaged cheek and mouth had become so paralyzed that his speech didn't emerge as any recognizable language. The good side of his face, the left, was twisted and furrowed, and the eye above almost completely shut. This had nothing to do with any sympathetic neuromuscular reaction caused by the wickedly charred right cheek. The man was in agony. I said to Jolly, "No morphine left." I'd left him, I'd thought, with more than enough of it. "Nothing left," he said tiredly. "I used the lot. The lot." "Dr. Jolly worked all through the night," Zabriskie said quietly. 8 hours. Rawlings and himself and Kinnaird, they never stopped once. Benson had his medical kit open. Jolly saw it and smiled, a smile of relief, a smile of exhaustion. He was in far worse case than he'd been the previous evening. He hadn't had all that much in him when he'd started. But he'd worked. He'd worked a solid 8 hours. He'd even fixed up Zabrinsky's ankle. A good doctor. Conscientious, Hippocratic, anyway. He was entitled to relax. Now that there were other doctors here, he'd relax. But not before. He began to ease Folsom into a sitting position, and I helped him. He slid down himself, his back to the wall. "Sorry and all that, you know," he said, his bearded, frost-bitten face twisted into the semblance of a grin. "A poor host." "Oh, you can leave everything to us now, Dr. Jolly," Swanson said quietly. "You've got all the help that's going. One thing. All those men fit to be moved?" "I don't know." Jolly rubbed an arm across bloodshot, smudged eyes. "I don't know. One or two of them slipped pretty far back last night. It's the cold. Those two, pneumonia, I think. Something an injured man could fight off in a few days back home can be fatal here. It's the cold," he repeated. "Uses up 90% of his energy not in fighting illness and infection, but just generating enough heat to stay alive." "Take it easy," Swanson said. "Maybe we'd better change our minds about that half hour and get you all aboard. Who's first for the ambulance, Dr. Benson?" "Not Dr. Carpenter. Dr. Benson." Well, Benson was his own ship's doctor, but pointed all the same. A regrettable coolness, as sudden in its onset as it was marked in degree, had appeared in his attitude towards me, and I didn't have to be beaten over the head with a heavy club to guess at the reason for the abrupt change. "Zabriskie, Dr. Jolly, Captain Folsom, and this man here," Benson said promptly. "Kinnaird, radio operator." Kinnaird identified himself. "We never thought you'd make it, mate." This to me. He dragged himself somehow to his feet and stood there, swaying. "I can walk." "Don't argue," Swanson said curtly. "Rawlings, stop stirring that filthy mush and get to your feet. Go with them. How long would it take you to run a cable from the boat, fix up a couple of big electric heaters in here, some lights?" "Alone?" "All the help you want, man." 15 minutes I could rig a phone, sir. That would be useful. When the stretcher-bearers come back, bring blankets, sheets, hot water. Wrap the water containers in blankets. Anything else, Dr. Benson?" "Not now, sir." "That's it, then. Away you go." Rawlings lifted the spoon from the pot, tasted it, smacked his lips in appreciation, and shook his head sadly. "It's a crying shame," he said mournfully. "It really is." He went out in the wake of the stretcher-bearers. Of the 8 men left lying on the floor, 4 were conscious. Hewson, the tractor driver, Naseby, the cook, and 2 others who introduced themselves as Harrington. Twins. They'd even been burnt and frostbitten in the same places. The other 4 were either sleeping or in coma. Benson and I started looking them over. Benson much more carefully than myself, very busy with thermometer and stethoscope, looking for signs of pneumonia. I didn't think he'd have to look very far. Commander Swanson looked speculatively around the cabin, occasionally throwing a very odd look in my direction, occasionally flailing his arms across his chest to keep the circulation going. He had to. He didn't have the fancy furs I had, and in spite of the solid fuel stove, the place was like an icebox. The first man I looked at was lying on his side in the far right-hand corner of the room. He had half-open eyes, just showing the lower arcs of his pupils, sunken temples, marble white forehead, and the only part of his face that wasn't bandaged was as cold as the marble in a winter graveyard. I said, "Who's this?" "Grant, John Grant." Hewson, the dark, quiet tractor driver, answered me. "Radio operator, Kinnaird's sidekick." "How's it with him?" "He's dead. He's been dead quite some time." "Dead?" Swanson said sharply. "You sure?" I gave him my aloof, professional look and said nothing. He went on to Benson. "Anybody too ill to be moved?" "Those 2 here, I think," Benson said. He wasn't noticing the series of peculiar looks Swanson was letting me have, so he handed me his stethoscope. After a minute I straightened and nodded. "3rd-degree burns," Benson said to Swanson. "What we can see of them, that is. Both high temperatures, both very fast, very weak and erratic pulses, both with lung fluids." "They'd have a better chance inside the Dolphin," Swanson said. You'd kill them getting there, I said. Even if you could wrap them up warmly enough to take them back to the ship, hauling them up to the top of the sail and then lowering them vertically through those hatchways would finish them off. We can't stay out in that lead indefinitely, Swanson said. I'll take the responsibility for moving them. Sorry, Captain. Benson shook his head gravely. I agree with Dr. Carpenter. Swanson shrugged and said nothing. Moments later, the stretcher-bearers were back, followed soon after by Rawlings and 3 other enlisted men carrying cables, heaters, lamps, and a telephone. It took only a few minutes to button the heaters and lamps onto the cable. Rawlings cranked the call-up generator of his field phone and spoke briefly into the mouthpiece. Bright lights came on, and the heaters started to crackle, and after a few seconds to glow. Hewson, Naseby, and the Harrington twins left by stretcher. When they'd gone, I unhooked the Coleman lamp. You won't be needing this now, I said. I won't be long. Where are you going? Swanson's voice was quiet. I won't be long, I repeated. Just looking around. He hesitated, then stood to one side. I went out, moved round a corner of the hut, and stopped. I heard the whir of the call-up bell, a voice on the telephone. It was only a murmur to me. I couldn't make out what was being said, but I'd expected this. The Coleman storm lantern flickered and faded in the wind, but didn't go out. Stray eye spicules struck against the glass, but it didn't crack or break. It must have been one of those specially toughened glasses immune to a couple of 100 degrees temperature range between the inside and the outside. I made my way diagonally across to the only hut left on the south side. No trace of burning, charring, or even smoke blackening on the outside walls. The fuel store must have been the one next to it, on the same side and to the west straight downwind. That almost certainly must have been its position to account for the destruction of all the other huts, and the grotesquely buckled shape of its remaining girders made this strong probability a certainty. Here had been the heart of the fire. Hard against the side of the undamaged hut was a lean-to shed, solidly built. 6 feet high, 6 wide, and 8 long. The door opened easily. Wooden floor, gleaming aluminium for the sides and ceiling, big black heaters bolted to the inside and outside walls. Wires led from those, and it was no job for an Einstein to guess that they led, or had led, to the now destroyed generator house. This lean-to shed would have been warm night and day. The squat, low-slung tractor that took up nearly all the floor space inside would have started any time at the touch of a switch. It wouldn't start at the touch of a switch now. It would take 3 or 4 blowtorches, and the same number of strong men, even to turn the engine over once. I closed the door and went into the main hut. It was packed with metal tables, benches, machinery, and every modern device for the automatic recording and interpretation of every conceivable observed detail of the Arctic weather. I didn't know what the functions of most of the instruments were, and I didn't care. This was the meteorological office, and that was enough for me. I examined the hut carefully, but quickly, and there didn't seem to be anything odd or out of place that I could see. In one corner, perched on an empty wooden packing case, was a portable radio transmitter with listening phones. Transceivers, they call them nowadays. Near it, in a box of heavy oiled wood, were 15 Neef cells, connected up in series. Hanging from a hook on the wall was a 2-volt test lamp. I touched its bare leads to the outside terminals of the battery formed by the cells. Had those cells left in them even a fraction of their original power, that test lamp should have burnt out in a white flash. It didn't even begin to glow. I tore a piece of flex from a nearby lamp and touched its ends to the terminals. Not even the minutest spark. Kinnaird hadn't been lying when he had said that his battery had been completely dead, but then I hadn't for a moment thought he had been lying. I made my way to the last hut, the hut that held the charred remnants of the 7 men who had died in the fire. The stench of charred flesh and burnt diesel seemed stronger, more nauseating than ever. I stood in the doorway, and the last thing I wanted to do was to approach even an inch closer. I peeled off fur and woolen mittens, set the lamp on a table, pulled out my torch, and knelt by the first dead man. 10 minutes passed, and all I wanted was out of there. There are some things that doctors, even hardened pathologists, will go a long way to avoid. Bodies that have been too long in the sea is one. Bodies that have been in the immediate vicinity of underwater explosion is another. And men who have literally been burned alive is another. I was beginning to feel more than slightly sick, but I wasn't going to leave there until I was finished. The door creaked open. I turned and watched Commander Swanson come in. He'd been a long time. I'd expected him before then. Lieutenant Hansen, his damaged left hand wrapped in some thick woolen material, came in after him. That was what the phone call had been about. The commander calling up reinforcements. Swanson switched off his torch, pushed up his snow goggles and pulled down his mask. His eyes narrowed at the scene before him. His nostrils wrinkled in involuntary disgust, and the colour drained swiftly from his ruddy cheeks. Both Hansen and I had told him what to expect, but he hadn't been prepared for this. Not often can the imagination encompass the reality. For a moment I thought he was going to be sick, but then I saw a slight tinge of colour touch the cheekbones, and I knew he wasn't. "Dr. Carpenter," he said in a voice in which the unsteady huskiness seemed only to emphasize the stilted formality, "I wish you to return at once to the ship, where you will remain confined to your quarters. I would prefer you went voluntarily, accompanied by Lieutenant Hansen here. I wish no trouble. I trust you don't either. If you do, we can accommodate you. Rawlings and Murphy are waiting outside that door." "Those are fighting words, Commander," I said, "and very unfriendly. Rawlings and Murphy are going to get uncommon cold out there." I put my right hand in my caribou pants pocket, the one with the gun in it, and surveyed him unhurriedly. "Have you had a brainstorm?" Swanson looked at Hansen and nodded in the direction of the door. Hansen half turned, then stopped as I said, "Very high-handed, aren't we? I am not worth an explanation. Is that it?" Hansen looked uncomfortable. He didn't like any part of this. I suspected Swanson didn't either. But he was going to do what he had to do and let his feelings look elsewhere. "Unless you're a great deal less intelligent than I believe, and I credit you with a high intelligence, you know exactly what the explanation is. When you came aboard the Dolphin in the Holy Loch, both Admiral Garvey and myself were highly suspicious of you. You spun us a story about being an expert in Arctic conditions and of having helped set up this station here. When we wouldn't accept that as sufficient authority or reason to take you along with us, you told a highly convincing tale about this being an advanced missile warning outpost. And even although it was peculiar that Admiral Garvey had never heard of it, we accepted it. The huge dish aerial you spoke of, the radar mass, the electronic computers. What's happened to them, Dr. Carpenter? A bit insubstantial, weren't they? Like all figments of the imagination?" I looked at him, considering, and let him go on. "There never were any of those things, were there? You're up to the neck in something very murky indeed, my friend. What it is, I don't know, nor for the moment do I care. All I care for is the safety of the ship, the welfare of the crew. I'm bringing the Zebra survivors back home, and I'm taking no chances at all. The wishes of the British Admiralty, the orders from your own Director of Underseas Warfare, those mean nothing to you? I'm beginning to have very strong reservations about the way those orders were obtained," Swanson said grimly. "You are altogether too mysterious for my liking, Dr. Carpenter, as well as being a fluent liar." "Those are harsh words, Commander. The truth not infrequently sounds that way. Will you please come?" "Sorry, I'm not through here yet." "I see. John, will you—" "I can give you an explanation. I see I have to. Won't you listen? The third fairy story. A headshake. No. And I'm not ready to leave. En passe. Swanson looked at Hanson, who turned to go. I said, well, if you're too stiff-necked to listen to me, call up the bloodhounds. Isn't it just luck now that we have 3 fully qualified doctors here? What do you mean? I mean this. Guns have different characteristics in appearance. Some look relatively harmless, some ugly, some businesslike, some wicked-looking. The Mandika Shona in my hand just looked plain, downright wicked. Very wicked indeed. The white light from the Coleman glittered off the blued metal, menacing and sinister. It was a great gun to terrify people with. You wouldn't use it, Swanson said flatly. I'm through talking. I'm through asking for a hearing. Bring on the bailiffs, friend. You're bluffing, mister, Hanson said savagely. You don't dare. There's too much at stake for me not to dare. Find out now. Don't be a coward. Don't hide behind your enlisted men's backs. Don't order them to get themselves shot. I snapped off the safety catch. Come and take it from me yourself. Stay right where you are, John, Swanson said sharply. He means it. I suppose you have a whole armory in that combination lock suitcase of yours, he added bitterly. That's it. Automatic carbine, 6-inch naval guns, the lot. But for a small-size situation, a small-size gun. Now do I get my hearing? You get your hearing. Send Rawlings and Murphy away. I don't want anyone else to know anything about this. Anyway, they're probably freezing to death. Swanson nodded. Hanson went to the door, opened it, spoke briefly and returned. I laid the gun on a table, picked up my torch and moved some paces away. I said, come and have a look at this. They came. Both of them passed by the table with the gun lying there and didn't even look at it. I stopped before one of the grotesquely misshapen charred lumps lying on the floor. Swanson came close and stared down. His face had lost whatever little colour it had regained. He made a queer noise in his throat. That ring, that gold ring, he began, then stopped short. I wasn't lying about that. No, you weren't. I don't know what to say. I'm most damnably... It doesn't matter, I said roughly. Look here, at the back. I'm afraid I had to remove some of the carbon. The neck, Swanson whispered. It's broken. Is that what you think? Something heavy, I don't know. A beam from one of the huts must have fallen. You've just seen one of those huts. They have no beams. There's 1.5 inches of the vertebrae missing. If anything sufficiently heavy to smash off 1.5 inches of the backbone had struck him, the broken piece would be embedded in his neck. It's not. It was blown out. He was shot from the front, through the base of the throat. The bullet went out the back of the neck. A soft-nosed bullet. You can tell by the size of the exit hole from a powerful gun, something like a .38 Colt or Luger or Mauser. Good God above. For the first time, Swanson was badly shaken. He stared at the thing on the floor, then at me. Murdered. You mean he was murdered? Who would have done this? Hanson said hoarsely. Who, man? Who? And in God's name, why? I don't know who did it. Swanson looked at me, his eyes strange. You just found this out? I found out last night. You found out last night. The words were slow, fast-paced. A distinct hiatus between each two. And all the time since, aboard the ship, you never said, you never showed. My God, Carpenter, you are inhuman. Sure, I said. See that gun there? It makes a loud bang, and when I use it to kill the man who did this, I won't even blink. I'm inhuman, all right. I was speaking out of turn, I'm sorry. Swanson was making a visible effort to bring himself under normal control. He looked at the Mannlicher Schöner, then at me, then back at the gun. Private revenge is out, Carpenter. No one is going to take the law into his own hands. Don't make me laugh out loud. A morgue isn't a fit place for it. Besides, I'm not through showing you things yet. There's more. Something that I've just found out now, not last night. I pointed to another huddled black shape on the ground. Care to have a look at this man here? I'd rather not, Swanson said steadily. Suppose you tell us. Oh, you can see from where you are. The head. I've cleaned it up. Small hole in the front, in the middle of the face and slightly to the right. Larger exit hole at the back of the top of the head. Same gun. The same man behind the gun. Neither man said anything. They were too sick, too shocked to say anything. Queer path the bullet took, I went on. Ranged sharply upwards, as if the man who fired the shot had been lying or sitting down while his victim stood above him. Yes, Swanson didn't seem to have heard me. Murder. 2 murders. This is a job for the authorities, for the police. Sure, I said. For the police. Let's just ring the sergeant at the local station and ask him if he would mind stepping this way for a few minutes. It is not a job for us, Swanson persisted. As captain of an American naval vessel with a duty to discharge, I am primarily interested in bringing my ship and the zebra survivors back to Scotland again. Without endangering the ship? I asked. With a murderer aboard, the possibility of endangering the ship does not arise. We don't know he is or will be aboard. You don't even begin to believe that yourself. You know he will be. You know as well as I do why this fire broke out, and you know damn well that it was no accident. If there was any accidental element about it, it was just the size and extent of the fire. The killer may have miscalculated that. Both time and weather conditions were against him. I don't think he had very much option. The only possible way in which he could obliterate all traces of his crime was to have a fire of sufficient proportions to obliterate those traces. He would have got off with it, too, if I hadn't been here. If I hadn't been convinced before we left port that something was very far wrong indeed. But he would take very good care that he wouldn't obliterate himself in the process. Like it or not, Commander, you're going to have a killer aboard your ship. But all of those men have been burned, some very severely. And what the hell did you expect? That the unknown X would go about without a mark on him, without as much as a cigarette burn, proclaiming to the world that he had been the one who had been throwing matches about, and had then thoughtfully stood to one side? Look at colour. He had to get himself burnt. It doesn't follow, Hansen said. He wasn't to know that anyone was going to get suspicious and start investigating. You'll be well advised to join your captain in keeping out of the detecting racket, I said shortly. The men behind this are top-flight experts with far-reaching contacts. Part of a criminal octopus with tentacles so long that it can even reach out and sabotage your ship in the Holy Lock. Why they did that, I don't know. What matters is that top-flight operators like those never take chances. They always operate on the assumption that they may be found out. They take every possible precaution against every possible eventuality. Besides, when the fire was at its height, we don't know the story of that yet, the killer would have had to pitch in and rescue those trapped. It would have seemed damned odd if he hadn't. And so he got burnt. My God. Swanson's teeth were beginning to chatter with the cold, but he didn't seem to notice it. What a hellish setup, isn't it? I dare say there's nothing in your Navy regulations to cover this lot. But what are we going to do? We call the cops. That's me. What do you mean? What I say. I have more authority, more official backing, more scope, more power, and more freedom of action than any cop you ever saw. You must believe me. What I say is true. I am beginning to believe it is true, Swanson said in a slow thoughtfulness. I've been wondering more and more about you in the past 24 hours. I've kept telling myself I was wrong, even 10 minutes before I kept telling myself. You're a policeman or detective, naval officer, intelligence. I have credentials in my suitcase which I am empowered to show in any emergency. It didn't seem the time to tell him just how wide a selection of credentials I did have. This is the emergency. But you are a doctor. Oh, sure I am. A naval doctor. On the side. My speciality is investigating sabotage. On the grounds of being an investigating psychologist, that would be impossible for the average serving officer. There was a long silence, then Swanson said bitterly, You might have told us before this. I might have broadcast it all over your tannoy system. Why the hell should I? I don't want to trip over blundering amateurs every step I take. Ask any cop. The biggest menace of his life is the self-appointed Sherlock. Besides, I couldn't trust you. And before you start getting all hot and bothered about that, I might add that I don't mean you deliberately give me away or anything like that, but that you may inadvertently give me away. Now I have no option but to tell you what I can and chance the consequences. Why couldn't you just have accepted that directive from your Director of Naval Operations and acted accordingly? Directive? Hanson looked at Swanson. What directive? Order from Washington to give Dr. Carpenter here carte blanche for practically everything. Be reasonable, Carpenter. I don't like operating in the dark, and I'm naturally suspicious. You came aboard in highly questionable circumstances. You knew too damn much about submarines. You were as evasive as hell. You had this sabotage theory all cut and dry. Damn it, man, of course I had reservations. Wouldn't you have had in my place? I suppose so, I don't know. Me, I obey orders. And your orders in this case? Meaning what exactly is all this about? I sighed. It would have to come to this. You must be told now, and you'll understand why your Director of Naval Operations was so anxious that you give me every help possible. And we can believe this one? Swanson asked. You can believe this one. The story I spun back in the Holy Lock wasn't all malarkey. I just dressed it up a bit to make sure you'd take me along. They did indeed have a very special item of equipment here. An electronic marvel that was used for monitoring the countdown of Soviet missiles and pinpointing their locations. This machine was kept in one of the huts now destroyed, the second from the west in the south row. Night and day, a giant captive radio sound balloon reached 30,000 feet up into the sky. But it had no radio attached. It was just a huge aerial. Incidentally, I should think that is the reason why the oil fuel appears to have been flung over so large an area. An explosion caused by the bursting of the hydrogen cylinders used to inflate the balloons. They were stored in the fuel hut. Did everybody in Zebra know about this monitoring machine? No. Most of them thought it a device for investigating cosmic rays. Only 4 people knew what it really was. My brother, and the 3 others who all slept in the hut that housed this machine. Now the hut is destroyed. The free world's most advanced listening post. You wonder why your DNO was so anxious. 4 men? Swanson looked at me, a faint speculation still in his eyes. Which 4 men, Dr. Carpenter? Do you have to ask? 4 of the 7 men you see lying here, Commander. He stared down at the floor, then looked quickly away. He said, You mentioned that you were convinced even before we left port that something was far wrong. Why? My brother had a top-secret code. We had messages sent by himself. He was an expert radio operator. One said that there had been 2 separate attempts to wreck the monitor. He didn't go into details. Another said that he had been attacked and left unconscious when making a midnight check and found someone bleeding off the gas from the hydrogen cylinders. Without the radiosonde aerial, the monitor would have been useless. He was lucky. He was out only for a few minutes. As long again, and he would have frozen to death. In the circumstances, did you expect me to believe that the fire was unconnected with the attempts to sabotage the monitor? But how would anyone know what it was? Hanson objected. Apart from your brother and the other 3 men, that is. Like Swanson, he glanced at the floor, and, like Swanson, looked as hurriedly away. For my money, this is the work of a psycho, a madman. A coldly calculating criminal would, well, he wouldn't go in for wholesale murder like this, but a psycho would. 3 hours ago, I said, before you loaded the torpedo into number 3 tube, you checked the manually controlled levers and the warning lights for the tube bow caps. In the one case, you found that the levers had been disconnected in the open position. In the other, you found that the wires had been crossed in a junction box. Do you think that was the work of a psycho? Another psycho? He said nothing. Swanson said, "What can I do to help, Dr. Carpenter?" "What are you willing to do, Commander?" "I will not hand over command of the Dolphin." He smiled, but he wasn't feeling like smiling. "Short of that, I and the crew of the Dolphin are at your complete disposal. You name it, Doctor, that's all. This time, you believe my story." "This time, I'll believe your story." I was pleased about that. I almost believed it myself.